so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we burned in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, we burned in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. You had a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through the look in our eyes, bro. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through the look in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. On the ground, still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We're up to day 3 of the group stages, getting closer and closer to determine who will be the team situated in that playoff bracket. Another day where we get a new background as well from Denog. What's up? What's going on behind you? Where are we? We in the office?
I'm just in the office, nothing too fancy today, but who knows? We could go on a bit of a journey throughout today because we got 4 great series again. You and I will be covering the first 2, and there's some bangers in there, aren't there?
Yes, there are indeed. We'll get to the schedule in a little bit, but of course, how we, the format and how the playoff is getting set up. Of course, Group A, Group B, top 4 teams, moving over to the upper bracket of the playoffs, 5th, 6th to the lower bracket. And then unfortunately, 7th and 8th, they will be out of contention for the grand old prize pool. Currently, there's a couple of teams I would not expect to be in that 7th and 8th position, so that's a little bit scary for them.
I mean, it really is just coming down to the day by day, right? I'm assuming one of those teams is PSG LGD over in Group A because they started this off 3-1 after day 1 and then lost every single game on day 2. So now they're sitting 3-5, joined by 9 Pandas and OG at the bottom. And honestly, a 3-5 map score isn't horrible, like you probably shouldn't be bottoming the group off the back of that, but that's just how close it is. Even at the bottom of Group B with TSM and Tundra, they've got 2 wins still. Like, that's not terrible, and there's plenty of time over the next 2 days to be able to make it up and at least get out of those bottom 2 spots. But they're going to need to win every single one of their games to give them a really solid opportunity and make it not so that, other results need to go their way. But speaking of one of those teams, OG taking on Team Spirit, the battle of some TI champion organizations starting us off. That should be amazing, huh?
That should be a very, very exciting series. I mean, of course, I'm looking at Shopify Secret, but really even Spirit and Xtreme. Xtreme are looking very, very strong at the moment. I mean, yeah, they're tied first. They're pretty strong. 5-3 map count for them as well. So, I don't even know if I want to start and pick series because it just feels like every single series that we get to watch is always very exciting. And of course, what the teams are going to be playing for, that $5 million for the first place, but all up the prize pool, $15 million. It's definitely a decent chunk of change for the lads.
Absolutely. I mean, with that 50,000, that's already gone. Those are the teams that were eliminated during the play-in stage. So we were talking about, bottom 2 being eliminated, and there's teams tied down the bottom at the moment, but you got to fight for that 7th spot even. If you're going to get eliminated, still go for the wins because that's an extra $100,000 dues just for potentially one extra game being won. I mean, if you would pay me 20 grand to win one series, one game even, I would be over with that. So really interested to see who has the mental fortitude because, we saw during the last chance qualifiers, a lot of the teams that came through the play-ins had a little bit of the edge. And, I'd have to say this time around, Xtreme Gaming being one of those absolutely seems like it's the case. Same sort of thing with Asta. But then you've got Liquid, who have just been part of like tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament. Same sort of thing with Tundra, where you kind of start to sense that the fatigue might be setting in a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if that is the case or not for those boys, but we should look a little bit closer to our first series in particular on this stream with OG taking on Team Spirit. Like you said, Spirit had a very good day yesterday where they were able to get a 2-0 victory over PSG LGD, which was huge for them. But then they lost 2-0 versus Quest. So I suppose it was a mediocre, it was a decent day overall. I thought PSG LG were going to be a difficult team for them to go up against. And then OG yesterday, they 2-2. They versed 9 Pandas and EG as well. So a much better day for them compared to day 1.
Yeah, I mean, their day 1 wasn't abysmal. It was 1 in the 3. It could have obviously been a lot better, but it really just comes down to part of the time. When do you face some of these opponents? Because we were talking about Team Secret, right? They were 0-4 after day 1. Day 2, they won every single game. Now they're 4-4, middle of the pack, actually currently in upper bracket qualification status if they keep that ball rolling. And it can really just be, taking little tidbits of what you see other people do and integrating them into your drafts. For Secret, it's really been that Batrider. That's the thing that they've really started to pick up a lot more. They never played it previously. Yamich has been styling on it, and they've just been winning a lot of games off the back of that. But enough about Secret. We're into OG Team Spirit. What I want to see OG do for this particular series is they need to play quickly. A lot of their wins come off the back of really quick games. 34 minutes is their average win time. And Team Spirit, when you look at their average overall game time, both wins and losses, it's 46 minutes. So they play for the late game. So I really want to see OG trying to take the fight to them and end this one early on.
All right, let's see if that's going to be the case in regards to how they try and set themselves up with a game plan and their heroes. OG look for the Darkseer as their first overall, which is crazy that we're in a position where Darkseer is even potentially viable to be picked here. So let's see what Spirit want to do. Of course, if there is the potential for, you're already looking at like an Enchantress or Oracle for Miposhka. Maybe even you can go for a carry hero to address the Darkseer.
I don't think you commit your carry here. I think the Oracle or the both totally fine. Darkseer really won't be anything other than a 3 and maybe a 4. I really don't see too much of the position 5 Darkseer come through. Don't really see too much of it mid. Occasionally, someone will pick it up mid and have an okay time, but it really is going to be one of those side lanes. So if I'm Team Spirit, I'm just picking a super comfortable Miposhka hero here. Both the Ench and the Oracle are those.
Yep, and just to further the point of like why we kind of don't want to carry, it's also, at least we saw Spirit have a lot of success in 2 or 3 when Utoru had last pick. That's been the recipe for them for a very long time with their TI victory too. So it's nothing too crazy, but Utoru with Ultra last pick can just completely take over games. So I too would just like to see them go down the route of Miposhka's hero. You've got now a little bit of flex with the Snapfire as well, whether Mira or La wants to play it. And we know Mira really does not play any melee 4s.
Yeah, really the only one that he's been playing is the Clockwork, I believe, all throughout this tournament. He could play the Primal Beast as well, which we saw Kataomi do for Entity with relatively good success. So I wonder if they do consider going down that route, but it just makes total sense to pick up this Oracle, right? Maybe it's going to be what allows them to maybe turtle the game out a little bit longer. That false promise being able to make a few saves when OG go for the eventual push. Because again, Team Spirit, they're playing for the late game, especially if what's much more likely going to be the case in this Snapfire being mid is going to happen. You want to play for that level 20. And Lyle has been playing a very good Snapfire when he's been able to have that picked up for him.
But then it has to be said, like we kind of just mentioned, Utoru often has the win condition here as a carry. So if you then have a carry that needs a lot more space and then a mid lane up that needs a lot more space as well, because we've currently seen so far, at least the games we've covered, games where you kind of have that style of draft, it's getting punished very often with this Snapfire.
It is, and I really think that Yatoro is one of those heroes that he's players that's going to pick one of these heroes that, of course, is capable of farming, but also has something in like their innate toolkit that just lets them fight. So something like the Drow Ranger has really started to come a little bit more into prominence for him, just because you are able to do so much with so little. Most of the time we think about supports being able to fulfill that role, but with a Drow Ranger, you can actually look to get nice and active if you've got people to go in front of you. So right now they don't have that. So if they were wanting to go the Drow, I think it's good against a double melee lineup, especially with an Oracle paired together. But you need something for Mira. It's not going to be the Clockwork because OG have just picked it up. But Mira and Collapse need to be playing a little bit more on that front line.
I like this Clockwork pick though. Of course, you just classic Darkseer pairing, just a melee. You're going to be able to address the Mortimer Kisses, which is really nice. Always easy to be able to find the Snapfire, who, along with the Oracle, is very positioning based. So Rocket Flare can do wonders for OG this game, and the lane as well for the Oracle is just a little bit frustrating. So I was thinking, might even consider something like a Silencer for OG, which we might see picked up in the second phase, just because both Snapfire and Oracle also kind of need to spellcast, and it would give them extra team fight. So maybe that's something they can be considering, but of course we need to look at Spirit's hero first.
We do. I'm wondering if OG are trying to go next level with this overall, because it's banned for one, and also it's been Tiger that's been playing the Clockwork a lot more than Seb. And I really think they don't first pick this Darkseer because there's plenty of options available to you with the Oracle to be able to stop it from having that level of effectiveness, right? I think OG are too good of a team just to forget about something like, oh yeah, they can go offensive Dispel in this part of the draft. You could have very well just gone Clockwork first and then the Darkseer if that's really what you were wanting. So I'm thinking, like, are OG going to go for something a little bit crazy here? Like, are they going to go for a lane swap? Are they going to go for, a position 4 to be able to harass back the Oracle? I'm not sure, but it certainly is an odd start to the draft for OG.
Can you even go for another I mean, maybe you pick another melee support, but don't you just want the Clockwork Darkseer together and the clock into the Oracle lane?
You do, but you don't want the Darkseer in the Oracle lane is the downside.
Yeah, but I mean,
right?
that's going to happen. You can't, I don't think you can move that. This is just the... this is what I want to see.
I
Like,
understand what you're saying, but it's odd.
But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, why do you pick Darkseer here when they're going to be able to respond? So obviously, they feel like this hero provides them a lot outside of the lane, like whether that be the aura itemization from DM, maybe it heavily limits the hero pool from your Toro with just the wall of replica being very solid versus a lot of carries. But yeah, I mean, like you said, when you pick it this early on, it's going to be counted. So your lane won't be the greatest, I imagine, for OG.
Yeah, I'm also just wondering what Team Spirit are leaning towards now in terms of their in terms of who are they going to pick up for the position 1, because you can see OG are really looking to target a lot of those heroes that can now play. Like, normally you never pick a melee into a Darkseer Clockwork lane, but considering you've got the Oracle, that's not going to be the case. And I think that's really important as well to be able to take out the Mars against. For all teams that Spirit goes up against, I really think Collapse needs to be the one that's targeted in the draft. He has a very big hero pool, but he hasn't been forced to play any of it, really. Like, Mars and Timber has been played every single game for him with one game of Beastmaster. So I think you really just need to consider, well, they can potentially just still go for this this Timbersaw pick with Team Spirit. It's a hero that allows him to get quite active when the Snapfire is still looking to farm. Of course, got the Oracle to make you even more survivable with that reactive armor ticking on top of everything else. And I mean, if they can get to the end of this phase and pick it up, I think they're going to be over the moon.
Look at the attention Spirit are putting on BZM's heroes as well. You got the Storm, you got the Puck, the Templar Assassin as well. Of course, I know Yuragi can play it, but they're trying to shut down the potential heroes that we could see played from the mid lane on OG.
I'm just trying to think what Lyle now picks in response to this, because to me, he always does feel a lot better when he is playing those similar sorts of heroes. So maybe he just wants to be able to, I don't know, pick... I guess he's going to be playing the Snapfire, but like... I suppose these are heroes that speed up the game though, right? Like the Storm, the Puck, and the TA, for different reasons. Storm and Puck kind of fill the same niche, but TA, of course, with some of that early itemization, with the quick Roches, you can look to end the game quickly. So this does make sense when you're thinking it from that perspective. So really now, what are OG going to have left available for them to be able to continue keeping up the pace? Because Darkseer and Clockwork, irrespective of Oracle, are heroes that could look to do that sort of thing.
I hope they don't get too baited with this Snapfire flex. Okay, that's
There's
also,
still flex.
Yep, there's still a little bit of flex there. Because I think another thing when Spirit were playing in the DPC, they would very often just go for... We spoke about Yutoria's hero last, but they would open up the first phase with a Lyle hero plus a support. So I really think more than likely Snap will be his hero. They keep some of that open with the Tiny getting picked up OG. They're going to be able to respond with the Enchantress.
Fast.
Yes.
Fast Doto is what that is. It's something that both Seb and Tiger can play. We've seen it a little bit more, I would say, on Seb up until this point, and I don't know about this one at all. I mean, a Void Spirit, you can do a lot with not too much, but you also really don't have the greatest lane matchup against both a Tiny and a Snapfire. The way that you get bullied out is just, well, you need to get up in the face to be able to get a lot of these last hits, because you are a melee hero at the end of the day. And Tiny can outrange you. He's got a ton of physical damage, and Snapfire as well is just going to be pumping right clicks into you from afar, being that universal hero. So Not quite so certain about this because they're still lacking outside of that Enchantress a real tower sieger. I was considering, is OG going to go something like, I don't know, a Dragon Knight to be able to start things off? Ooh. I don't know if we've seen a Lycan come out for either Collapse or Yatoro this tournament, so this is something completely out of left field. And I mean, against an Enchantress and a Clockwork, they're really not the best at being able to deal with like a huge army of units.
And it pushes the tempo as well, right? Like this is something you were saying you wanted to see OG do. Now the Lycan kind of offers you that as well for Spirit and continues with the who knows where the hell they're going. Currently OG, I mean, it's very obvious. You have the Darkseid Clockwork pairing. Enchantress going to be played in the safe lane. You got the Void Spirit going mid. For Spirit, we only really know about the Oracle being on Maposhka, and that's kind of about it.
You don't think there's even a possibility of a one Tiny, do you? And Lycan Wolfbite, the old LGD strat that they tried against Spirit back in TI-10 Grand Finals?
Look, that thought did cross my mind for a second, and then I have not seen it.
You got to
since,
throw it
so
out there just for the 1% chance that it happens that you could say, I called it.
just in case. So, what are we looking at though for Yuragi? Deuce is going to get banned out currently, so you're going to need a hero that can kind of deal with maybe some of the summons of the Lycan. I mean, definitely Deuce is able to stand her ground and set up a formation, makes it very difficult for the Lycan to run past her.
Sven, please.
Yes, I like that a lot. I really like that a lot. You got your classic Darkseid pairing, back into the combo.
Really solid lane with the Ench, if you were wanting to run it like that.
I mean, I don't think this is a deterrent to you picking the Sven, but it would kind of feel nice with at least early on the Fortune's End being able to purge off the Warcry. I really don't think that's going to stop you from picking it, but if that is, I mean, it would at least be a nice tool that Spirit have. But yeah, I really like the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing against the Oracle, it's basically going to be, all right, Clockwork, your job is to find the Oracle and just make sure that he's panicked and not able to worry about things like your freaking Warcry. It's just about how are you going to be able to survive and things of that nature. Yeah, kind of squishy right now. I mean, both teams don't have insane team fight, right? It's all around like a Darkseer, and it's a bit more like pick-off oriented with the Tiny and even the Kisses, to be honest. There's nothing really that's going to hold OG in place right now. You can just look to run away from a lot of the engagements that they have. The downside is you've got a Lycan that's going to be chasing you, so he's going to be able to outpace any sort of retreat that they're going for.
Now, I'm trying to think some other options for Yuragi.
I mean, they're just leaving until last, right? I don't think they've even decided yet.
Oh, I got alright.
What can you pick now? They can't Lesh. Like, can they just Zeus or something? And then do the sort of thing that we were talking about? I mean, you could even run a Lycan as a 1, and then Tiny Snapfire side lanes, but I don't like Snapfire 3, so maybe not. Oh yeah, the Timbersaw that they left until the end that Collapses only played that, and the Mars. So yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me. Lots of AoE damage. It is the position 1 Lycan coming through as well for Tiny, so a rare melee position 4 coming through for Mira here, but when you've got Collapse as your position 3, playing one of his signature heroes, and I mean, he's probably still going to need to go against a Naga Siren with a lot of that slow ticks coming through. Reactive Armor is going to help a little bit, but I think Mira still wants to be in a position to be able to make a lot of these rotations.
We brought up at the start of the draft as well how we haven't really been enjoying the double core lineup with the Snapfire plus a greedy carry. I definitely wouldn't say the Lycan fits that role at all. Yatoro, it can definitely pass the weight over to Lyle to be able to potentially carry this game as it goes on. I mean, it also looks like an incredible Timbersaw game as well. So, even Collapse could be a huge issue. And like you said, I mean, you get a 24th pick Timber where he's already been having so much success on it so far to start the Riyadh Masters. So I like the draft from Spirit. But really the big question that I have to you is, do we feel like OG's tempo is going to be something that Spirit can address? Because coming into it, you said OG, the games where they win and look very good, it's quick and clean, don't to try and run them over. Spirit, they like the longer drawn out games. So do we feel like OG have a lineup that is going to be able to get control early and potentially end this game before Spirit become a threat?
If this Oracle wasn't in the game, I would say potentially yes, but I really just feel like DM's game is going to be pretty heavily sacrificed as a result of, Miposhka just in the laning phase. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe OG have a way to be able to manipulate the lanes somehow so that this isn't the sort of to. And I'm really wanting to see Yuragi not go for this real butterfly, manta, heart sort of build Nagasaren. I'm going to need to see an Orchid. I need to see him get really aggressive and try and take out some of these heroes before Spirit can get to their later timings.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with the Orchid to follow up, it could be considering maybe an early Bloodthorn with the Mage Slayer to mitigate some of the Timber's damage output inside some of the fights. So we will see how either side feel like they need to go about it to be able to take this game. As we got some good lucks, we got some tips already starting as well. Mira showing some respect to Seb, and we will get ourselves underway.
So I think we're both favoring Spirit. Would you say that's correct? You gotta say it. Can't wait for kills to start happening. Oh, well, that's a nice way to be able to start things off.
I'm very hesitant with though. I feel like if the lanes go okay for OG, I think they can play a very, very active game, and I don't know if there's much Spirit are going to be able to do. Like, I'm concerned about the mid game, past the 20-minute mark for Spirit.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I'm also feeling like Spirit has the potential, maybe not even having to wait for Lal to hit level 20, around the time where he's level 10, level 12. Just the lanes have gone so well for them that they don't really care. I still feel like this lane should go totally fine for the Snapfire versus the Void Spirit. The Oracle plus Lycan should be totally fine against the Darkseer Clockwork. I think that's how they're still going to be doing it, but we're seeing Seb's moving up towards the top side and Clockwork's still hanging around bottom, so maybe they have gone for this little bit of a change-up.
The battle begins.
Seb having that enchant against the Lycan Wolves is going to be a nice little handy tool to have.
I just want to kind of rephrase what I said before as well. I feel like OG, the capability to make plays on the map is much easier compared to the Trio and Spirit. I feel like you have you're going to have DM amplifying a Void Spirit Clockwork with an Enchantress running aggressively at you and being able to take over your jungle and get objectives. And then for Spirit, you can't really do that. You're going to play around your strengths of the Timber being super strong, the Kisses cooldown, but Radiant aren't relying on those big items or big cooldowns. So that's kind of what I'm...
But I could see Mira getting to a situation where he just gets a pretty early Blink Dagger and being that real tempo setter in a lot of things. If he dies though, that's going to be certainly hindered. See Tiger already getting up in his face right now. I mean, a lot of that minus armor coming through from Yuragi as well once he skills into the Riptide is going to be pretty effective too. Against the tiny 0 armor to be able to begin with, but it's actually Tiger going down first. I mean, turns out you can't just walk up into a Timbersaw.
No, it turns out you can't at all. This is... So, you just said, Miro, we want to see if how fast the Blink Dagger is going to be for him, because this is a free Timbersaw lane. I mean, Miro could leave it level 3 if he truly wanted to. Collapse can do whatever he wants in this bottom lane. So for Miro, then, what is kind of the game plan for him in the laning phase, in the next couple of minutes? What's the choice? Does he make stacks? Does he secure water runes and play around mid? Does he look to go top and potentially get kills there?
I don't think you need to go top necessarily. I think that lane's going to go just fine for you. To me, it would much be more down the line of the stacks and water runes.
All right. One more right click. Seb might get him a postcard ducks into the trees.
Yeah, it's that sort of situation where you can look to just use the tree grab to be able to stack the ancients, then you right-click the hard camp once, you go protect the bottom water rune a little bit, make sure that the lane is even easier for Lal coming up against BZM. All of Spirit's lane's currently going incredibly well for him. This is just having a look at the overall health in that mid lane. Lal obviously well ahead of BZM right now, and that's just because of what we were talking about, right? Void Spirit, it's despite being a universal hero, not having a ton of armor to be able to start things off until he really starts to build up some of those levels. And every time you need to come forward for a right click onto a creep to be able to get a last hit or a deny, you're just going to get scatter blasted in the face.
I'd really like to see Mira secure this next water rune. I mean, with how much pressure Lyle's putting on BZM, if you take away that rune, all of a sudden he's going to be begging someone to die in a side lane just to refill the bottle. So we'll have that up in a couple of minutes. Bottom lane, though. Poking on Collapse. It's actually a decent chunk of damage they're doing onto the Timbersaw with all these Riptide procs.
Lots of Riptide procs, but he does have even just the 1 point of the reactive armor is going to be able to do a decent amount as Tiger. Has to be very careful. ZM as well. So he's in a little bit of danger. Yeah, I'm really expecting once this Vanguard comes out, that's the point where Mira can look to leave this lane. So probably around that 4-minute mark, really just wants to get Collapse this next wave. Make sure that he's not allowing too many of these lane pulls to happen. We've been able to get it off here on Tiger, but really shouldn't matter that much. Collapse solo against a Naga Siren. There's 0 kill threat there from the Naga.
BZM is making me very worried. I'm concerned. Top lane got some action as well. Seb's going to be okay for the moment. Back and forth, nothing too crazy. And he's getting traded between the two. It does look like Tiger's going to be forced to rotate to try and secure one of the water runes. They might actually get both. All right. Yep. That is a very nice sequence of events for OG. Lyle's not going to have too much mana to play with now.
Yep, doesn't have a lot of mana to play with, doesn't really have any stats right now outside of the items that he started with, but he's got a crown that's going to be coming out to him fairly shortly, so still should be relatively okay in the grand scheme of things. So topside, DM having a little bit of trouble, Tiger slightly off the mark with his cogs, but Zeb, I think he's doing what he needs to, based off the fact that they were able to yoink away that water rune, looking to try and make a play here.
This is all set up, stealing that rune. Lyle, a little bit low in the health department. Miposhka's going to try and tip in to offer some assistance. But the rotation out of Seb and Tiger taking that rune means that OG will be able to help out BZM in this trickier lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's the sort of rotation that you need, and it's not even like it was just that one play solo, right? It was the water rune setup that allowed that all to happen. So that was a play 1 minute in the making. Even see Tiger looking to be a little bit of a menace, stop a lot of these stacks from being built up. You can see that Mira was prioritizing that for now, and Tiger with this movement is even able to place up an Observer Ward onto the high ground. So he's going to be able to scout out when some of these stacks are being taken, even removing that Watcher vision.
They are starting to wrap on BZM though. Trying to get himself set up. BZM's going to play accordingly. Does he still? Oh, he even chucks out a straight remnant. But
where does Tiger go?
Yeah.
A little clockwork, just trying to stay inside the cogs there. It's his one last little bit of safety, but even Mira's kind of cutting the wave a little bit here. I wonder if they do want to put some damage in onto this tower, but they don't have a siege creep to be able to play around with, unfortunately.
Would you like to see Yatoro play a pretty active game once he gets his shapeshift? I know he has an incredibly free lane, but you know there might be a play for him as actually low mid lane again. BZM and Seb is starting to get a decent chunk of damage in that will secure the power rune as well for BZM.
Yeah, I want to see him get active-ish, but I really... Who are you thinking he's going to be able to make that play onto, right? Because the Naga Siren can just run away, the Darkseer. He needs Miposhka there for him to be able to do anything.
BZM got a level advantage over Lyle. Miposhka nearby should be able to give him some space as well. Seb's still hanging around. Lyle's might be in a bit of a tricky scenario, especially with the use of the Hurricane. Nice use of the creep from Seb and BZM. It's not really showcasing the last hits, but those killers are really helping out of the net worth.
And Collapse is a little low on mana. I suppose he does have the Soul Ring, though, to be able to interrupt a lot of Tiger's movements here. He's just trying to do his best to be able to yoink away this Wisdom Rune, but holding on to the stun, will able to net him the kill, and they'll still end up getting the Wisdom Rune on Team Spirit. So honestly, this, even though it is still a slight net worth lead going over to Team Spirit, even though Yatoro is completely uncontested on this top side, and honestly, Collapse is having a good game, this is still going a lot better from OG than what I was expecting it to. You know, DM isn't massively behind the rest of his cores, even though, you know, he was basically just counted for the lane in the first phase. You've had two really solid rotations now. Seb's trying to be as annoying as possible. That first shapeshift is going to net a kill, but obviously not the same level of effectiveness of hero that you would have wanted.
Nothing to your pile.
Seen an early nullifier queued up here by Yatoro. It's after the Manta Style, sure, but it's still going to be quite effective again against that Darkseer, even if the Oracle is being focused down. Not just the Darkseer as well, also the Void Spirit in terms of his survivability too.
Action is not going to stop around this mid lane.
See done by Yat.
Oh, spawn bottom. Little position inside the river. BZM's going to use his last step to jump on over and burst potential. They are shutting down Lau, who was bodying BZM for the first 4 minutes of this lane. But, I mean, and now BZM can start to get really active. Treads completed, maxed out Resonant Pulse, shortly DM. In fact, now he's even got maxed out Iron Shell. So we could see them start to combine together a little bit more at the early stage.
We can. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Yuragi on this top side. Mira's trying to chase him down as Clockwork does die. Won't be able to snipe the courier before he TPs out, but still forces a rotation down from Lal. So that still lets them play around this bottom side. But BZM, even without a lot of mana, he's moving up towards top because he knows there's no way at all for this Snapfire to be able to TP up and try and contest. So it doesn't look like he'll be needed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We had a couple of kills, right? Tiger going down and the Oracle, so all the craziness of Yuragi making a little bit of space, but I wonder if this bottom lane is even playable now, because Collapse is... Looks like he's got pretty firm control of the area. Maybe Tigers shouldn't have soaked some experience, but looks like they will trade this top tower, more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not playable at all. That's why you saw Yuragi up in the Dire Ancient Camp area previously, right? He had the ward to be able to play around with, so he was always going to spot TPs in, and he knows that he just can't contest into Collapse. Honestly, like, once the Vanguard was picked up, but it was only level 4 on the Timber Sword, that was enough.
The very ambitious TP up from Seb. Another shapeshift, another kill onto the Enchantress. It's going to be the call from Yatoro. Does he want to continue to stick around? Shapeshift's about to expire. Tiger doesn't have the hook shot just yet, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you've got the False Promise sitting behind, so I really don't think this is going to be a kill that's at all viable for them. They actually had a 2-level advantage on BZM over Lyle. He's been able to close that back into just the 1. But certainly still a lot of kill threat for this mid lane if it's left unchecked. As he's even got a shield rune to be able to play around with here on the Void Spirit, so maybe they do go for a dive. Not sure if Miposhka's going to be worth it, though.
I wonder how different the item build as well is going to be for BZM, because we haven't really seen the Void Spirit in a month or so.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it as well. I think you still do need to go into that heavy physical damage style, just because it is quite burst oriented, right? You need to make sure that you're taking out the Oracle so that the rest of your team is enabled, and the one that's best enabled to do that is BZM on this Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke off from Team Spirit. They're going to be on the mark with Yuragi's farming pattern. Does smoke pop inside the lane? They're going to be able to get out. What a place for the smoke to pop with the tower to grant some vision. And they even use the kisses as well. So that is a nice sequence of events for OG. They can maybe start to bring some heroes down. They will have to go into Collapse's domain. And Tiger reveals himself really early. Rest of OG are going to start to funnel here. That's a pretty goddamn good hook shot, all things considering. Even DM wants to get into the midst of it all as well, but let's see what BZM is going to be able to do to turn it around. It's a 1-for-1 to start. Collapse doesn't have the greatest mana pool. That'll be enough to get the kill onto Seb, but they separate away from the Snapfires. Now, Lau is going to be the primary target, protected with a False Promise for the moment. Now, Spirit, they can turn to DM with a cookie to hold him into place. BZM's still got to try and make him work for it, giving some time to DM to get out of danger, but all of a sudden, back down south, Yatoro's going to come through the rift. Another use of the shapeshift should be able to run down BZM inside the tree line. It's a pretty good TP out spot, and BZM will make it. Nicely done.
It's a lot of space being made for Yuragi as well. You know, he's playing this Naga Siren. He's been relatively uncontested. Made sure to get out of dodge very, very quickly when he sensed that the action was starting to come for him. He's gone this Hand of Midas build, so this is a style where you just want to sit back and farm. You are not joining into any fights. You're basically only using that Song of the Siren as like an escape mechanism as opposed to a setup eventually for your team. You can see 0 points in the ensnare as well for Yuragi.
Lane should be able to... Oh, didn't get the cogs out from Tiger, and now with Collapse here. Tiger's a dead man walking? Okay, yeah, they get him. Now Collapse Maybe they're going to stick around for the tower. You just brought up before, you know, Yuragi was farming while that engagement was going on. One person who's not really farming or getting, you know, a lot of gold as a whole is Mira currently. Level 5 on the Tiny, second last net worth out of everyone this game, and so this could be a bit of a late blink dagger timing for him.
Yeah, that's why I was really thinking that he was going to prioritize those stacks quite heavily, because the only one that's capable of picking up a lot of those Ancients for the team at that point in time was Collapse, but he was just busy playing on the lane and preventing Yuragi from being able to just free farm that bottom lane. So maybe he just needs to be a little bit more selfish for himself, because he is such a big part of the playmaking potential of Team Spirit for this first, like, 20 or so minutes of the game.
Dude, your Taurus hitting... Actually, hold that. This is a very interesting move from Spirit. Look at the pathing all the way around. BZM's going to have ample time to be able to react. Only one step charge at the moment.
As well.
Shapeshift from your Taurus, so back to top. BZM. Lalal's not going to reveal his positioning. No one is TPing on BZM to somehow get out and just collapse. The help of the Kai spell amp, he just blows him. He even gives a tip to Lal as well. Come on, brother. You didn't think I was gonna get the kill? He had no respect for him.
He just wanted to farm, you know. It's a farming one of his guesses. They're even going to be able to yoink away this Wisdom Rune, it seems. Collapse going into enemy territory, and, well, he's going to get spotted out by the Rocket Flare, and actually TPing a bunch of people to try and pick him up. The boy's going to be there to save him. Mira's there, and yeah, all these TPs are going to result in nothing. Mira finally starting to work up a little bit of that gold for himself as well. Just about 700 away from the Blink Dagger, so certainly looking a lot better than he was in previous times. I still do want to see him start to build up some of these stacks, just for that free gold that he's going to get. I think he's been very good at playing around the map, 1, 1, and 2 right now, protecting his cores, but it's about him for this next little bit. I want to go for a smoke, maybe just feeling like the Tumbler's Toy is enough to be able to provide that big team fight impact. Hard heroes to kill, though, with the Crimson Guard freshly completed by DM.
They do have a lot of spell damage, though. We will see. Let's see how much that's actually going to be able to protect OG. It's going to be a 3v4, and look at the pathing from Spirit as well. Once again, the full wraparound. They're going to be able to backstab OG, then Mira, he'll land the combo as well. Now, what's the call? OG going to try and position themselves up on the high ground. Tiger will find some separation, but everything's just being used defensively. Mira's got another round of the Avalanche. They want DM instead of Tiger as a much more valuable kill. The Surge...
Ooh, nice little juke.
It'll be a little bit more difficult for them to catch up, and... Is no one gonna die? Oh, maybe Maposhka will. Over to the right side. BZM and Sev fly on over, so... somehow in the end, it's actually the Oracle that is the only person that dies.
That was a cute little sidestep there by DM. Went to go left and then juked him up towards the north-hand side, making sure it was holding onto the toss on Mira to make sure that he would interrupt as much of that surge as possible, but just wasn't able to do it.
Well, with that, Yuragi is still free farming. Midas getting closer to the Manta.
Well, you got Manta on Yatoro, no, at this point. Level 12, level 2 Shapeshift, Spark of Courage available, so he is able to just rip through people. A bit more active now. You know, you can much more easily shove out waves, especially at nighttime, with that Howl being global. And it's going to be a long time until you reach into that Nullifier. So this is the time where you need to, yes, farm, but also make sure that you're getting hero kills when you're the strongest hero in the game.
Like this one onto BZM in the triangle?
Oh,
into the north instead. Jukes will work?
Yeah, seems like it.
Now as well, they're going to be able to catch up to Lao.
Nagas are going to die.
That's a hell of a comet. What happened to Yuragi? And now Yatoro's going to swing on over as well. Once again, looking to get involved off the back of the Shapeshift. 2 kills already to start from Spirit, and they're not done just yet as well. Yatoro's going to have the damage. Nice sidestep from Seb. Once again, it's another defensive wall, though, and Collapse knows no fear, and there's nothing to blame him as well. Nothing OG can do to prevent the Timber Saw. BZM will still be able to get the kill into Mira, but that is a consolation prize at best to Spirit, continuing to build the lead.
And maybe just thinking that he was somewhat capable of fighting there on Yuragi, right? He didn't have the Hand of Midas available, at least, but, you know, wasn't able to pop the Song of the Siren. And doesn't have a lot of stats. He's only 1250 HP right now, even with that occult bracelet maybe lulling him into a false sense of security, but he just melted to even just the Tiny's damage. And Mirror on the Tiny, just 75 gold away from that Blink Dagger, so he's going to be a very happy boy, as is Yatoro. Just off that one team fight, he could have spent that minute farming, but he would have gotten the exact same amount of gold as he would have getting for the kills. That's exactly what he did. He got active, he realized his big strength, his team was in a good position to be able to punish. Now he's able to go back to farming, at least for the next 30 seconds or so. Shapeshift's going to be back up, and then he could look to play around his team again, especially Mirror.
Hunting, just taking space away from the map. Ragi's going to be pushed out of the jungle. Continue to slow down some potential farm from him. OG, they're going to try and make a play off the back of the smoke. Seb's already getting set up down bottom. Is Yatoro an easy kill?
Don't think he's an easy kill, but I mean, they've got a tier 1 tower to be able to TP to. So they're going to need to be perfect with their lockdown here.
No one else is nearby to protect Yatoro. He quite often reads smokes, but this time his awareness will not be on the mark. Really nice. I mean, that is a much needed kill from OG. They bring all 5 heroes, and finally something goes their way.
Aside for Spirit, though, is that they're just able to steal away most of OG's side of the map. Yes, it's important to be able to kill this Lycan, especially when he's holding onto all of this gold, unreliable gold that he's going to lose whenever he dies, but I don't think you could afford to give 4 people space on Team Spirit.
BZM. It's a blink on Miro, back into the Atos as well. They're going to have the damage inside the stun control. It's like it's not going to be the case. BZM still, they're going to try and chase with the kisses. Another round that doesn't net them a kill. Collapse is closing the distance, but Poshka as well.
Yoink.
Over the top, and well, in the end, Spirit, they still will be able to kill off BZM, who... So, Lau, good first 4 minutes, then it was all BZM along with OG's supports, and ever since then, we just haven't really felt too much impact out of the Void Spirit.
Well, they think they could kill DM up here. They use the glyph to be able to TP onto the creep wave, with Maposhka joining him as well from the outpost. Is DM going to be able to get away? I don't think he will. Placement. Yeah, really nice ward. Oh, just not quite landing with the stun. Will be able to TP away? Ah, the Atos.
Fortune's End is back up, and the damage has been dealt, and now with Mira here, yeah, no hope of a TP there from DM. Showcases how survivable he kind of is with all his items, but nonetheless, it's going to be a kill for Team Spirit.
Still, though, I wouldn't say that's the worst, right? I mean, I guess Collapse was still able to get a tower, and you did have BZM still dead as a result of that previous kill by Maposhka, but he was never going to be in a position to get active. So the fact that you're drawing 3 people away with that Wall of Replica on cooldown at the time, it's like not the worst sort of death. You know, you're creating a lot of space still for Iragi on his Naga.
Collapse. Let's see how truly strong this Timber is if he's going to be able to do this 1v3. Apparently Mira's here as well. Drops a stray avalanche. BZM's going to try and commit for the Wisdom Room. He was going to be able to steal it. And he stuns. They got one for Mira. Collapse? What is the damage, man? BZM, no hope of even escaping. And now this has given plenty of time for the rest of the Spirit to show up. So Collapse, he's got more reinforcements to play with. It's going to be another combo, but it really doesn't provide them much turn potential as, again, all the ultimates from OG are used in a defensive way. That's a long... Okay, that worried me for a second.
And all you end up losing at the end of the day is just your Tiny, right? Who done his job. You know, he set up multiple times. And this was the big hero that I was talking about, that big playmaker that Spirit needed to play around. They have been so much more on the front foot ever since Mira has been able to pick up that Blink Dagger. So nicely done by him. I'll just give him Collapse the TP saying, thanks for creating a lot of space for me, my man. Even though you didn't even end up dying at the end of the day. And he's even opted to buy a flamethrower Aghanim Shard or the Timber Source. So now, off the back of a lot of these skirmishes that are going Team Spirit's way, they're actually going to have the potential to take some towers too. Of course, Yatoro always has that threat, but he really has just been focused on farming towards this Nullifier for now.
Remember, the focus is going to be Roshan as well with the remnants of the double damage rune. So only a couple of seconds, but... look, Radiant have very good vision around the area. They're well aware this is going on, but they just feel like they don't have the capability to fight. Probably with Song and Wall on cooldown, it would be a difficult engagement for them.
How about I'll pop the little shredder. Get that minus armor going in.
Does this game ever get easier though for OG? You've already showcased the potential to deal with Uragi, and I mean, I feel like that's going to continue to be the case, right? Maybe Mage Slayer could be somewhat of a timing. I mean, it is heavily going to stop a lot of the damage from the Timber, the Snapfire before he kind of gets his items and levels, but I just feel like the fact that Team Spirit are in this current position, it's going to be very difficult for them to be taken off the throne as Lal. Nice force stuff down to the low ground. Very awkward position now for Uragi to look to get the kill. He is still trapped inside the river as Seb comes from the opposite side.
I think, oh, nice hook shot.
And it is indeed. It means that Seb's going to freely be able to get the impetus going. Collapse wants to try and address the Enchantress pure damage. Should be able to do so with ease. And now Yutoro's shapeshift as well is hunting for BZM. They're going to be lacking some of the control though. BZM gets out. Can they get anyone else? So they do have a lane ward that scouts DM. Surge has been wasted now. Tossed back into Yutoro. Nullify's coming. Oh, it's a really nice vacuum from DM, and that might enable him to escape. Nice spell casting.
All right, evasion gameplay. I like it. I like it. That Skeleton Warrior is doing its best to just try and keep the lane push, but Uragi's doing the same, basically ahead of him, and he's actually got the Heart of Tarask finished up now on Uragi. So he's a very tanky boy, but like you said, it really is that Mage Slayer that's not necessarily going to be protecting him first and foremost. It's the rest of the team that just needs to be enabled to do a lot more damage. Seb's even going into a Mage Slayer for himself as well. This is a nice little way to provide some survivability. Other end, you still got Lal, who he's level 15. He's not in the worst situation. He's gone like a very utility-oriented build rather than pure damage, and I like it. I like this sort of style from him. Toro? Mage Slayer completed by the Naga, so we'll see if they want to make something happen here, because they should know that Shapeshift, it is just coming back off cooldown though, so maybe they don't want to make an attempt, but if it was 15 or so seconds earlier, they could have. That Mage Slayer available, level 15 on the Naga. I feel like BZM is wanting to heavily prioritize getting this Manta style for himself, but I think they're wanting to give him the space to do so. Full on wraparound.
This is very difficult for OG to read. Somehow they do.
Oh, they can kill the courier as well. Ultimate Orb gone.
A bit of a beacon now. Im's going to go through the portal. BZM. Oh, I was going to say, if he keeps running around, might run into that ward. I was going to say, that is a very difficult play to read with Collapse beating onto the T2 tower mid, who, speaking of him, gets a freebie. That's so much damage.
That's so stupid, actually. How does he die that quickly?
Yeah, Timber's a cool hero. Then they will lose the Bloodstone.
Alright. Big deal.
It's crazy that you were mentioning, like, this is one of Collapse's best heroes that he's had so far, the Riyadh Masters. And they get a 24th pick Timbersaw that is 10, 0, and 4. Like, in quite the ideal game for him. Sure, you know, there are some weaknesses potentially. You can speak about, like, the late game Enchantress. Big reason why Seb is itemizing this way. And speaking of Seb, also is going to be in some danger as well. Yutoro, has he got the attack speed? He doesn't know. So Shapeshift use, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown, but the 15 talent, though.
Or if Yatoro, like, he's going into a little bit more of this damage, he's got the Skadi, he's got the MKB queued up. Wouldn't be the worst BKB game for him, just so that he could ignore, like, the Seb Untouchable.
Okay. Cool. What's going on? Jump in.
Quick reactions from Mira.
Uragi's going to be able to sleep them and set up for DM's combo. Collapse is currently not with the team. This could be an okay fight for OG. They're going to target down low at the moment, taking the Snapfire out of the equation. BZM dealt with Maposhka as well. This is a perfect start to the fight for OG. They need to get more out of it. They'll be able to deal with the first life out of Yutoro, but Collapse has shown up to the party. How strong is the Timbersaw going to be able to turn the tides? As Collapse is going to try and do his best. They'll toss back Seb. A lot of attention put on the Enchantress at the moment. Have
Still
OG
alive?
just used everything in the arsenal in the first round of heroes? Looking like that might be the case for the moment. Collapse tries to chain away, but how are they going to be able to escape now? They can continue the chase. He'll secure the kill. Collapse is not done just yet, but it's not going to matter with Uragi beating into the Timbersaw. That's a huge streak. And now Uragi, he can look to mirror as well as the river will run red. What a fight for OG.
I mean, all the pieces came into place, right? We've been talking about how that Oracle needs to die. It provides them so much survivability, and BZM was just able to get on top of him and completely ruin his game. That was without the ultimate orb, that was without the Manta style completed, and now that his career's back up and off the back of a successful team fight, he ended up getting that godlike streak away from Collapse as well, so he's more than halfway towards his own nullifier.
What? Dude, he's got it. This camp, he's got it. That's so crazy.
Is under attack.
What a fight, man. It's just... Yeah, you could not have asked for better. Uragi saw that Collapse was at the triangle because that's where he TP'd out from. So they had the full read that it was a 4v5, even into the Aegis advantage as well that they were playing with. And now OG,
Dire's top tower
they're
is
the ones
under
with the
attack.
net worth lead.
It's a net worth lead. It's mostly around this Nagasaren though, right? So it's still the sort of situation where, you know, if Uragi is out of position one time, and that doesn't even necessarily need to be him on his own and quote-unquote killable, because the man is tanky. You know, he's got an Elven Tunic, he's got a Heart of Tarask, Manta Style, Mage Slayer. But if he TPs away, kind of like what we just saw Collapse do, and they just can't fight with the Naga, they're just going to get swarmed over immediately.
Going on bottom. Only 3 heroes going at it. We're going to be able to TP him wild over the Boots of Travel. Nice use of the illusion room from BZM. He's going to be able to step out of danger, but Tiger doesn't have the same fate. They cancelled the TP out of Uragi, so this is an all-out retreat from OG. They're going to have to cut their losses, and unfortunately for Seb, he will be involved in those casualties.
I really want to see like a Scythe of Vice, something like that, come out as well for Yatoro. I feel like the past few fights he's been really desperately trying to get in onto BZM, and there's just nothing that he's been able to do to be able to stop him from getting away. They are lacking those reliable stuns to be able to start things off. Hell, maybe Collapse could even look to go for it, right? It took them so long to take him down just that one time. Now that he's got a lot of that survivability with the Bloodstone, with the Lotus Sword, Kaya Sanj, and the Paladin Sword, I'm really not seeing him die anytime soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How
Dire's
much do we feel like
middle
OG
tower
is
under
back
attack.
in this game off the back of that previous fight around the Tier 2 tower? Do you still say there's a pretty high chance for Spirit to be the ones in the driver's seat?
Dire's middle tower is under
I still think Spirit are in the driver's seat. What does Dota Plus say, actually? It's actually got OG favored 61%. I mean, the big thing for mine is that a lot of these... Hoshka?
Since some Fortune's End, Clap's going to be heroes along with Yatoro. That's a hell of a wall from DM, though. They're going to continue to bump into Poshka. Really good signs when he's able to use the false promise onto himself,
gem.
because he can't use it defensively now. It has given time for Team Spirit to move on over. Kisses from downtown. They're going to try and target down Tiger to deal with the clockwork. He's making him work for the kill, though. It's a little bit messy out of Team Spirit. They want to go for a second round, though. Collapse is still in fighting shape. Going to be able to chase down DM. Oh, this pit, you don't run anywhere else. Maybe go to Uragi, though. They both have TPs. Uragi does. DM does. They are both out.
Very nicely done by him. All right, so the plus side for Team Spirit there is that with the Mortimer's Kisses, even though he was at super far range, Lyle was the one to get the last hit. So he's approaching up onto that level 20 for himself. And, you know, again, he has gone for a little bit more of this utility style. We're not going to be seeing, like, Chrysalis, Daedalus anytime soon, as Seb will once again be able to walk away. But you still do have that threat, right, coming from the Snapfire level 20. That's the big thing that I'm seeing coming through here, so that they can actually look to take out someone like Seb in really quick fashion.
Yeah, but Pushka's going to blink.
Radiant's
All right.
top tower is under attack.
He's pretty farmed, actually. Aethlon's blink. Got the cycling between the Psychic Headband of the Philosopher's Stone as well, so some pretty good neutral items for the Oracle of this game. Besides, know that Roche potentially available to respawn, so they're going to be forced to play down at this bottom side of the map. Collapse is a difficult blockade to get around, but the Tiger's going to fly to the right. Uragi's going to reveal himself as well, but the Vacuum's going to stop the retreat. They want to try and deal with the Poposhka, and thanks to Tiger's vision, they're able to get a glimpse of the Oracle. So a 4v5 is still a fight that Spirit want to take. Gonna try and charge on forward. It's a bit messy though. Fights breaking out on multiple fronts. But dealt with the clockwork. But OG doing a pretty good job to continue to kite them at the moment. Seb, he's not the easiest kill with the untouchable. It means that Collapse is starting to fall a little bit low once Uragi's able to get the damage out. But now with the artillery raining down, is it going to prove to be an issue as OG? They're shrugging off the damage. They'll turn to get the kill onto Yatoro. Now it's Collapse against the World Mirror. He can maybe chuck out a stray spell here
Uragi
and there.
again.
But in fact, Uragi, they just want nothing to do with this. Once again, the song into the TP out, and BZM will slip out to the left.
I'm just going to go back to like my BKB call that I made a little bit earlier. I really feel like Yatoro is struggling off the fact that he just doesn't have this magic immunity. Like, yeah, you've got things like, the clockwork hooks and everything else like that to be holding him in place, but it feels like he's spending far too much time just trying to slowly chase someone down when he should be able to wipe them out with the use of that nullifier. He was able to do it once onto Tiger on his clockwork, and it just feels like he should be able to get a second. I mean, the nullifier only has a 10-second cooldown.
I think it's we're also seeing there's a couple fights in a row now, right, where Miposhka has died to start him, which is crazy to say considering his itemization. So
and his positioning, he was in the trees, like he wasn't in a bad spot.
Which is huge props to Tiger. Like, he knows his role and he's playing it incredibly well, along with
They're pinging him
BZM.
again. They're just using these Naga illusions as well to be able to scout when Tiger isn't able to be in a position, and you don't always want to use that rocket flare to be able to reveal your positioning, right?
Oh, Mirror.
They got a blood
Gonna get the start onto Seb. Should be able to struggle some of the damage of the whip. Look at Tiger, man, beelining to the backline. Miposhka, where are you? Is it right, though? Is everyone else going to have the same fate? Mirror's very split from the team. Looks like Tiny's going to be surrounded with 4 members of OG. Imel over to the right side, though. Tiger, he's continuing to get chased down as well. These massive fights are really continuing to favor OG currently as the shapeshift. It's only got about a quarter duration left for Yatoro. They've got to get kills and they need to get them now. But once they get on top of Lal, Miposhka showed himself for a second. Blink over to the bridge. He's okay. Collapse.
He doesn't need to get out,
though.
Half the team is running and half the team is fighting.
I don't know what the call. Someone needs to make it. Someone needs to be the vocal person. Collapse. He looks pretty goddamn untouchable. You're not going through this, man, so it's everyone else. BZM wants to deal with the backline once again. Targets down Yatoro, but Hitsu is very survivable.
Tiger's still alive as well.
What is going on? Where's the damage? Where's the heroes dying? Finding a collapse. Deals with Tiger. And now he's going to come back into the middle as well. Buy the secret shot. That's a buyback out of Tiger.
Seb just bought back. He's
Kiss
dead.
is raining down. That's a dieback out of Seb. Mirror's going to be able to get the toss back as well. But a great reaction out of BZM. Gets him out of harm's way. Mirror's going to be okay for the moment thanks to the defensive cooking. It looks like OG, they've had enough of this team fight, but it's a bit of a heavy investment. The buyback out of the Enchantress, the buyback out of the Clockwork as well. And Collapse. What can this man not do? 16-1 and 6? Well, I don't even know if he fell below 90% of his health pool.
He didn't. Die is what he can't do, pretty much. And he is finally looking to go into that Scythe of Ice as well. You know, he has been overwhelming. He has been so hard to kill at this stage, nearly dealing 10,000 damage in that singular fight. But the other heroes are just finding it such a hard knock to be able to get in onto and kill and finish off a lot of these other heroes. The plus side, now you've reached level 20 on Lal. This is the period of the game where Team Spirit really like to put their foot on the throat and try and end it. Been able to stall it out long enough that you've hit some of these huge item timings and level timings.
And Roshan as well, apparently, to add to that. So, do you consider about giving the Aegis to Lal?
Tiger consider going for the hookshot is what I'm looking at. He's launched the rocket flare from the bottom side of the map. He's coming through the twin gate now. Come on, can you do it?
Wait, no way. Can he time
it? The Korea setup.
Oh my god, he almost got it, dude. That was so close. Was the Tiger not close enough? So that's his dieback as well, right? So 65 seconds now without the clockwork. The nice thing is, with all that going on, you see what Uragi did. Shoves out mid, shoves out bottom. The lane's in a very difficult position for Spirit to be able to get some value out of the the clockwork death.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it was just a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, so nothing crazy.
Oh, mid lane. They're going to try and snipe the Snapfire, but Lal shrugs it off with the Manta. Now, Uragi once again, song and there is no response.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I really have to wonder, like, is this MKB worth it for Yatoro? I see no butterflies or anything like that that's going to prevent him from hitting outside of, like, the Elven Tunic, you know? I really feel like he could be better served going the Scythe of Ice or the BKB, just so that he can actually confirm kills rather than just me carry, me hit big, you know?
You don't feel like there's a damage issue, or that damage issue is going to be solved from Lal?
that damage issue is going to be solved from him actually being able to hit people. Right now, they're just running away from him with the, I know he's got Nullifier, but it doesn't stop things like the Dissimulate, doesn't stop things like the Jetpack, doesn't stop things like the Ogre's Heal Totem that Tiger's still holding on to.
Silver's Edge as well, completed from BZM. Really like this item on the Void Spear. I think it heavily enables you to dance in and out of fights. Of course, crit with this hero is really nice and actually gives you a break for the Timber, so maybe there is actually kill threat now onto Collapse. I think it has to be perfect, as once again, we're going to try and set up onto Lyle. The cogs push away. It's not going to be enough, and again, this song into the TPR. Tiger does have his, but he's not going to go for it. And Miro get a glimpse of him though. Tiger goes up to the north and he's fine.
Will get dewarded. Yeah, I wonder how they're going to be able to still go about this kill onto Collapse, right? Because you use the Silver Edge, you could still use that Lotus Orb for it, but maybe then is the time that you opt to pop the Bloodthorn for it and just all in focus in onto Collapse, because I don't believe anyone else has any other kind of cleanse outside of the Oracle, and he's going to be still focused on how am I supposed to live, just on my own.
Yeah. He's got so much to worry about on just his positioning. And then he's going to be concerned about when is the right time to spellcast as well. So we also have a couple of huge items. Yep, there's the Hex from Collapse and Seb. They should be able to chase him down. Urag is nearby to potentially reveal his own Hex as well. He's going to have the damage by himself though. Looks like Lyle's okay currently. So as the Manta to maybe get some separation in the song.
And the cheese.
It's still on cooldown for another 20 seconds. So Uragi, your escape avenue. You've had it for the entirety of this game and now it's not there for you.
Man's had to do so much for so long. They're trying to get a top tower in response to this, but Lapsy's on the charge once again, level 25. You use that second chakra just for a lot of that AoE damage, and that's what they really need to be able to deal with this Naga Siren. But if you're revealing yourself and you're able to lock in on who's the real hero with that Scythe of Ice, you don't even need it.
Oh man. Collapse, dude. Oh my god. He is on another one this game. Mirror as well might feed his life, although
he's got bots too.
Never mind. Guess who's here? It's Mr. Collapse, who's should be able to chase him down. Hex is available. Do they want to continue with the dive? They should know Naga has no buyback, considering she bought out for the Hex.
Oh, the Shadow Blade. Just getting him back to safety. Look to threaten Seb for a little bit, but... Ooh. Sapphire is a nice little counter as well once he used that level 20 to the Enchantress. Doesn't even need any sort of break as long as he's got the little Shredder available. Able to just rip through the Untouchable.
No buyback. This hero is
40-plus minute game for Spirit. Another one that they just seem to be able to drag out, find their key timings.
EM top lane as well. Got the Surge up before the Hex.
Oh, BZM, he gets instantly hexed.
Oh, back inside. It's just able to blow up BZM. Now we're going to top DM. Right, getting chased away. He's fine. Clockwork still in some danger though. Uragi. Yeah, we just play around with the song. Where's he chasing though? Maposhka gets out of range of this now, and Uragi might be in trouble. Lightning holds him down. Pretty good timing out of the Manta though, but here comes Collapse with the Boots of Trouble too. With the Hex from downtown, Tiger's going to try and protect him. The Harpoon drags him out of the cogs. They got the kiss as well. He calls it quits before the death even happens. Team Spirit. And that is, yeah, that's a well-deserved couple of tips. Collapse went crazy this game. 19-1-9 from the Timbersaw.
This is why I said you got to focus the man. He's been playing essentially two heroes this entire tournament. For now, a positive win-loss record. And yeah, it seems very simple. If you can get rid of the Mars, if you can get rid of the Timbersaw, you're forced to see what else Spirit need to reveal if they're going to have any sort of success. And for it to last until that last pick of the overall draft was kind of crazy to me. And Spirit, I would have to say they didn't even play perfectly either, right? They did a good job of being able to make space for Yatoro especially to be able to make plays. But props need to be given to OG because of that, how the very start of the game went and their response to it. I feel like Tiger and Seb were a big part of what even kept them in this game.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just... I liked, even in this loss, just the read from OG and how they needed to take fights in the... You know, there was a window where we had like 3 fights in a row where... Like, let's just say around the 30-minute mark. It was very crafty, recognizing, like, deal with the Oracle and just kite Collapse as best as you can, kite the shapeshift, and then once that's kind of not available, we saw maybe some issues on Spirit, but like you just got to a stage where you've mentioned it, Spirit late game, they are a different beast, and they're able to get to that stage. We didn't really see like the full prowess of the Snapfire like we've seen before, but you didn't need to with what Glass was able to do.
No, it was basically be part of team fights, have some utility, and don't die so that you get your levels so that you can have that late game potential. Like, they were just basically Collapse supporters. That was like honestly a 4 Protect 1 for Collapse. It kind of felt like. Obviously, Yatoro, he was the position 1 at the end of the day. He still did have a lot of farm, but he was putting more like tower pressure on. He was going for individual pickoffs rather than being that big core to their team fight. So big props need to be given to Spirit for that, identifying Collapse on one of his better heroes and really enabling him to the fullest potential.
So, I was going to say...
Want to have a guess of his damage at the end of the game?
Collapses? 64,000?
Not bad, not bad. It was almost 58,000, so still almost double anyone else's in the entire game. So the man knows how to play the Mars, the man knows how to play the Timbersaw, and thankfully for a lot of teams, the Magnus doesn't feel that good this current meta, because otherwise the man is still an absolute meta.
Yes, that is indeed. And when he gets his hero in the last pick, we see what he's able to do as well. An incredible performance from him on the Timbersaw, and overall for the boys on Team Spirit. They're going to come out on top in game 1, but it's just our first game of this best of 2. Let's see what OG are going to be able to do to turn this around after the break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We've got game 2 coming up shortly. Team Spirit off to a good start for our day 3 of the group stages. We've seen some back and forth overall. Some teams having a good day 1, but a bad day 2. But for Spirit, they're going to be able to continue on with some important wins as well, considering how close it really all is looking so far. Every team has at least gotten a victory, a couple of victories, in fact, and a couple losses as well. So important for them to get another win on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's positive momentum. Winning is habitual. You want to keep the ball rolling. And I know that sounds weird, just win forehead, but it really is team spirit. They just played their Dota that game, right? Like it was a 41-minute victory. Their wins come in around that sort of time, that 40 to 45-minute mark. So they played exactly the game they wanted to. Now it's up to OG to kind of disrupt that a little bit. Again, the name of the game is very simple. You got to ban out collapse as heroes, and you got to play fast. Those are the two things that I'm really wanting to see out of OG this game.
So does sides and pick priority matter much in that regard to setting up a strategy to be able to play fast?
I think you just got to get the basics right first. Like, I think they went and chose second pick on OG just because they had the priority this time around. So, you know me, I'm always a fan of that. And it also opens up the avenue for them to go for an Io Leshrac style, which they've done a couple of times now with relatively good success. So I think that's a perfectly viable way for them to go about things. Knowing Team Spirit, though, in Game 1 they banned the Enigma and the Io, I believe, and they're probably just going to do the same again.
Yeah, so we got Team Spirit Radiant side with first pick. OG going to be playing on the Dire side with second pick as well. So we will see what the little changes are going to be from Game 1 into Game 2.
To me, you have to ban the Timbersaw if you're OG first phase. I can understand not first phase banning the Mars. I mean, look at that. They're even banning Silencer. This telegraphs we are going to pick Io if you give us the possibility to. Maybe Team Spirit feel like they can just snipe it from them in that first overall pick. We'll see. But yeah, if they don't ban the Timbersaw, then OG are just going to... Spirit are just going to pick it with the last pick of this first phase. They're going to ban out some of the big counters to it. And it's not like OG are probably going to be able to like Bloodseeker beforehand, right? Because you can be counterable. Maybe Team Spirit switch it up and try and outpace OG if they go down that Bloodseeker route. So I really feel like that's such a key component of this draft phase. Good ban of the IO. Disrupts a little bit of what OG were trying to do. Now how are OG...
Trying to remember what the other ban was on OG.
I'll leave that one up to you, young fella.
I will find out.
My boomer brain does not let me remember little things like that.
It was the Batrider.
Good. Batrider, good hero.
Yes.
OG need to pick it. It's got... There we go. All right, Timbersaw plus... Good start to the game. I think the silencer kind of telegraphed things a little bit, but you still got to do it, right? You got to force Team Spirit to be able to ban out the IO, and you've still got the second pick overall, so you can look to maneuver the draft into a way that's going to be very solid for yourselves.
10 seconds remaining.
What do we got?
I think you just got to wait for what Team Spirit do. I don't think OG are going to be discussing too many things right now. I think you just got to wait for Team Spirit to make their move.
Some of those heroes I feel like you could be considering. Your Snapfire's there, your Batrider's there if it gets let through. Sure, Snapfire.
I want a Batrider, I want... Alright, no, I don't hit this either. Is it a Storm model? Yep, good. So, we're casting Shopify a bit later, and this is a combo that I really want to see them go back for frequently. Like, either the Coddle Storm or the Io Storm. And I know there's people going to be memeing that a little bit. Wow, Arbit Storm. Really something out of left field there, but it's just such a solid one, especially considering the heroes that are really strong with the Keeper of the Light these days. We see the Timbersaws, we see the Mars, we see a lot of these other heroes that are enabled by the Coddle in the lane. Same sort of thing with the Io as well. You can even put LC in that same sort of boat, as well as being a good way to be able to play around the Storm Spirit, and it's a fast-paced draft as well, so you're really ticking off all the boxes here for OG so far. I like their draft. Puck is a good way to be able to make a lot of space, and then they just say, you know what, you're trying to take the speed to us, we're going to go Puck, move the Snapfire to 4, mirror one of the best position 4 Snapfires in the world, and just give Lyle his Puck, which he has looked amazing on so far this tournament.
What a good Puck game already, though. I mean, against a Coddle, against a Storm. Loving life. So I wonder what the bans are going to be now to protect the Puck.
Maybe the Monkey King,
Yep.
just because.
I was going to suggest I like the Monkey Core.
Yeah, but you've already got a Coddle, so I was thinking maybe the Pos 4. It's something that Seb's played a little bit, but even as the core, it feels all right too. You go again, relatively fast paced. It kind of dissuades going for the Mars, so you might not even need to use a ban on it if you're just wanting to enable your push even further. I really wouldn't hate to see them go back for the Enchantress as well. I think it'd be a fairly solid one. Or you could just do what a lot of teams have been trying and pick up the Lion. It's really surged in popularity ever since Gaming Gladiators and Tofu in particular had started spamming it.
I think whatever support you pick, it's got to be someone that offers at least some control over the puck. Otherwise, then you're going to be looking at your offlaner and your carry to provide that, and that's just not going to happen. So maybe you're offlaner, but even then, no, you're potentially playing with one stun or something like that. I will say at least though, like if Storm has a really good game, I think regardless he has to go. Well, I think Orchid is a really high possibility for him because of the puck and because of the Coddle. So I think that is something where if you enable BZM at the early game and it gets a good Orchid timing, it can at least force the puck to go something like a Yule Scepter, or it could just prevent some of the chaos that we can see out of the puck. So that is kind of at least one thing with this Storm.
Still just thinking, what are the other possibilities for that instant catch? I mean, Tiger plays Rubik even from the position 5. I think that's a small possibility. They play the Doom as well on OG. Not the worst pairing together with a Keeper of the Light. You could just use the Blinding Light to keep people inside of the Scorched Earth radius or the Doom. DM plays a very good Doom as well, so I'd be keen to see that one. That Ride is still in the pool as well.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What else could we look for them to go for? I mean, maybe a Slark could be a consideration for OG. I know it's very early on and we don't know 100% what it's going to be laning into, but again, they've got second pick, so they've got the potential to be able to respond to whatever Team Spirit look to do. And I mean, Slark against a puck, you are able to, dish out a lot of damage to her, keep her locked inside of that leash, and be a very nice tool, especially if you, again, are looking to play fast. Yuragi plays a little bit of the Lone Druid as well, so maybe if they feel the damage is lacking on Team Spirit, they can just look to outpush them.
Okay. Definitely could be a route they want to go down, because I mean, I definitely think that's where maybe the TA comes into play. Yuragi TA to be able to up the pace, which you really...
It's the ban?
What are we looking to try and get rid of for OG? You're going to try and target another support. There's the Mars for Collapse.
Night and day difference in this draft to me for OG. Honestly, from the first phase, I was feeling really pessimistic for them in game 1 with their Darkseer opener. This is fine too. It's not a stun, it's just a root, so you can still, look to dodge out a little bit of the harass, but they really just want to look to try and dominate this early game. They're also going for a little bit of color coordination as well.
Might be looking for something like a pipe builder.
10 seconds.
The current 3 heroes have your only magic damage, so maybe this is something that you're already considering for Collapse.
I wonder if you even consider something like a Beastmaster for them. It's a fairly solid laner. You don't need to get up in the CM's face, so you should be able to do fairly fine in that lane. You've got good setup for the Kisses solo. Puck Snapfire is a great duo on its own. And you can just naturally build into the pipe if you're wanting to. Just go like a full Aura bot.
I don't think I can ever fold a Beastmaster. I think that hero is still very strong.
I was thinking the Legion Commander maybe a little bit, but we've seen the LCs these days, at least the ones that have some level of success, be ones that greed it out a little bit more. And they're a little bit more in response to like these really high single target damage. Don't hate the Disruptor, just another way to, again, play around the puck. That Dream Call means that you're always going to be able to land a Static Storm. Good against the Storm Spirit as well. You can even stop a freezing field with a Glimpse. Feels good to me.
Some Vision hero. I don't know if they go back for Lycan.
Beastmaster.
Yeah. I'm trying to suggest like other heroes besides that, because I would definitely prefer the Beast over the Lycan, but I think just it gives you vision for the Disruptor and the puck to play Dota with. I think it makes it very easy. If it was a different time in Dota, we could be suggesting like a Night Stalker, but That hero is not very good right now, so
I'll still suggest it. Screw it.
Oh,
All right,
good
Tide
Tide.
Hunter. It's some team fight, right? And it's something that is going to slow down the game a little bit as well. You don't really... What's up?
Do you not just jug now?
Do you not just Slark now?
Yeah, jug Slark looks, but I like it as well.
Yeah. Even the Monkey King is still a possibility.
I think I was even going to suggest Ursa. I think there's a lot of possibilities for Yuragi on what he wants to pick up. You could look to get very aggressive in this lane with a Crystal Maiden. So the one thing I see currently though, Spirit, like they have a stupid amount of team fight, whereas OG do not have that. So that is...
That's why they were looking to get rid of things like the Faceless Void, the Oracle, like things that are going to stop you from, like, if you're not uber successful, a Razor. I mean, it's fast-paced, right? It is kind of what we want. We don't know 100% if it's going to be off lane or position 1 just yet. Of course, against the Tide Hunter, there's really not much you could do against that. I suppose it's much more likely to be pos 1, right? Because if you static leak, you're just going to get glimpsed back, so probably not want to just put yourself in that sort of situation.
5 seconds remaining.
I like it. Fast dotes. That's what I want to see.
Wonder if there's a consideration for a Morphling getting banned out. Or a Morph is very scary, especially into the Razor as well. Has a pretty good carry matchup.
Possibility. Yatoro's been loving his Drow in his pubs lately. So I'm wondering if they feel like they've got enough frontline for that. I mean, with a Kinetic Field, Glimpse, Dream Coil, Ravage, there's plenty of frontline for you to be able to have a solid game.
10 seconds remaining.
I suppose you're not really in the best spot to be able to, like, harass out a Keeper of the Light, though, and you would still give OG that last overall pick to potentially counter you.
I'm trying to get an idea on kind of what the bans are. Maybe if they signal anything for Spirit.
I'm just thinking, like, what is the best overall laning hero if you don't know what you're going up against, you know, as a position 1? Because, again, we have to be careful that this could very well still just be a Razor 3, right? Like, they can flex it if they just go for this, you know, position 1 that's like a lane dominator, like the Monkey Kings and all that we've been talking about, right? The Razor feels totally fine into that. Yes, you've got the Glimpse to be able to combat it, but that's really my main concern here if I'm Team Spirit. Has the Bloodseeker been banned? Wouldn't hate a Bloodseeker. Team Spirit.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate that at all as well.
I think that's been the hero that he's played the most by far as well on Yatoro.
I hope the OG last pick makes me feel a different way, but I just feel like currently with the 4 heroes that either side have, like, Spirits look a little bit easier to play with. I mean, you are very reliant on cooldowns though, so again, if Storm has a very good game and the Coddle buffs you up enough, then maybe it won't matter, but it seems easy to execute for Spirit. They're gonna go for a Brood Mother. Okay, so we got the Yatoro Brood. You've already taken the Tide, you've already banned the Underlord out. Is Legion there?
Legion's in the pool, yeah.
One could be considering about a Legion.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know about an Axe. I don't know where that hero fits in.
I think both are possible. Like, I could see why you're suggesting the Legion Commander, right? Good synergy with the Coddle. You're able to lock in onto the Tide Hunter, the Kraken Shell. What's up?
Spirit Breaker even? DM has been playing that a lot so far. Sorry, keep going. I just wanted to get
No, that's totally fine. I also was considering it, but I just really feel like you need something that's able to scale off the back of this pick-off lineup that you've got and actually take towers, because Broodmother is going to be playing, you know, off to the side. Puck is going to be split pushing, you know, all these slow the game down a little bit, and then eventually, you know, flick the switch and say, okay, our overwhelming team fight with, like, stuff to support it, BKBs, whatever else, is going to be able to just overwhelm you. So I really want something that is able to actually convert 1 pickoffs into objectives and then eventually high ground.
How do you... Well, that's... Yeah, Beastmaster does that.
Yep.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go. Is you like that?
Easy clap.
All right. It's also a really nice combo with the Storm Spirit. I mean, like we were speaking about, I think
Gives
Storm
vision.
Coddle. Yes, that's the main thing. Like Storm, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of kill potential, but if you don't see anyone, you can have a lot of difficulties with being able to convert that into kills. I think the Beastmaster also really enables the Razor, because like we were saying early in the draft, right? They have issues with dealing with the puck. And that also then comes into play. Like, Razor might just get kited inside the fights, but now you at least have a Beastmaster where you can raw someone, you can static link someone, and they should die, I imagine, in that combo. That's another thing that the Beastmaster provides. But I just feel like Spirit's lineup looks much easier to play. Do you feel the same as well?
Kinda, sorta. Like, I gave OG's game 1 draft, like, if I'm being totally honest, like a 20% chance of winning. This time
10
around,
or 20?
Either, honestly, between that
Okay,
range.
Jesus Christ.
So this game, it's a lot more even to me, because I can see how all the pieces fit together. You know, the lane makes sense. You've got heroes to make stacks for the Beastmaster. Even like Crystal Maiden, her item build feels pretty clear to me. You're going to be going into something like the drums to be able to enable your Razor, your Storm Spirit, and the Beastmaster if he goes into like this Helm of the Overlord style push, because they've got no one that builds Midas, they've got no one that builds anything that's going to be able to take a creep away. And I feel like OG can potentially get the jump on Team Spirit, but they've got to keep that foot on the accelerator.
Yes, they do, without a doubt. And that should start from the laning phase as well, right? Like, you've got a Crystal Maiden and a Razor lane. Sounds pretty goddamn good. You're going to have a Coddle and a Beastmaster. That should be able to get whatever they want out of the lane as well. If it's ever difficult, you just blast, axe, you're going to find your farm, and then Storm versus Puck. I mean, it is definitely Puck favored, but still Storm is able to get farm out of that lane as well. So for them to be able to have this type of game where they want to run at you, it's going to start from the lanes. And they've got a couple good lane setups, I should say.
They do, and you know, even if this puck lane goes, you know, favorably for the puck, which it should, you've got the Coddle, you've got that steroid for when the lanes do break down. Again, the Beastmaster with the amount of lane shove you're going to be able to do off the back of the Illuminate, plus the Wild Axes, plus Chakra Magicking up the Beastmaster. You'll be able to make stacks, you'll be able to make rotations for the runes. I really feel like the key person for this game is Seb, that we're going to need to be looking at, because he's going to be enabling a lot of that early aggression and a strong lane for DM. This is a big fight.
What is Maposhka doing on the front line? Maposhka, you just let him mirror to his own death as well as OG. This was the start you hope. Are they going to get... Okay, they will get mirror as well. Tiger snipes it from afar. That's it's a good way to start the game of Dota.
Yep. So, honestly, going into this one, just based off of drafts, I legit give it a 50-50. Like, if Team Spirit are allowed to go late, they'll win. But if OG go forward early and keep the pressure up, obviously 2 kills to be able to start things off definitely helps. But... What's up? What is it, Chuckles? Just the European smiley face?
Yeah, it's just funny how DM says good luck, have fun when they get 2 kills. Maposhka also reads that sentry as well, the tier 2 tower, but apologies, I was chuckling while you were speaking. How dare I? Keep going.
Yeah, I know. How dare you? I'm just going to be able to yoink away this bounty rune as well. So 2 for 2, I believe. Looking to try and get a little bit more action happening into them, with Seb playing on the front lines with his 6 tangos, so he feels very, very capable just to continue fighting against them. No skill leveled up just yet on Maposhka. What's he doing? Oh man, I'll just run forward like this. Okay.
Hang on. All the boys are here. What does that do? Just a stray Silken Bowler onto Yuragi. So spiteful.
Sure. I was honestly watching to see if Maposhka would get in range for the glimpse as he was trying for that TP, as actually topside Yuragi, he's in a little bit of danger. Really can't go too far forward against that. What's up?
No, I'm going to say, my friend, you cannot die if you just keep into this lane.
Yep.
Alright, bottom lane Seb as well is about to go down. I don't think he's going to tick out to the blood grenade with that tango going.
So, all things considered, pretty decent start coming through for OG here, right? 2 kills. Yeah, they went over to the supports, but who cares? You know, you really want to make sure that you're getting into those early levels so that you're able to make the most out of the Wild Axis spam. DM can't be dying in this lane. He's got a tango available that he hasn't used just yet. Actually does pop it. But yeah, you really just want to make sure that you're in a position to be able to just spam. You'll take that trade every day. He was already down to about 78 mana on the CM, so we'll take a kill onto the Tide Hunter just to be able to come back fully replenished and even bring some of Yuragi's items.
Mira.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Mira.
Oh, Collapse is back.
The bait.
The turnaround potentially. Collapse is about to get level 2. He needs a creep to die, but he can also just chase down Yuragi, I suppose. That's going to do enough as well.
Tiger's actually just got his Band of Velvet skin on him now. He's like, oh, I got it. Now he's got to drop items for the carry. So the Blood Grenade, why does it look like that? Why does it look like a neutral item inside the base? That's so weird.
Yeah, sure. I don't know, actually. Maybe it was first... The idea was that it was going to be a neutral item.
That would be a lot more balanced, honestly, than just some starter item that gives you everything.
Yes, I would agree. Oh, but look, no, I hope it doesn't turn into a neutral, or that wasn't an idea, because it's so unique. Like, can you even compare a Blood Grenade to anything else in Dota?
Fairy Fire. That's about it. It allows you to make plays. That's it,
okay,
right?
okay, yeah, sure. Okay. I was gonna say that's a stretch, but they definitely both do allow you to have some outplay potential. So I like it. It is very buffed, very, very strong. Definitely needs some tweaks, but it's a very unique item that hopefully they add some more crazy ones like that. Mira probably gonna go down again. These lane setups, like we were saying, there's a lot of kill threat, and currently OG are making sure they use this perfectly.
Mm-hmm. You know what, we can keep the Blood Grenades as a regular item just for 1v1 mid. I want to continue to see that.
Okay.
Look at Tiger. He just goes and suicides into a creep wave. So, once again, didn't have a ton of mana to be able to make plays with. Just wants to make sure that... I wonder if he even TP's mid for BZM just to refill the bottle.
Seb? Is Tori going to have the right clicks? No, Seb will step out. Another round of the axes coming up shortly for DM. Went for 2 points in the ball. Okay.
Absolutely can TP mid now. Bottle given over. Refill given through. You know that you're very happy with this Razor into the Tide Hunter lane. So yeah, I think you're going to be over the moon here for OG with this overall setup. I think they've won every single lane so far. I know it's only 4 minutes in. Might depend on the outcome of some of these water runes as well. While getting that water rune is going to put him in a much better spot with BZM now with no bottle sips available.
I suppose OG put a lot of emphasis on trying to kill Collapse and trade with him instead of last hitting. Like, Yuragi's only got 13-6 compared to the 14-4, so net worth doesn't look the worst for Collapse at the moment. I do really wonder how much emphasis Mira's going to put on stacking as well, if Tiger's even going to let him, because we kind of see already wards being placed at the triangle, and even the Crystal Maiden's positioning is pretty aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a little honestly surprised that Seb hasn't done much stacking. It looks like he's about to make his first ones happen right now, just as the lane is in a really solid position for DM right in front of his tower.
BZM is not looking too healthy. As Lyle with the help of Mira. Didn't even really need Mira nearby. He gets a gigantic kill. And so this is now where we're going to start to see this matchup be very, very puck favor. He's going to hit level 6 before the Storm. And I'd love to see the supports continue to stick around mid. You could definitely kill the Storm once again when he comes back to the lane.
Yeah, but I feel like Seb's then going to just stick around this lane, right? You know that if the CM's... the Disruptor's off making plays elsewhere, that the Beastmaster's probably not going to die in a 1v1 situation against the Broodmother. It's really just about babysitting BZM until he's able to hit up onto that level 6. He's also got the Infused Raindrops available, so he's actually in danger here. Maybe.
Lyle's pretty hesitant. With Orb on cooldown, yeah, he doesn't want to actually go to the opposite side of the river. Mira's still... They didn't kill him fast enough. They gotta stop right-clicking him, so... Mira gets the kill before he dies, gets involved in some of the experience, so... See who gets the power rune, though. That'll be very important for this next little skirmish. Does look like BZM should be able to pick up the haste.
They've been smiling on them this time around. They had no protection for the top side, so sometimes Dota does just come down to a little bit of luck going your way, and with that kill, that's a full Falcon Blade now completed for BZM, so a lot more survivable. a lot of these dive attempts that Lyle could be potentially considering. Really, to me, it's just about keeping understanding of where Mira is right now, because I really don't feel like with that 4 raindrops that BZM's still playing around with, you've got the kill threat, even if you drop the Dream Coil.
See if they want to make it go on Collapse top lane. They Yuragi tried for a solo kill, Collapse is able to TP back to the tower. But of course with the Ice Storm on cooldown, maybe it won't matter though with Tiger's former control. But they're going to continue to back on off as well. So, bottom, we've been left alone for quite some time. Yutori is about to hit his level 6. DM is also free farming this lane. Do you feel like there's... is anyone even happier with currently what's happening at this bottom side of the map? Or they're just fine trading? Doesn't really matter.
I think that... surprise kill off the back of the haste. I think that DM's very happy that he's got the farm that he does and he's about to hit up onto that level 6. Again, you're playing with a Storm Spirit and a Coddle that are going to be able to go for kills, so you might just need... Sorry, I'm still watching this top side. You might need that Roar to be able to set up a kill for your Toro, but the fact that your Toro has been able to get this much farm as well against a Coddle buff lane is also a really positive thing. So I think both of them are feeling very satisfied, but certainly OG are the ones that are in a better position to be able to make something happen in the next few minutes.
Yuragi? Huge kill. What? They're able to get that with the first Ravage of the game, and now Lyle as well is nearby to offer some assistance. Storm Spirit should be fine, especially with Tiger TPing in, so it'll be a 1-for-1, but of course Spirit super happy with being able to somehow get that kill onto Razor with the first Ravage of the game.
Actually going into a Maelstrom as well for the Razor. So he really wants to be able to dish out a lot of that. Well, it might be just be role-playing, you know?
Radiant's bottom tower
is
under attack.
Right now he's just being used as a bottle refiller as Collapse. He's actually the main target here. Are they going to be able to kill this guy?
Yes, they will. Yes, they definitely will. No one else is here, and he doesn't have any kind of defensive item. So they're going to try and make their own play, though. Let's see how easy this will be to read. It's probably too late regardless, unless DM TP's out now. But Team Spirit, they're going to be there to be able to stop it. So really nicely done. You lose Collapse. But you bring 4 heroes down bottom to be able to get the kill onto DM as well, who's pretty survivable with a Helm Dom. He even uses Roar as well on his dying breath. A spiteful one at that, but he'll go down nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, you had Seb on his Coddle able to come in with a TP scroll. Probably could have saved with an Illuminate, maybe a Blinding Light just to keep them away for a little bit, and Roar then would have been a little bit more useful, but... just buff this Beastmaster kill for free again. Okay, well that makes it feel a lot better, right? You're able to now match this push that OG are putting in, sorry, that Spirit are putting into your bottom side of the map. You're stopping the person on the enemy team that has the Meteor Hammer as well, so you're not losing your own tier 1 tower.
Pretty nice coil onto 2, but I don't think there's going to be anything that comes of it. Yutoro's considering about stepping in, but it looks like an awkward fight for Team Spirit. Taurus can potentially stand his ground with the Insatiable Hunger. Lala's having a free fight as well, but I think the puck's going to be able to turn the tides as BZM. What a start here for the Storms. They're at 5-1-3. Spoken about how enabled he's going to be this game. You even have Yuragi that's starting to come through the portal as well, so they should be able to even get Mirror as a +1.
Nicely
and
done.
Maybe with all the heroes down bottom, OG. What is that timing, dude? What? Wait, look, he probably doesn't get away. He probably...
Imagine if he got the kill.
Like, what is that?
Tactical, that's all it is. But it's a really solid rotation coming through from Yuragi, right? That was the only avenue for him to be able to get back. It had just turned to daytime as well, so even just gave them the initial little bit of information for them to be able to play around with. Honestly, I would be feeling a little worried if BZM wasn't having a KDA like this. Like, he has just been so heavily enabled by 2 hero picks. Honestly, even 3. The CM with the Arcane Aura providing a little bit of an easier laning experience for him, and they just want to keep this aggression going. Joining up, Yuragi on the top side. Maybe looking to try and get a quick kill onto the Disruptor, who just hit onto his level 6, so there's a little bit of danger if they feel like someone might be standing just behind him, but should be able to find the pickoff.
And they will. Ooh, it'll be up to Seb to get it though. So, which is definitely not the worst, considering this Keeper of the Light's going to be able to potentially itemize for a late game Hex to address the puck, but with all that going on, Lal and Mira Going up together to be able to get a T1 tower mid. So really, both sides are not lacking any ways to take objectives. You definitely say it's going to feel nice for OG to potentially try and close out this T1 tower mid shortly. Maybe they need the Helm of the Overlord, because then it can just free up the Storm Spirit game even more to find these kills.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree entirely with that. I still feel like BZM is in a position where you could probably just look to go for another kill attempt when you've got even just the Staff of Wizardry, not need to wait for the full Orchid, just wanting a little bit of a higher mana pool to be able to play around with the Arcane Rune from his neutral items. But you have to say Lyle is doing a pretty good job of just keeping these lanes shoved away, especially with a Shield Rune as well, just to provide him with that little bit of extra sense of security. Speaking of power runes,
Lyle's got
a group around the bottom side. It's top anyway.
Timing to have a Shield Rune. Maposhka quick on the fingers. Can they get anything out of this Static Storm, though? They're going to try and TP in Collapse, who has the Ravage at the ready. Pogo on 4, but there's no real damage for But now BZM with no stuns that he has to be worried about. Tiger got the Frostbite onto the park. Oh, Tiger. Nicely done. And now Yuragi's here as well, just in case a further fight breaks out. This should be all OG. There's nothing Yatoro's going to be able to do to turn this one into their favor. Maybe can stop the push. I thought they were going to get more kills as well, Yuragi. Good, Poshka? Might even die, maybe not. Alright, they might get the kill onto Yuragi. Razor needs some boys. OG gonna try and step on forward to offer that assistance. BZM lacking the mana, but it's not gonna matter in the end. Back and forth, messy game, but we got a lot of kills. 24 at 13 minutes in. We
Ended up doing
more?
0 damage into that tower. Looks like they'll be able to get away with the Chakra Magic given over to the Storm Spirit. No Orchid or anything like that. Building up on Yatoro. Obviously, Universal Hero, he wants to be the one that's scaling for this. But you saw there, like, their big ultimate, so they're still not able to get on the better end of that team fight. That's just how enabled they are. If you're able to just catch puck is so integral for Team Spirit's lineup that you can't let her die all that easily. Got roared, got double frostbited, and it took that much to be able to take her out.
So we spoke a lot early in the draft and to start this game. I will hold that because I think they're setting up onto Collapse here. They need Razor as the damage source, and Yuragi's going to be able to combine with BZM for the kill. And Collapse has got well, it's a nice timing with a Kraken shell, but yeah, not going to matter in the end. So, even are they setting up on Yatoro? Nice high ground ward. Yatoro does have Maposhka that's starting to come down. Gonna have the damage with the ultimate, stop short instantly from Maposhka, and now this is getting a little bit awkward here. Yatoro can consider about turning. He's still rooted up, and man, the burst potential in OG is really showcasing itself right now with all the levels they've been able to find off the back of the kills. Tiger's level 8, Seb's level 9. That's going to be further enabled. You get another one onto Maposhka, so alright, this is the start that OG were needing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, right? Like, I was talking about Seb just consistently enabling DM in the lane and the Storm Spirit in a lot of these team fights, but he's been not just locked in onto using the Chakra Magic onto one person, right? In those past few fights, I've seen him Chakra Magic Tiger like 3 times just to make sure you consistently have that Frostbite up and available. When Yuragi was going for that retreat attempt after the mid lane dive, he just refreshed him, made sure he was able to cast another Plasma Field and able to slow to allow him to get away. So this is exactly how OG are wanting to be able to play this game. Again, though, they can't stop. They've got to make the most of their little bits of farm when they can. They've got to realize when Team Spirit are going to be feeling strong around their own ultimate timings, and they've got to get this BKB for Yuragi. That's the big timing.
Do you beat onto the T1 tower mid now with the Helm of the Overlord, or do you still wait for that BKB on Yuragi?
I think you can, potentially. Like, they've got good vision set up around this bottom area of the map, right? So they should feel confident in just having an understanding of, right, we can look to play around here. Or maybe they're just going to use it to say, you know what, we know they're not farming on the bottom side of the map, so there's only one place that they can possibly be. They're not up here, we've got Watcher control, you know where we can look to invade in order to take them out. So it's like they're just going to wait for BZM to join into them. Not quite yet level 12 just yet, but he does have that Orchid completed. I would love to be able to catch Yatoro. Every second, this just takes a little bit longer to be able to find someone. There's a second that Team Spirit are farming, and they're even going to be able to get away. I mean, that is like TI-10-esque, where it just seemed like they were able to escape every single smoke attempt that LGD were pushing at them, but this time around, it's a different kind of G.
OG, they're well aware of this smoke placement as well. The observer kind of to the bottom jungle area was able to scout out Spirit's starting location. So they know exactly what's going on. Oh, they're going to be able to take Roche. Okay.
I mean, they've got very good vision. Again, we've said that a few times, right? They're even just placing one outside of this ancient camp here. I know it is a lot of team fight that they're having to go up into, right? That's the big downside. And the Hawk, it's expiring in 1 second. I think
This
he just
is
saw them at the very end of it.
scary, man.
They know they're there, though. They know it.
Roche might die too fast for them to contest. They got to use the kisses to scout, though, which will force them away from the pit. But now you don't have the kisses with all your ultimates. You might potentially be lacking some damage now. Yuragi just got the BKB completed as well. They want to take Collapse out of the team fight to prevent the Ravage. He'll try and chuck it out, but they really don't get anything out of it. I mean, somehow BZM, he died on a separate fight as well. So regardless, this could be okay for Spirit. Well, turn with the call on Tetsu, but the Static Storm's going to get laid down as well. Yatoru, does he have the items to fight? And he doesn't. Tiger offers the control once again. Lol is shut down. And what was looking like an okay start, you trade Collapse for BZM, but Tiger and Co just showcase they still have their own strengths.
Oh, for sure. And that was really the big strength of having that early BKB timing, right? They need to get a lot of these kills early on. 9, 2, and 5 now on this Razor. And he was just able to chase down the Tide Hunter with absolutely nothing that they could look to do about it. One downside, you might say, is the man that you were just about to mention, BZM, being given over that Aegis, dying away from the rest of the team, so he wasn't able to mop up a lot of that juicy experience. Still level 11 at this time, but he is going to have a big increase in his damage output as soon as he hits level 12. Seeing Mira here, not a lot of mana to be able to play around with. The dive underneath that ward that's just got 40 seconds left on it. Is Collapse going to be able to land this hammer? He's kind of low. You don't want to waste the Aegis immediately, but again, Coddle there. Buying the backup, but I'm not sure if you can go for this. A little bit too close to their objectives.
Seb's going to be able to buff up BZM's mana if it's required. Even DM as well as...
Oh, there's an Arcane Rune there as well. So much more viable as they will be able to push in this mid-tier 1 tower.
Lowell might be in some trouble. To the left, are they going to be able to continue to hunt? The rest of the team starting to funnel down. Lowell's going to be okay. So I guess maybe another thing we kind of didn't particularly bring up as much is like they did kind of pick the Broodmother into some pretty nice matchups where you've got the Storm Spirit that's always able to find him. When we spoke about the Beastmaster vision, it's actually BZM. A very deep attempt onto Miposhka. Once again, they'll get the Static Storm off and Miposhka will die. They'll get the kill on the Aegis. What's there to work with for the second life? Ravage isn't ready. They'll try and perfect the timing of the Meteor Hammer and they'll do so perfectly. Alright, OG. Give them a freebie. Almost a second life back into this game. It was a 7,000 deficit, but you just completely waste the Aegis advantage. You feed over a Helm of the Overlord creep as well.
Again, just overestimating the value of the Aegis, right? When you're behind a tier 2 tower just 19.5 minutes into the game. Seb, he almost was able to get the save off, right? But he ended up using the Soul Crest and the Glimmer Cape onto other people, so he wasn't actually able to provide that little bit of extra survivability for the Storm Spirit. I'm not sure if it would have made too much of a difference anyway, just considering how deep BCM was, but still, on the back of that, they were able to take a tier 2 tower bottom, so it's not like they got nothing out of that Aegis.
How important is it going to be... Actually, hold that, because OG... They've been moving for Lowell. Once again, I mean, it's had a bit of a trickier game here for the Park. I mean, maybe this is just something that Crystal Maiden can offer, because Tiger might get him. Nice sense of Lowell's positioning, but he's going to be able to jump out.
So Tiger's going for a Veil.
Up lane, Yatoro. Can they get BZM zip in? Well, they're going to be able to control him at once, and I don't think there's much escaping for Yatoro. He knows it as well. He's going to try and lifesteal as best as he can, but this is the thing. You know, Storm Spirit, you get a glimpse of it once. DM is completely isolated from the team, but doesn't look like it's going to matter.
Very easily glimpse him back. Maybe they're thinking that he's got a little bit more backup than expected. As that's a really deep dive by BZM.
BZM's a baller this game.
This was part of the reason why I was really favoring OG if they're able to keep that pressure on, right? You mentioned it before, the Broodmother. That was part of my consideration, right? You've got these really, slippery heroes, let's call them, but you've got two of the better heroes at being able to both find and execute the kills onto them. And they've both been buffed up by this coddle.
And because of the heroes that you have on OG, it meant that kind of Yutoro, I don't know how different it is from like a carry Broodmother compared to an offlane, but if you were this far behind, you could never transition to a 3 where you just try and occupy OG's jungle and play like a rat game where you just take their jungle camps, you cut some of the waves, but he couldn't do that this game. So he's inside his own jungle. It means that it's then lowering the farm that Collapse can get, lowering the farm that Lyle can get, because they're all taking a hefty hit as well.
They are, and honestly, if you tried to go for that sort of route where you were just like, you know what, we're going to take away your side of the map, we're going to farm your jungle, then I feel like OG would have gone, all right, well, we'll just take your jungle. We want to be playing on your side of the map anyway, and then probably just played for like a Radiant Roshan instead of a Dire one. So I feel like there wasn't really a good avenue for success for Team Spirit this game if OG did keep up the pressure, which they absolutely have.
Been a very impressive showing from OG currently.
Really got a Drums of Endurance coming out as well. Who ended up getting that? Oh, Tiger got it as well, so that's going to be amazing. Now he could walk around with that freezing field that he's been able to use to claim a lot of kills onto Lyle's puck. They just brought himself... There's 2 Wisdom Runes there, so BZM's going to be able to yoink both of them. Brings himself up to level 12 on the CM. He's got a Veil coming out to him as well. Actually buy it, but he'll be able to get a Veil, and you also have BZM actually with the getting lucky enough with the second Tormentor shard.
Alright, why not? Yeah. It's kind of nice for a Storm Spirit to get a shard 23 minutes in.
I wanted an indication that OG want to close that game out right now. Tiger is getting a 23-minute gem about to be delivered through to him. Like, this is... We do not want to give them a single hope of being able to come back into this one. Completely restrict them on the map, suffocate the places that Team Spirit, with their greedy draft, want to be able to farm.
Yeah, and you're itemizing for some late game insurance as well, potentially, with Seb going for that Hex. So we brought it up early with the potential versus the puck, which is always going to feel nice. And with how farmed he is, I mean, he's only about 1,000 gold behind the Tidehunter too, so he would get that at a pretty rapid rate.
Blood grenades shouldn't stack. Like fairy fires don't stack. Why should blood grenades? Tiger's still got 3 at 24 minutes into the game.
How much health is that? 150? Yeah, okay. Very cool. Yeah, what do you mean? It's fine. Cool item. Whatever. Definitely it's fine, right?
Sure. Let's go with that. They just gave the gem over to BZM as well. So Tiger bought it, but obviously he's not the one that wants to be holding on to it. Just allowing BZM to be able to restrict any sort of like Glimmer Cape or any shenanigans like that they're going to be able to play around with. They won't for now. But they've actually got a gem of their own on Maposhka, so he's really just trying to take away any sort of avenues that OG might be able to use for, these aggressive jumps. Of course, being able to scout out a Hawk as well might just enable a full-on retreat Team Spirit if they're quick enough.
We did bring up...
Go ahead.
We brought up Spirit's potential and how scary this team fight is going to get. Is that going to be the case when you're this far behind, though?
It's still scary team fight, but it's not scary against BKBs. And now you've got one on Storm Spirit, as well as the Razor. You can see Ragi, he's TPing into the outpost as well, just taking advantage of all of that.
Oh no, collapse. Oh, someone's going to have to die when you're this far behind. They try and get out of the map, and unfortunately one person will pay the price. This time it would be Collapse with 5 heroes of OG surrounding him.
Mira just doing his best to try and shove that lane out, give them any little bit of space. Honestly, wouldn't even hate seeing him drop the Mortimer Kisses just to be able to keep these lanes away, because they can't go high ground without creeps. And right now, Yatoro is, ratting in mid. You've got Lyle pushing in top. You've got Mira down bottom. He's even just going to skip a wave, make sure that he's able to get through it, but he's going to walk on division in a second or two, so they're instantly going to make that TP happen. At least they should get the kill onto the pesky Snapfire, but he's done his job to be able to delay the game at least long enough.
They're also on Lyle. Can he get out though? Tries to get some distance with the jaunt. I don't think it's going to be enough separation. They've got the vision.
He's got yours as well.
A couple of seconds. Oh, what is that? What? The damage from the Storm Surge. Meanwhile, what's going on to the Ancients as well? Yatoro forces BZM to pop a BKB. If they only get the Crystal Maiden out of this, though, it's going to give enough time for OG to bring some extra heroes just in case. Maybe they can get some stragglers, and that straggler will be Maposhka.
If
they have the roar if they... Oh, we didn't check them. Oh, unlucky.
Those dragons, it's just too big. The trees, he got stuck. Look, 16k net worth league. Dota Plus, 89% win probability, but it's very slowly creeping back up towards Team Spirit. You know, every little creep wave that they're able to push, every little bit of extra farm that they're able to get is team fight. And I mean, BKB's ticking down lower as well. If you're a little bit more survivable and you have low BKBs to have to contend with, suddenly the Static Storm, the Dream Coil, the Ravage, the Mortimer's Kisses, they really start to have a whole lot more value. Mira's even got a Glimmer Cape coming through to him as well, so they're going to need that that gem on the front lines from BZM to be able to secure a lot of these kills. Iragi won't be able to do it on his own. Really feels like it is Roshan and then ball up and go time. DM as well, realizing the strength of the team fight ultimates. He's going into his own BKB. He's got everything that he could possibly want in terms of providing the auras for the team fight.
I think he's had a great game as well. This last big Beastmaster. 2-1 and 11. The Hawks have been exceptional for him. Solid lane, what he's able to provide them overall. We're going to see that continue.
In mid, though, is continuing the rat. Lots of little spider boys slowly chipping away, but I really don't feel like OG want to care. I think this is the period where you're just like, you know what? Go down one lane. You know, it's going to need to be some amazing plays coming out from Lyle to be able to, like, cut the waves. They're going to have any sort of success here. They still don't have a tier 2 tower to have to deal with. They want to try and get them to pop a glyph nice and early. If you can look to wrap behind and get this next wave, considering the glyph should probably deal with this next push, I think they should be very happy with that. Or maybe they feel like they're ready, but
hang on, Collapse might just die. Okay. So they have
stuff. How often do you see a Tide Hunter get a force?
See what they can do with the DD. Half duration left. They really have ways this... I mean, you're not wanting to force into the middle. You've itemized for OG to run at you and then play accordingly to that. Walks it up as well from DM is perfect with the wraparound.
They don't use... They deny the tower instead.
He's going to lead the charge, drop some vision. Lyle can out jump as well. It's a pretty decent core into the backline. Going to try and address the supports, but no one else can follow to get much value out of that start. As BZM now sees some kills onto the supports, they'll force the buyback out of Maposhka, and nothing really heavily committed for OG.
No, it's a one BKB being used on BZM, and he's got the cheese still, and he's got Seb to be able to just consistently refill his mana. So maybe they do want to wait, maybe they just hang around and, again, suffocate, right? This Observer Ward is actually going to spot Yatoro coming to the right-hand side, and he instantly gets pinged out, although he's going to be able to start running away.
Oh, instant Lincoln's pop from BZM. Clap's going to be ready to reveal the blink. That'll be enough to keep Yatoro alive, but his damage is getting drained. They can try and turn back to the Storm Spirit with the BKB on cooldown. They'll get the kill. Can they get more, though, for Team Spirit? Some signs of life, but OG seem like they're just too far ahead. They'll be able to close down onto Mira. Yuragi's in some danger, though. He's trying to stand toe-to-toe with Yatoro, who will be able to win the man fight. And maybe off the back of the buybacks, that could be the way back inside this team fight. The Static Link's ready to go for Yuragi. Yatoro's got the free pathing, but Mira and Maposhka will not have the same fate as Yuragi. Just running down one member, one by one. Beyond godlike fought the Razor. And in the end, I mean, it was probably the best fight you're going to get from Spirit, but it did not matter in the end.
No, I mean, they had to pop absolutely everything just to get a couple of kills there. They even used the glimpse correctly onto the CM, but it's at the point where she's got the Aghanim Shard, so it doesn't actually stop the freezing field. That's the thing that takes out Collapse's Tide Hunter at the very end there. Suddenly you lose that Pipe of Insight, Magic Resistance Aura, you lose the Ceremonial Robe Aura, you lose the damage reduction from the Anchor Smash, and you lose that tanky frontline body that they still need because Broodmother, he's not ready.
How do you get out of this one, Yatoro? Do we just run?
Maybe he doesn't.
BZM? Does Seb have Chakra back up in 3?
A roar.
Ooh. Ooh.
He has Lincolns. He has Lincolns.
Ah, true.
But I mean, again, it's all about that delay play, right? Just look at the lines being drawn on the map. They're saying, get this lane in, just push in. They have no tier 2 towers left. We don't need to worry about all lanes being pushed. We just need to worry about one lane. And that could be mid. You know, they might very well just look to do that. They would have seen the spider web just be thrown into that mid lane, so it might give them a bit of a hint that this sort of thing is going on. Looks like they are trying to go for a bit of a hunt towards Yatoro. Should be able to just skitter himself away. Once again, it's very tense. You're a Team Spirit fan. They found no one for now. Nearly a Scythe of Ice on Seb, though.
Jesus. 3-0 and 18.
You're going it on DM as well. He's a lot further away.
I know. What's a 8% probability? How many buybacks was that actually? That was
2. Just the supports, I believe.
Yep. So, see what the call is still going to be. I mean, you've been highlighting that Spirit late game, 40, 45 minutes. Their domain. Maybe not when you have this large of a deficit though. Lal inside the lane.
Ooh, Tiger just got a little bit greedy there, using the Crystal Nova just to try and get that little bit of lingering vision, I suppose. But he's not going to be able to catch Lal. That's the thing. That's why all 3 cores are going into. Be careful with the courier.
They got the Orc. Should be able to use. And Tiger can arrange for the Frostbite afterwards. Doesn't look like that'll far out. That was really too close. Still hunting BZM.
Yeah. Tiger didn't actually go for the level 15 Frostbite cast range talent. Would probably get him the kill onto the puck if he did. Such a short regular cast range. I mean, you hover over the Frostbite. This is with the Psychic Headband that he's holding on to, so really does give you a little bit of that extra safety net to be able to cast it from the tree line. Seb, this is really all they're waiting for. Just allow your Keeper of the Light to close in on the Scythe. I don't think you need to wait for it to be able to come through on the Storm Spirit. Maybe just the level 20 is what they're hoping for. I mean, Satanic is now out on Yuragi as well. Take advantage of the early game while you got it.
We'll see, this seems like a bit of a pipe dream for Collapse, but if you can get Refresher, like we've been saying, the potential team fight could be scary, but OG, they're hitting their items and ready to go. Only issue is they're going to have to force the high ground without an Aegis, so we'll see how difficult that's going to be for them. Do you feel like they need to pick off before they can go high ground?
If they're really quick, I don't think they need it, but the slower that they get, you're getting into, now the puck is level 20, so he's got a much lower waning rift cooldown. You can disrupt a lot of what the backline supports are trying to do. You've got to force an earlier BKB out of BZM. Like, a lot of this stuff really does start to add up if you're just playing a little bit too passive. They've been playing so well so far on OG just to keep the pressure going that I hate to see them give it up now.
Here they come.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a call for Spirit. Are you going to be able to take the team fight? Yuragi's already beating into your base, and he's doing it at a pretty rapid rate. And Drax is down. MKB does get completed for Yatoro, so he's going to buy out here.
Smoked on the back lines. It's your last glyph as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can you just jump Yuragi? 3,700 health. Satanic BKB. Tries to deny the barracks. No, they'll give it up. No contest out of Spirit.
Odd's still pushing in, but again, they really don't care about this, or they shouldn't, on OG. They've got complete control over the Team Spirit side of the map. They need to continuously force them just to be on the back foot, be defending. Now you've even got a Boots of Bearing on the Beast Masters, so all these sorts of slows aren't actually going to impact them if they're on point with the casting. Tiger would be a good initial pickoff, considering how much of an issue he's providing to the puck.
I think they know. They saw him with Poshka's Courier. It kind of seems like they're playing accordingly to the right side. Yeah, Yuragi's just trying to pop the smoke. And got a glimpse of Collapse. Now they'll send the Hawk. And this is now looking super scary for Spirit. They'll deal with the Hawk straight away. And they lose their ward as well, and they're separating. Gotta do it as a team, though. They'll be fine. Won't be punished.
Mira still going for more rat plays. He's looped around on this top side, just trying to push one more wave in, try and keep it away for as long as he can, but those are super creeps.
Alright, he's up.
Distraction plays. Has to deal with this double 35-minute catapult wave. They're even actually going to pop the glyph for it. Probably didn't need to. Now you've got Seb up to level 20, so a longer spirit form duration. He's got the Scythe of Ice as well.
Oh, the voice lines. Roche is up and...
Lol.
Okay.
Not holding onto the gem, but you seem to know.
Meanwhile, Roche is going down though, so...
Love a second use of everything that Raze has got. Double satanic, double flip near.
Yeah. Oh boy. That was your classic item build, right? A little bit ago. So now you're gonna have that to work with.
Honestly, even he's close enough to being able to just buy out for the Aghanim Scepter as well. Like 700 gold away, just do it. You know, with the refresher that you've got coming through.
T2 tower down bottom. It's anything to say. And tier 4 items.
The game's not ending. That's the positive side for Team Spirit, right? Every minute that you can say this game is not done, as Seb, he's getting jumped on.
Alright, yep, true. You also have Maposhka that gets jumped, so... he's only level 13, so that is a 40-second death timer.
But I mean, BKBs are down to 7 seconds on OG's side. DM's still got his full one, but you know, it's the little things, right? They are actually going to add.
What about the probability of getting worse and worse for Spirit?
You know what? Nathan doesn't know everything, all right?
Okay.
Love to see something like a Scythe of Ice coming through for Puck. I know Lyle is... He didn't pick up the shield rune in time. He's still going to get himself a haste, but you got to enable yourself to actually kill someone when, even if you're landing these double Ravages, which Collapse is still a little bit short of being able to get. I think you need additional lockdown after the fact. Just don't let them get the BKBs off.
I don't know how much poking is going to work. Now with BCM being able to jump as well, they should be able to bring down Mirror without committing too heavily.
Vex back up.
And it is. Lyle's going to be the first one to start as well. He's going to be cautious, but the Hex Lyle's just dying out of the razor damage. Almost ticks out to the Orchid as well. Gets back to the safety of the base, but Yatoro might not be able to as well. They need the Ravage and not going to get it. Yatoro dies, and oh gee, they'll take game 2. What a performance from them as well. Just overall, hopefully they get the Rampage for Yuragi as well. Look at all of them leaving the last kill. So Yuragi closes out the second game with a Rampage.
Reaches level 25 as well at the end of it all. 19, 2, and 10 for Yuragi on his Razor, showing that the hero is not dead just yet. You know, it certainly had a little bit of a period where it wasn't being picked up all that much. You and I saw it during the play-ins, particularly coming out from Team Liquid. And OG, when you want to pick up the pace, which is very much the Liquid style as well, this is certainly a go-to hero. Don't need too much to do a lot, and well, they certainly did that. Still probably a little bit of a longer game than I would have expected with OG taking the W, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, and Team Spirit, once again, they are staying around that middle ground, but OG coming back into it.
Yeah, really important victory as well for OG, considering what to start the day, they were tied 6 positions, so they bumped themselves up to 4 and 6. Spirit going to go 5 and 5 overall with their map count, but I love this OG, man. I mean, you brought up in the draft, like, this is kind of how you need to play Dota, right? Where you open up the map, that's what the Beastmaster can provide you. Then we see the Storm Spirit in combination with the Coddle, getting kill after kill. And enough said about you.
Especially against Spirit. That's the thing, right? Like, this is certainly one of those things where you need to understand the opponent that you're fighting against and adjust accordingly. And I feel like maybe game 1, they were just trying to play normal OG Dota, when sometimes normal Dota doesn't fit against the opponent that you're going for. Like, if I ever see them go up against Talon, I want to see them doing the similar sort of thing. You know, because Talon, they are another one of those teams that likes to take it late, so just try and outpace them.
Really like the, we kind of touched on it a little bit, that it was maybe a bit more unconventional with the Maelstrom build from Yuragi. I know Razor is getting picked up more at this tournament. I haven't seen too much of what the item build is currently, but I like the Maelstrom a lot from Uragi. I mean, we just saw how much farm he was able to get. He was this ridiculously large person, satanic late game that was just completely unscathed. So yeah, I really wonder where the Maelstrom fits into things, but this game in particular, like the build from Uragi, like the overall performance as well. So OG, much needed victory from them as well. Night and day difference from game 1 to game 2, exactly what they needed. So they're going to get a bit of a break later on in the day. They will be facing Quest, which is another difficult team, considering Quest are tied first. I don't know how their series went versus EG. In fact, they 2-0 to EG. So yeah, Quest is like first place now, 7-3. So that's going to be another very difficult opponent for OG. But that's done for our first series of the night. Next up, we have another very, very exciting one I am looking forward to without a doubt. It's going to be Shopify taking on Team Secret. So we're going to have a bit of a break, but when we come back, a incredible blockbuster between these two teams. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys shortly.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We've got two new teams. It's going to be the boys on Team Secret taking on Shopify Rebellion. And we even get a fresh new background as well from Denog as well. So, I mean, enlighten us. Why not? You feel like you're wanting the question to be asked on why the background is there. So, sure, enlighten us.
Me wanting attention, imagine that. But no, it's more like Shopify Rebellion fans, they're kind of like OG fans. You know, they could be the most vocal, aggressively happy, as well as ones that kind of, hand out the blame a little bit. And well, unfortunately for Shopify, they really haven't been showing up too much this tournament. So this is the classic Homer, going back into the shrubs meme that we've got behind me. But hopefully for Shopify, that's not the case. Hopefully is not them going home with an early exit out of the Riyadh Masters, because there's a lot of potential there, and I really want to see them play around Abed a little bit more. I think his possibilities have been stifled a little bit, but I still want to see him go back for the Storm as well. So it's like, I want to see him break out the Meepo, I want to see the styling plays, and I want to see him on playmakers. No Snapfire, no nothing like that. I really want to see Abed getting active, making space for Saberlight and RTZ to be able to get the job done.
All right, and then of course their counterpart in Team Secret, who we got to see versus TSM, right? Yeah,
yes,
versus TSM, where they got the 2-0. Hero that you've really been mentioning a lot is the Batrider. Batrider for them seems like it just opens up their draft without a doubt. They look incredibly clean with it. They picked it in one game against BetBoom, who I didn't get to see the series. It was bedtime for me. I went to bed, woke up, saw that secret 2-0 BetBoom. I was very surprised. I was like, what's going on? So at the end of the day, I mean, Secret, they started day 1, 0-4. And they finished day 2 with 4 wins. So they are actually now higher than Shopify, higher than Liquid, higher than Tundra in the group stages as well. And this could be a lot of momentum as well for the boys on Secret against Shopify, who, this is going to be a very important series with where they're currently positioned. You could be fighting against them for those potential last couple of slots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big credit for that needs to go to Armel. I mean, he was playing like an absolute beast in those series yesterday. He even broke out the old mid-earth shaker to be able to come through and pick up a few W's there. And honestly, it really did feel like he was a big part of why they were able to get in such a dominant spot. I want to double check it back, but something tells me that he might not have died a single time across that series against BBT. He did not. He went 11-0-15 on his mid shaker and 10-0-11 on Armel against GPK, number 2 ranked European player. So this is a pretty solid resume to start building up for yourself.
I say it is. I'm sure you feel the same as well. It's very good to see Armel having some good performances. Of course, as starting from C casters, we always gonna root for the boys, and to see him shining is really good to see. FBZ's having some great performances as well. So we will see. Just to update everyone as well, we do have some power issues, I think, in the Secret camp. Just so everyone is aware, shouldn't take too long to be able to get that one underway. But let's talk about some contested heroes looking into this. I think I'll mention Secret. You've already mentioned the Batrider. I'll even bring the Primal Beast up as well, considering that was the first in both their victories versus TSM. They opened up the draft with the Batrider and Primal Beast. I think that gives them a lot of flexibility as a whole. We've spoken a lot about Puppy's hero pool. The Chen, the Enchantress, which also kind of go into Fly's heroes. The Enigma as well is probably something that needs to be looked at, right? Because Saberlight has a incredible Enigma. Are there any other heroes that kind of come to mind for you?
For like first phase bans, or just in the draft overall?
Just like contested heroes you feel like we'll see with Shopify and Secret.
I mean, okay, I'm going to go on Batrider again. I think it should be contested by Shopify as like something they could pick. I think in this first game especially. I'm sure that that Secret are going to be looking back and saying, look, we've had a lot of success when we can pick it up for Yamich. If Shopify have first pick, let's not pick it. Let's not ban it, excuse me, because we'll just be able to pick it. I think if Crit can, lay down the gauntlet and say, look, this isn't that hard of a hero to play, I can make it work. And he is somewhat of a greedy type of support if he wants to be. I've seen many games where Crit is right up there in terms of the net worth, and I think Batrider is the perfect style of hero to be able to do that. So I think you need to take that out of the pool. I think IO as well is something that is going to be so key for Shopify. It's something that Fly's been playing a lot. It's something that Crit, of course, is able to do as well. And it's something that can lane together with a lot of these heroes that Saberlight is trying to play in recent times. Good for the Legion Commander, which he's been spamming a lot. Good for the Beastmaster, Broodmother as well. So Saberlight is much more of that legitimate like lane threat, as well as a decent enough team fighter. But I'm really thinking something that's just going to synergize between the off lane and the mid lane, whether it be a Coddle or an IO. I think that's really where I'm wanting to see Shopify put their chips down.
Okay, and do we even feel like Secret have the potential to contest the IO? Because if we go back to the TI run that Secret had, of course, IO Lesh as a whole with Nisha there was super, super scary. We know RML has a formidable Lesh rack, but is Yamich an IO player from that, A
little bit, but certainly not as much, right? He's much more on to like the full team fight style, whereas IO is not really that. When you think of IO, it's the direct opposite of team fight. It's like enabling pickoffs and enabling save from a lot of the enemy team's sort of pickoffs, right? And just giving a much stronger lane than you might typically expect. So from Yamich, I'm expecting to see a lot of the same, right? The Bat Rider, the Crystal Maiden. I think he might be the only 4 Crystal Maiden that we've really seen throughout the Riyadh Masters so far, at least from the games that I've been watching. And from Puppey, just give him his Elder Titan, man. He is so damn good. He's insane. I was actually, while we're still on this little bit of a break, I wanted to ask you a little bit about, like, if you had to name your top 3 or 4 supports in the world right now, based off of this tournament, what would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I've only seen not even half the games. Sure, I've seen enough, but
I can't say Xnova, sadly. You know how much I love Xnova, but he's not part of this tournament.
I don't know. Who?
Put it on the line, man. I've got a couple ones that are a little bit out there, so...
Okay, I'm sure... I'm trying to think of the teams that we've covered mainly, that we've got to watch. I mean, Shinkyu, I think he had a good showing when we cast at Xtreme.
You want
5s? You want 5? Well, 5s are boring, dude.
They are not. I'll tell you this, Puppey has not made 5 look boring.
No,
Puppey has made 5 look exhilarating. Like, he has legitimately, at 30 whatever years old, he has been the best mechanical 5 in this entire tournament, in my opinion, so far. Like, it is that good, the performances that Puppey are putting forward, even in their losses. Like, he has looked by far their best player. So I'm really happy to see that the old man still got it. He actually got eliminated, but I think the best wards that I've seen so far from 5s has been Fishman. Like, in their series that entities were able to win, he was always on point with the wards. They were always like in really aggressive spots, really understanding where they were going to be looking to make a lot of plays. And probably the only one that can rival that is Maposhka, who we just saw in the last series as well. He's always been on point as kind of like that hybrid between mechanical skill and the warding game.
Yeah, I think DY as well is for Xtreme.
That was my 4th one that I had. So.
Yep, there you go. So we'll get that one out the way, and we get the list done as well. Unfortunately, we have no update on the situation in the Secret camp. They are, again, trying to fix some cables. So with that being said, we're going to chuck it over a break. Shouldn't be too long. Hopefully, maybe 5 minutes, maybe they'll work it out. We'll keep you guys updated. When we come back, though, we'll have Game 1 with Shopify taking on Team Secret. We are back, ready to get ourselves underway here for game one. Not too long of a tech issue, so Shopify draft ready to go very, very shortly. Shopify going to be on the Radiant side, playing with second pick. Secret going to be on the Die side, playing with first pick as well.
So Secret went ahead and chose first pick. It was actually Shopify that went for the Radiant side, so they chose side, which leads me to believe that they want to be playing a little bit more of that aggressive style. So part of that, of course, banning out the Enigma. Good way to be able to a lot of that away and make sure that the position one isn't able to get quite as active as they might otherwise like to be. So for Shopify, I think they really wanted to be trying to get in onto the front foot. You can see the Leshrac already removed, but importantly, there is... okay, Storm's gone as well. All right, so maybe they're actually not going to go ahead and pick the IO, but I could still certainly see something like a Keeper of the Light having a lot of value for Shopify if they wanted to pick it up.
Even without a Lesh Storm?
Yep. I think you can just pick offlaner slash... Like we saw there with the Razor in that past game, right? Where it was still really effective for that. There were Chakra Magics being given onto a Crystal Maiden because it is so versatile of a spell that you don't necessarily need to put everything in onto one hero like you do with the IO.
10 seconds remaining.
So do you...
I would just Bat Rider. Just Bat.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you shy away from the Bat Rider or not?
No. Oh, no. Too versatile, too flexible, too high of a win rate. 63%, I think, across the Riyadh Masters so far. Ooh, early-ish Darkseer pick. Coming through for Saberlight here, and this is not something that they have... There's no hesitation there, for sure. It really feels like Shopify had something in mind with this, but I do have to say, maybe just because Puppy doesn't exactly love playing things like the Oracle, but it's got a pretty damn good Enchantress, so I think you could still look to have that up against the Darkseer. And even just with the Shadow Demon as well, you know, if you're looking to play something like a Terrorblade or a Medusa yourselves, and you could just look to yoink away one of those SD illusions.
I think this is pretty much always a crit hero, right? So you're going to be playing Darkseer with a range hero. Do we feel like that really matters too much anymore?
Do you think it has to be? I know you prefer, you personally, Shadow Demon as a position 4, but I would say that for this game in particular, position 5 seems totally fine to me. I mean, it feels a little bit more like Fly's wheelhouse to be able to play a little bit more of the saving style of support and give crit something like, I don't know, even something like a Techies, honestly, wouldn't be the worst. I saw him spamming Earth Spirit in pubs recently, so you never know. He could break out the old Earth Spirit.
Love to see the Earth Spirit. But for Secret, they're going to, of course, go for their Monkey King, something they are very, very comfortable on, being the Chrysalis hero 95% of the time. But, of course, Yamich has a very good monkey as well. But very intrigued to see if Shopify, how many bans they put into Poppy's wheelhouse. Maybe it's just the Enchantress, like we were saying. I think overall, though, this could be a very kill-heavy lane for Secret, where it's kind of one of always the biggest weaknesses with the Darkseer, and the Monkey King, of course, being a super strong laner. So I think you have to ban the Enchantress because of the Darkseer counter and the Monkey pairing, but I'm just trying to think of maybe there's some other supports like a Crystal Maiden or some other like strong laning 5s as well to help out.
I would do Ench plus anyone with a root slash stun. Is what I would be looking to get rid of, just because, again, we've already mentioned what's good about the Enchantress, but the Monkey King as well. Like, when you pick this Darkseer, you're assuming that you're potentially going to be going into, like, a dual melee lane. That's why the Monkey King was picked up where it was, not just because of the flex and because it's a Chrysalis staple, but because you know that you're most likely going to have a favorable matchup. You want to be playing in melee range as much as possible. So anything that's just going to enable you to do that as much as possible is going to be the best thing, right? And what does? Stuns and slows, and most notably roots against something like a Darkseer. So you're really just trying to remove the potential to like surge away from any sort of kill attempt.
We brought up as well the Primal Beast being something that we saw Secret put a lot of emphasis on in their series versus TSM with the Bat Rider. With the current heroes that we see from Secret and Shopify, do we feel like this is something that could once again be prioritized for the boys on Dial?
Not really into the Shadow Demon. That's the thing that I'm a little bit more worried about. Like, maybe... We don't know 100% where this Bat Rider is going. I think it's going to be a 4 Bat and a 1 Monkey King. But if you go with 3 Primal Beasts, you've got the disruption to be able to save, and it basically means that every single time you need to be using the Onslaught onto the SD. And even then, like, if you're on point with your vision, you can still get the disruption off before he actually reaches his way over to you. So I'm not feeling quite as strong about the Primal this time around. Maybe just something else that's just able to get a little bit more in onto the backlines a bit more strongly. I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing... Not that he's been picking it up all that much lately, but like an FBZ Doom wouldn't be horrible. You know, you've got the Bat Rider who can go Napalm, Flame Break, the Blood Grenade as well. Lots of kill potential for the lane. Good against a Darkseer if you just land the Doom onto him. Blink Dagger naturally building as well, so good against the Shadow Demon. I wouldn't hate to see it.
Because for Secret though, sorry, Shopify, they're going to have to have the first pick out of the second phase, probably looking for a secondary support more than likely. You already have a bit of a save versus the Bat Rider. Is there kind of some other things they need to tick off the list currently?
Well, they don't really do anything right now is the big issue for Shopify, right? This is just like a sit back and try and farm sort of style of draft. And, you know, it's fine if you want to do that, but you need either to scale massively or you need someone that's going to be able to get a little bit more active. And, well, this is someone that does, right? The Lion, certainly once you reach up onto level 6 especially, is able to make a lot of action happen throughout the map. And it means that we're much more likely going to see that crit Shadow Demon, crit Lion and the Fly Shadow Demon coming through here.
10 seconds remaining.
I think can be one of the better supports to lane into Monkey as well, because whenever he just gets aggressive with the Jingu, you're able to just spike and instantly retreat away if the other support in the lane doesn't offer a stun. So, of course, we will get to see now the Puppy here, +1, probably FBZ.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we mentioned the Jingu as well. I mean, that's one of the advantages of playing the Shadow Demon against the Monkey King as well, right? Like, you can actually look to just stand and man fight as long as you get that Demonic Purge off onto the SD. There's really nothing at all that you're going to be concerned about. And with this pick, I mean, Team Secret say, all right, you know, you want to just sit back and farm and not really do much? Well, Chen is a do things hero. You know, you've got now the Bat Rider and the Chen that's going to be manipulating creep waves / forcing towers to be pushed in, either with the hero / units itself or just with the creep wave, because there's no Radiant creeps to be able to contest it. This is just giving them a little bit of extra team fight as well to enable the Monkey King to do exactly what we were talking about, right? Stand and fight.
You think they pick the Arteezy hero now that you see your off lane? And you know you carry matchup too?
Yes, I'm just wondering what that might be. I mean, Bloodseeker's banned. That would be the one that would have been at the top of my list for now. Can you Terrorblade into this? I don't know if I would feel that great about it. I just want to see someone that actually makes good use out of the Shadow Demon, you know? Like, they have no way to quickly clear out SD illusions is the big thing for mine. So something like a Medusa or a Naga, or a Naga or a TB would be somewhat viable to me. Probably mostly the TB, I would say, just because you can look to get quite aggressive against the Tidehunter. And, I mean, even if he does Anchor Smash, it's actually not going to do all that much to the TB illusions.
I wonder if they go TB, if then it gives an incentive for Armel to play the Bat Rider then. Just high levels and a little bit more farm priority, and the Bat Rider can always prove to be a bit of an issue for the Terrorblade, kind of in the early game and the mid game, being able to hunt him across the map.
I can see that as well. I just feel like you do have saves, right? Like if in the early / mid game, Shadow Demon should be playing around him, both to be able to get the disruptions off, to be able to speed up the farm. Oh, okay. That's something that we don't see too often, but I mean, against the Timbersaw / Tidehunter, we do like to see a little bit of that split between the magic and physical damage. My issue is that you can just get run over as this Luna, right? You've already got the Chen, you've got a Monkey King that can get aggressive, you've got a Bat Rider with the lasso. Yeah, you got saves, but it really just is going to depend on a lot of these stacks being built up and Fly's positioning. Fly's the most important person in Shopify's draft right now.
It is something though, like if any of the, any teams at Riyadh, you're going to kind of put a list of people who prioritize the Luna, you'd definitely say Shopify is like top 3. This is still a team that really favor it. So we'll see how they're going to be able to put a draft together around it. Of course, we are still looking for both Arbed's hero and more than likely Armel's. We don't really know where the Bat Rider is going currently. devs like Secret, they're going to need a way to get onto the Luna. I mean, even the Lion, the Shadow Demon, like these are very position-based heroes, and you don't really have that at the moment. I mean, you did say early on they have great ways to make movements early on in the game, but you still, I think, probably need an active mid laner for RML.
I could see a puck working for RML. Like, it really... Yes, you're playing into a Lion, but there's really no other lockdown outside of that, you know? And it's going to force the Luna to go into a much earlier BKB than she would like. And I really think you can look to take advantage of that. Also, just great synergy with the Monkey King, great synergy with the lasso as well, just to force the snap of the coil. I can really see it working.
Do you think they might have damage issues with the puck, though? Because Chen and Tide don't really provide you damage, and you're going to be going versus Darkseer with auras as well.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I feel like with the Chen, with all the attack speed that you're able to provide, it is something that a Monkey King is one of those heroes that can get a little bit more active than a lot of other heroes. So I think not necessarily. I think this is going to be a game where Secret really want to be playing on the front foot.
Could we be looking at something like an Ember for Shopify? You know, your Ember Darkseer. An active hero for Abed, which is something you were kind of thinking of to start the game, where you wanted him to make some space for Artesia and Sableye?
I could see it working. You know, the Ember Darkseer is pretty good. Even if they do flex the Batrider to mid, it's not abysmal for the Ember Spirit. You could still lane into it. And against the Chen army, of course, it's going to have a lot of value with those Sleight of Fists. So yeah, I could see it having a little bit more of an impact, but it's so much on Abed's shoulders. But again, you're going to be enabled with the... Look at that. The Mel Earthshaker. It is going to be enabled to be able to play it, and it is a flashy style of hero. I'm also just wondering, is there Meepo possibilities coming out here from Abed as well?
10 seconds.
Potentially.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Potentially. Could be very interesting with the heroes they have. I really don't know when a Meepo's. All I see is, does the enemy team have like a bunch of AoE, which not really.
I mean, take JT. He doesn't care. He'll still pick it, you know? He'll pick it from the off lane. And, you know, Abed was one of the original Meepo spammers, so he clearly knows the hero inside and out. The only hero that you're really worried about is Tidehunter, right? Because everything else that they've got essentially is single target. Like, yeah, you got Flamebreak, you got a little bit of Firefly, but Shadow Demon's there for the save. And, well, they're going to go ahead and pick up a Tiny, so obviously... wanting a little bit more of, again, that fast-paced style. This is really going to be Secret balling up around that 15 to 20-minute mark and trying to take away as much of the map as possible. So I think you've got to try and get on the front foot with someone else that's going to be able to, you know, stand and prevent a lot of this from happening. But what is that hero? Like, could they... I don't know if you can consider something like a mid-Mars or something. Against the Tiny, it's not horrible in lane, and it does provide Luna a whole lot of extra safety, but let's see. DP, okay. Gives them a little bit of extra push, gives them some team fight that they were lacking. I don't hate it, but again, like, it's not flashy for Abed. It's stable, but I suppose they're saying, look, you're not going to get much of a better Luna game with a Shadow Demon being paired together. The lane matchup is pretty good as well, so they're putting a lot of faith into Artesia with this pick.
Could we see some difficulty on Team Secret being able to deal with from Shopify, where Sableye gets, you know, the auras, where you have, you know, Luna likes to group up early, Death Prophet likes to take objectives as well, and, you know, potentially have Roshan to play with at the early stage? Is this something where, you know, potentially Secret might have some difficulty with dealing with that at like 25, 30 minutes in?
Oh, absolutely. They could have issues with it. But what I'm saying is I feel like Team Secret are ready between that 15 and 20-minute mark. So they'll have the first swing at things, right? If they're successful with a lot of their earlier attempts, then, of course, it's going to take even longer for Shopify to get online. They might lose a ton of towers. Luna's space to be able to farm up reduces quite heavily off the back of that. So it really, the ball is in Secret's court for the start of this game. You know, can they look to give Armel the start that he needs on the Tiny to get that 10-ish minute Blink Dagger, and we've seen Yamich pick it up in like 12, 13 minutes as well, so they can really look to get active around that sort of time.
Well, I guess then we need to be looking at the lanes, right, and how they get set up. If Secret have really strong lanes, and of course that early timing you're expecting, well, they'll be able to hit it with a harder punch. But if Shopify, and if they continue with the trend that we've seen from them in multiple tours, they're always a team that have a lot of importance on the lane setup. So how do we feel like overall, if we go from like lane to lane, from top, mid and bottom, do we feel like there are sides who should be favored compared to the other?
I think mid lane should be relatively even. The Death Prophet is going to be able to get her farm, Tiny's going to be able to get his farm, no real contests there. The one area that I feel like they might be able to come out on top of is the Luna lane. Like the Luna plus Shadowed Image should be a fairly strong lane. Whenever they try and make aggressive plays towards you, you've always got the disruption save.
I didn't even see it was Fly playing the Lion.
Oh, they've actually changed it up. Okay. Same sort of thing applies though, right? I wonder if they might even, start with a tri lane down on this bottom side, right? Because it really doesn't feel like Saberlight is going to be able to make any kills happen. And you've got 2 blood grenades, one on crit, one on fly, to be able to start things off. So it really seems to me like they might be looking to go for that early first blood, give them a solid start to the game, and then snowball from there.
I'm sapping your will to live.
Alright, well, first move from Shopify. Trying to see if they can maybe spring a trap down bottom. No one's there. They'll go for the second option with potentially taking a fight around the bounty, which we haven't really seen, at least in our cast, like any crazy pre-horn fights.
No, a lot of teams are being very conservative, maybe just realizing the distinct importance that a lot of these first bloods are giving up. How many times have you and I been casting like a lane that should go one way, but then suddenly it's favored the other way just because of that first blood, and they're like, well, a big part of your draft success is suddenly lost.
Yeah, first blood's something else right now, so we'll see. Now this, as the lanes meet for the first time with this series, with Armel and Abed, two very, very talented mid laners. See how they're going to be able to compete against each other as well. What's the call even for Armel too? Looks like he's got the treads currently queued up. We've been big fans of the tiny treads since we got to cover Eastern Europe with GPK going that build, and really, not only is the treads the important thing, it's just you don't show up to any fights until you get the Blink Dagger as well. You just play your own game. We will see. Saberlight's already up to his pulling shenanigans as well, top side.
Yeah, but he's not actually going to be able to get it off. That's a big plus for Puppy. He ended up using the Blood Grenade on him there and the Penitence just as he's able to be about to connect through onto the waves. So it was actually really risky for him to stand out for that couple of extra seconds that he would have been needed there to be able to block up the Hill Troll Berserkers from spawning. As bottom lane, they actually nearly get a kill onto Fly, but it's going to be okay for now.
Yeah, what do we make of this lane as well? Because, I mean, Shopify, regardless whether it was the Lion or the Shadow Team and bottom, it would have been a double range setup. It seems like they have a lot of spam from afar, as we're even seeing that be the case as Yarmich almost goes down for first blood. But do we feel like that double range setup, are they going to be vulnerable into what Secret have?
I think the important thing is just making sure you don't get, like, double waved. You don't want to be forced to just run away without being able to cast anything under the towers. It would require Fly to like get the most godly double earth spikes underneath the tower into like a stun as they're about to use their attack animation, things like that. And Fly, he's putting himself into harm's way to try and prevent Arteezy from dying, but that all too valuable first blood is going to go over to FBZ.
Which is a scary first blood to give, because I think FBZ, one of his better heroes is the Tide Hunter. I mean, if you go back to the first game is Galaxy with the Boom victory, I think his Tide Hunter was definitely one of his standout heroes. So he already has the Ring of Health complete, which is going to be really nice against the poke damage. I mean, this is that's how if you're ever going to get kills down bottom from Shopify, it's just constant spells being chucked out, and he's even got a wand as well. So I think now FBZ, you are more than okay in this lane. You should not be under any danger. Well, maybe Arteezy will be. Another round of the Gush with a Flame Break pushback. As soon as they see the Luna in a minor position where she should not be, they look to jump on that straight away.
Really holding onto that magic wand for the longest amount of time. Really nice Earth Spike coming through from Fly as well. Ended up connecting in onto 2 as Arteezy. Play around that Lotus.
Damage to it.
He came into the lane with 2 sets of tangos, so he's really just about making sure FBZ has this solid start to the game.
Does look like all the other lanes are going pretty well. I mean, Narmel's having a great time mid, Abed too. Top lane, I think this is to be expected. I'm quite impressed with Saberlight 10 and 6. I think a lot of the denies was from that one wave that he was able to drag though, but they've done a really good job with the positioning of the creep wave, which is always important for the Monkey King. You want this long wave to be able to chase heroes down, but because Saberlight is relatively close to the tower, he should be okay.
Yeah, he should be just fine. I mean, I believe I've seen a bunch of stacks already start to be built up by Crit as well, so just with their positioning of the lanes, with that pulling shenanigans that they went on with the second wave, Crit is maximizing his effectiveness, playing one of the best stackers in the business to be able to secure both water rooms as well as build up those ancient stacks.
And who do you think takes the stacks as well for Shopify? Are you looking at the Darkseid to get it, or... And then I guess the Luna, sure, as the game goes on, but even before the Luna can get over there, is there someone else you want to see prioritized?
I think it's going to depend on the point where, like, is Luna going to get shoved out of the lane really early on? And when is Luna able to get into something like, I don't know, a Mask of Madness, just to be able to quickly take that one out? Because otherwise, I feel like Darkseid is having a fine enough lane up here that he doesn't need to revert back to going towards that. Sure, he doesn't have a lot of net worth himself, but the more important thing is that Chrysalis isn't exactly getting a ton of net worth either.
Saberlight? Are they going to be able to win this fight? Crit is freely stacking up the poison, but it's only level 1 in poison, which is a big issue.
Neutral!
Are you? What? Out of all the other damage, and Chrysalis somehow lives on, what, just under 30 health as well? So, like, what just happened?
Dota happened, you know, sometimes things like that just come out of absolutely nowhere, and I mean, I feel like Chrysalis feels pressured to be able to make a lot of this action happen. Again, the reason they picked this Monkey King in the first phase, A, comfort, B, against a melee hero, you want to get the most benefit out of it as possible. C, we know that this Demonic Purge is really going to start to come into effect once Crit gets up onto his level 6, which, you know, depending on the timing of people taking those stacks, he should get it a lot sooner than many other people on this game in terms of supports.
Oh, Fly. A little bit awkward. Stuns off the mark. Chucks are going to try and TP top as well. They run into Darkseid. Saberlight already used the Surge. He is committed deep inside Secret side of the lane, and he's going to go down, and that's TP still on cooldown for another 50 seconds. So he was having an okay time. You take a look at the last hits. He's ahead of Chrysalis, but 2 deaths in a row is really going to hurt his progression now.
All right, so maybe he takes the stacks now because he's certainly going to need them to be able to recover. Crit, nicely done to be able to steal that one away from Armel. Are they in a position to be able to go for a kill here is the key question.
Looks like that'll be the case. Armel, no chance he's going to be able to TP out now. Crit has stacked up way too many poisons. Not bad. With the help of Crit, they'll even be able to get a bounty rune as well. Let's see how much damage they can get onto the tower though with the extra. About half duration left. It is a catapult wave 2.
Yeah, should be able to get a lot of work done here actually. Uppy, he's slowly starting to make his way towards there with Yarmich, but really don't know if a Chen and a Batrider are going to be able to do too much to be able to disrupt this. Maybe just waiting until the Tiny's just about to TP in. A nice flame break back towards the tower, but it doesn't seem like they'll be able to convert onto that. Maybe just fly.
A nice rebuttal. Poppy gets the kill. I mean, this is all... You know that FBZ, like we brought up earlier, is more than okay down in this bottom lane. He can solo Arteezy's lane, top of the net worth. Head to the 2600 on Arteezy, so Yarmich going to be able to get very active, whether he wants to make some stacks, which they've currently done in the jungle. You can also get the Wisdom Rune as well, which Saberlight, in fact, even took Shopify's one.
Oh. I mean, he needed it, right? Those double kills there. Still level 4.5 or so. The important thing is, FPZ, he's building up his own stacks. He's almost reached up onto that level 6. And it's just before the Ravage is off cooldown as well. He's got Meteor Hammer coming out to him too, so really feels like Secret are in a position to be able to potentially make a play around killing Arteezy in this bottom lane and using potential neutral items and that Meteor Hammer to do some damage into the tier 1 tower, open up the map, prevent the Luna the space from being able to farm.
Radiant are scanning.
It's going to be pretty hard to kill FBZ now. Got the Occult Bracelet as well. Of course, Tidehunter very capable of taking up creep waves, so he's just given himself a bunch of extra regen. Very nicely done.
It might be difficult for Arbet to even consider about coming bottom as well with the Exo on cooldown. I mean, maybe he feels strong enough still to be able to potentially help out with this defense, but it's just slowly going to get ticketed away. And
next Meteor Hammer is just going to go down. Might not even need that.
So How do you then position yourself on the map if you're Shopify? Do you feel like Arteezy should still stick around bottom, play the jungle, shove the lane, and rinse repeat? Or are you already thinking about going towards the triangle?
He still needs that Mask of Madness to be able to make plays. And this is what I love about the Batrider. Yamich is just like, all right, you're making a bunch of stacks for yourself. You're trying to steal away and get some free farm. No thanks. I'm going to be the one to be able to yoink that away from you. I'm going to force you to be on the back foot. And maybe if they see Arteezy not playing on this bottom side of the map, they're going to think, all right, we can set up to potentially invade this Ancients area and steal it for ourselves.
Just like we were, the question we brought up before, who's going to take the stacks? Looks like Saberlight does with the hard camp. Is even going to get the Ancients as well. A couple of shells will be required. This, it's nice though, because it lets Crit get solo experience, and Shadow Demon is definitely a support who loves to be able to pick up a little bit of gold. Bottom lane, first Ravage of the game. Arteezy has a pretty big wand and a Healing Lotus as well, but it looks like it's not going to matter. Boys on Secret, very nice use of that first Ravage, and Shopify, well, they wanted nothing to do with it. In fact, they were TPing mid to try and set up for their own play.
Yeah, they were. Crit, literally the second that they go in for the Ravage, just TPs towards mid, so there's no way for him to know that that sort of play was coming, but it's up costing Arteezy his life, and they're even getting some solid enough damage into this tier 2 tower, or they will shortly.
FBZ's in a lot of danger though. Gonna try and TP up, flash up, stop that straight away. No sir, don't even think about that. Abed will try and TP mid to even get more value out of the EXO. But Armel's got some boys playing behind him. I don't know if they're gonna get the kill onto Abed though, who's really tanky with the double crown. Won't be able to continue the chase onto Armel, so very nicely done. Chrysalis actually wants to get involved. The double bound the strike, but the jump on forward fly too early with the Earth Spike means that Abed will take a spill and a fly as well. We know the casualty of war. Secret had built up a 2,000 net worth lead, and what a rune for Armel.
Of course, it's a regen rune, and they're even checking if there's any sort of stacks built up or themselves. Not quite, but Armel still going to be able to get into that nice early blink dagger. It's already about, what, 700 gold away, 10 or so minute mark. This is pretty much the timing that we
I haven't gotten the chance to see too many Death Prophets lately. I don't know if you have as well, but what do we think of the Atos build for Abed?
I mean, I don't hate it. I think when you're playing with a Darkseer, you get freed up to be a little bit less like Aura-y. You know, there was that period of time where Death Prophets were going like a Guardian Greaves just because it was going to enable your survivability a bit more, but when you've got a Darkseer, there's not really much point. You know, you would much rather provide a little bit of that extra team fight control, I guess you could say. And, you know, Atos as well, one of the best items in the game in terms of its like stat effectiveness.
And I mean, if you also take a look at like the Batrider and the Monkey, very mobile heroes, so this being able to minimize some of their effectiveness inside the fights. Man, Chris is sorry, he went Maelstrom this game. Maelstrom into the Echo Saber, so a bit of an unconventional build, I'd say, but of course, I mean, I'm not gonna doubt the Grandmaster Chrysalis Monkey King, so let's see what he's gonna be able to do with it. We'll see how much farm he can get as well, because I mean, all of Secret 3 cores 1, 2, 3 in the net worth.
I think the big thing you need to look out in whenever you're playing against a Shadow Demon is that you just...
This is not an easy kill, especially with the TPs coming out. FBZ's got the Ravage at the ready. They're going to try and dump everything onto Abed. Do they have the damage? They do, without a doubt. And now Arteezy, well, he'll still be able to get the finishing blow with the help of the Eclipse. Saberlight's there to act as a bodyguard if required. They might just go for the easier kill onto Crit instead. So Secret, they'll still be able to find a bit of a rebuttal. Saberlight using the surge on someone else means that he might be the attention now for Secret. They'll just put all their spells onto him, and now Fly stuck around for a little bit too long as well. So if 1-1 they go, and Crystal's is not even done just yet. Oh no, man, Saberlight. Oh, can they get Crystal's actually? Nah, should be able to jump away. Do Saberlight, he tried to protect his support. In the end, it cost his own life. And then his support still goes down. Secret, what a fight from them.
Sure. I mean, it really is FBZ making a lot of these perfect rotations. Honestly, the whole team, right? Even Crystallis showing up there with a perfect boundless strike. What I was about to say was, against the Shadow Demon, you got to make sure that you're not building too many stats, right? Because that's the big thing that illusions are scaling off of. If you're just going straight damage, that's why occasionally we see like a Daedalus picked up instead of something like a Skadi, because it really doesn't give the illusion that much extra power, you know? Same sort of thing with a Maelstrom. It's going to provide you with that lot of damage and not really something that the illusions can make use out of.
Alright, dude, this is 6,000 net worth lead. What? Oh my god. What's the game plan now? What does Shopify do when you are this far behind?
Let me think. Okay. I'm just trying to think, like, are they in a position to be able to build up any additional stacks for themselves? Because I really do feel like you're playing with a Luna, that's the way to get back into this game. Luckily for RTZ, he's almost got the Dragon Lance, but this is a draft where you really need the Luna to have that early level of farm, and the Shadow Demon to use the illusions in an aggressive manner, or you need the Exorcism. And right now, they've got none of those things. So it's going to be another 30 seconds until they can do anything.
Oh, what an initiation! Oh, Mel gets 3, and now there's no escape for at least multiple of them. Saber's able to get the surge away, but meanwhile, Yarmich is locked on to fly. And with the bridge, you're not going to be able to get too much further than that, and they were even hunting as well. Unfortunately, Armel didn't have the blink just up. So, I mean, Saberlight gets away, but another 2 kills into it. Another tower. They're even taking a bit of a stack, the left Ancients too, so, I mean, I don't know where this secret was on day 1, but they are rolling.
This is the area that I was talking about when I'm like, oh, does RTZ need to be in a position to be able to take these stacks? Because he does have the Mask of Madness, right? So he's got the potential to do it. And it would have allowed him to actually join into the back end of that team fight. Obviously, a triple Avatos combo certainly makes you feel like, you know what, I actually don't want to take this fight because they've landed the best possible initiation that they could. But, you know, just to be in the same general area means that RTZ could have potentially been that difference maker like he was around what felt like Shopify's one semi-successful team fight where they were able to take out Armel previously.
Crystallis found him with the Atos.
Nicely done.
That's going to be a big kill that Shopify should be able to find. How does he get out? Okay, he didn't. Oh my god. Did he? What? Someone kill him! Are you serious? He's still alive? What? No way!
He doesn't have a TP though.
I don't care, dude. He's alive.
He is alive. He's alive and kicking, and he's even got Yarmich cutting the wave, so well, they're not going to be able to continue this push either.
What?
This big movement from, what, 4 people down towards the bottom side is going to result in absolutely nothing. Is he going to go into the base to buy a TP? Across the lane. Cheeky, even going right in front of that tier 2 tower where they would have had vision even during the nighttime. Maybe acting as a little bit of a taunt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dude, if you were already not feeling confident in this game, and something like that happens where you try your best to make a play, and you eat Eclipse and he doesn't even die. That is crazy.
Roche as well.
Yeah.
I mean, can they Roche without Crystallis there? I feel like they might need his damage for it. I know Armel hits for a decent amount with this Echo Saber, but I guess they're not really in a position, considering they don't have best status right now to be able to take team fights on Shopify. But if no one's defending this bottom tower with the sort of starts they've had, they should get a general sense that this is going on. So looks like they're splitting up as much as they can just to try and close in that net worth lead a little bit. Damage just doing what all good support bat riders do, right? Playing right in front of a tier 2 tower, making sure that you're not able to actually push in that mid lane. They still haven't lost a single tier 1 tower on Secret, and a lot of it is due to Yarmich.
They see Arbet underneath his Observer Ward. It might be a little bit too deep for them. Unless he does go for the camp.
It's up in 5.
They already TP'd a couple heroes top as well, so, I mean, no one is going to be anywhere in the neighborhood even think about protecting Arbed, who's had his 3rd death of the game, and this is, you are not a hero that catches up at all. You want to be snowballing, bottom net worth out of, I mean, dude, Puppy is 200 gold behind him, so say goodbye to there ever being a possibility of Arbed being a threat as this game goes on.
Power of the Chen, man. You're able to just get a lot of that farm for free, a lot of that net worth for free, and he's even pushing towers on his own as well. It's like it's requiring the entire Shopify roster just to do any damage to a tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, it's a position 5 to put some into your tier 2 tower at this point of the game.
Yamich is somehow reading Arteezy's positioning. I was going to say, if he shows on the choreo, dude, he's being so cautious of that creep wave. It's good game sense.
Good understanding as well of how much vision is available during day and nighttime. If that was daytime, he couldn't make that sort of move. As a Lunar as well.
Meanwhile,
gets a little bit of that extra
Saberlight is going to get lasted up. Armo's in with the combo. Saberlight doesn't have enough auras. Keep himself alive with the Crimson Guard. So, I mean, that ward had 2 seconds left, just about to expire. What a perfect time for them to be able to get the jump.
And just more threat being put onto these towers. They'll get some double value out of the glyph here at least, both mid and bottom being protected. But they just use the aggressive glyph, and this is what I want to see out of Team Secret. If you go on a Chen draft, it's got like a 25% win rate so far this tournament. But that's just because a lot of people just don't make the most out of that early advantage, and Puppey is not going to make that sort of mistake.
Alright, high ground time apparently, 19 minutes in.
Yep. All rolling. Got the mech available. It's a fortification, but there's going to be another creep wave right there. They've got an Alpha Wolf as well, so plenty of damage coming through. Hand of God, Mechanism, both available. Solar Crest as well.
Wall's going to get laid down. Some chunk of damage onto Crystallis. They're going to be forced to vacuum him back in. Trying to maybe force out some spells, or even the Mechanism might be enough, but that is walled down. So do you just go mid? I guess it's, well, Armel's already there. I was going to say maybe do you consider about going bottom with the wall expiring, but I'll just get the tier 2 first.
It's not even just the wall, it's the Demonic Purge as well, right? We were talking about how it stops the Monkey King from being able to fight with that Jingu Mastery, but not anymore. You know, if you don't have that constant purge, then he's always going to be able to just, again, stand in front, man fight, especially with that Aegis.
Easy. Can he get out? Yes, he can. It's just, even though they don't get the kill, I mean, yeah, they got the tier 2 tower as well, but it's just important for them to try and run at the Lunar as often as they can to slow down his farm. I mean, that was a ancient camp that he wasn't able to get. They also occupy the triangle and take that away. So, where are you going to be able to catch back up? He'll get the mid wave. But meanwhile, again, like the point I just mentioned, FBZ is also taking away their own jungle, so I'm quite impressed with Arteezy's net worth, but I mean, that goes back to, I guess, the point you brought up with him just knowing the edges of the vision, and, you know, helped out with him farming very aggressive that top side.
Yes, it really is a game of cat and mouse between Arteezy and basically the entirety of Team Secret right now. They lucked out a little bit with at least Crit and his tier 2 neutral item. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, which means that he's almost got into that Blink Dagger for himself. And you're closing in on a couple of big items here for Shopify around the time that that Aegis should be expiring. Manta, just a couple hundred gold away for Arteezy. You've also... Oh, yep.
Can they fight? They're not all grouped up at the moment on Secret, and Arbet does have boys behind him. Yamich going to be able to drag back one Mimos armor with a simultaneous toss back into the Wukong's arm mount. Incredible spell casting.
I was really feeling buoyant about Shopify's chances moving on forward there, because they've got 3,000 gold on Abed right now, and he had a BKB queued up, and I was thinking, all right, you know, level 12, BKB, Manta style, Blink Dagger on your Shadow Demon, those are pretty big timings, especially when you consider that the Aegis is just about to expire, but didn't end up buying anything. He still got all of that gold at his disposal. He ended up losing, what, 300 or so, and it's just setting him further and further back. And well, you were talking about Puppey's net worth. He's ahead of both Saberlight and Abed.
Nah. 22 minutes in, and they can jump underneath the T4 tower? Come on now, there's no rebuttal. That just showcases how far behind they are, and Yamich, he's also hunting onto the side of the map. They should be able to get the kill, especially with a Finger of Death along with the Eclipse. I say should, as they'll drop the sentry to give them vision for the beams, but they're already starting to come around. Look at all the angles they're taking. Crystallis tries to line up the Boundless Strike onto 2, but with the TP getting cancelled, Arteezy's gonna make them run the long way and waste as much time as he possibly can. That time really will not be able to do too much here for Shopify.
never a waste of time to kill Arteezy. You know, the farmer himself is always going to be the main target for Secret. Obviously, high ground, very, very important to be able to breach, but is a 4-19 kill score. Puppy. Net worth lead, man. It's continuing to grow. The greedy captain, he's doing it, and he's even got the Holy Locket finished up as well, so even more survivability for his team. It really does feel like it needs to be like a blink vacuum from the Darkseer into like a 4-man one, into an Earth Spike, into, you know, a full-on Eclipse with Arteezy being able to just stand and right-click. But that's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes that have to come through here. They've got the BKB on Arbit. They've got the Exorcism available. There's no Hand of God. There's no Ravage. There's no Aegis. Can they make the jump? It might require Crit to just be the one on the front lines, like blinking forward to get a disruption off onto someone, but they've read it on Team Secret. They're going to be able to back off. Of course, it's just around that Watcher. They've got the Watcher control, and they didn't even look to remove it on Shopify, so a big part of this movement is going to be scouted out. Just be Puppy that gets gone on, but... Oh, maybe.
Which Damage maybe instead? But it's on a Batrider who's pretty mobile, and Secret can react accordingly. Fly's gonna miss the Earth Spike. They'll try and turn to Sableye, who does get outside the Wukongs. This is the fight they've been waiting for. It's still gonna be difficult as Abed pops the BKB, going toe-to-toe with Crystals, who wants to try and turn to deal with the Crit Shadow Demon. Abed's doing a lot of damage off the back of the Exo, but once the Jinku stacks are able to come into play, they should be able to chase down with the Death Prophet. With Armel showing up as well, he can just stand his ground. Nothing he needs to fear. Arteezy tries to turn with Eclipse, but there are just way too many units to soak the beams. They'll still get the kill onto Yamich before the Hand of God. But that was a fight where the Ravage comes out at the last second to secure it. They didn't even need it at the initial round of spells as Secret find 4, and what a worthwhile sacrifice for Yamich. And they call it, and there's no coming back. 24 minutes in, Secret, just another incredible performance from them. This is a very fun Secret to watch.
It is, and that was an annihilation of Shopify. It really feels like they're being dismantled at every step of the way. I'll be honest, I don't see it with this like first pick Darkseer. I think if you're going to Darkseer, it needs to be like at the last pick of the first phase, or somewhere a little bit later into the draft where you can take away some of the bigger counters to it, because once again, it wasn't played with a melee hero, and we never really felt the effect of Saberlight. When I think Saberlight, I'm thinking Giga Chad on the front lines, you know, right-clicking people down. Exactly, suck it. That's what I want to hear him say all the way from Riyadh down here to Melbourne. But, you know, he's playing a little bit too conservative for mine. You know, helping his supports, that's not the Saberlight we all know and love.
Yeah, I don't know. I must say I really don't understand the Darkseer. There's multiple reasonings behind it. I wish I was able to elaborate and get in the minds, but they feel like, multiple people feel like there's a big reason why they're picking up, but the games we've seen, it hasn't had a lot of success. So at least for us, you know, we kind of have some recency bias, I suppose we can say, because, you know, the games we've seen with Darkseer is not looked very good at all. But
the Great Escape.
Yeah, we get to. Sorry, how does he live through this, man? I do not get
taking
this.
Damage. Maybe if Crit was like popping the Shadow Poison inside of that, he wouldn't have had the ability to still Tree Dance away. They even pop the Eclipse. He uses the Lotus. He's able to get away even further. They've still got vision of him somehow, but then he lets a 3-man. Oh God, he's too damn good. And you know, there we go. At least Abed, you know, he's from the sea pubs. He knows that that's just something that you need to laugh and walk off.
Yeah, so, man, this Secret, I don't know, day one was just apparently a blip on the radar for them. They are looking like an incredible team, but look, let's see, they've won 5 games in a row now. They've obviously turned the page, and we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with that, though. That is really the big thing, because I'm impressed, but I need to see this more from them. I need to continue to see the consistency. If they get a 2-0 versus Shopify, all of a sudden we are, you know, starting. There's a bit of a storyline like, what is going on with Shopify? They had an early dropout at the Bali Major. They've not looked good so far at the Riyadh Masters. I mean, with that, but before this series, they were tied 5th, 3-5. They're 3-6 now. So we are...
The 2-0 against BBT wasn't enough to convince you about Secret?
Yeah, almost was enough, and then potentially with the 2-0 over Shopify, that could be enough to convince me as well. Secret on another level, but it is just game one. Can they continue with this, or is Shopify going to be able to strike back? We'll find out after the break.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة، وإنت تبغى راب خفيف أجيب تويستر. أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
I don't know what Secret keep having for breakfast today and yesterday, but whatever they are eating, it is giving them some incredible fuel to head into these games. A dominant game 1 performance from them against the boys on Shopify, and with a game 2 as well, potentially going their way. Of course, we need to set ourselves up with the draft, and how do we do that then? What do we need to look at in regards to, let's start with the first phase, when we want to look at the bans. Well, last game, it was the Enigma and the Bloodseeker from Shopify. I do not remember what Secret banned out themselves, but let's speak about Shopify's bans. What do we want to see? Do we want to see the same? Do we want to see it changed a little bit?
Shopify's bans this are?
Yes.
Yeah, let the Enigma through. I think you got to get rid of the Batrider, especially if Secret have first pick overall, which I believe they do. They had the priority this time, and they chose first pick. And I think that's a very important thing. For Secret, they banned out the Storm and the Leshrac, something that I think are 2 very suitable bans. It completely takes away the IO pairing. It's something that Saberlight would love to play with an IO in his lane. I still think you can coddle on Shopify. And I really don't want to see a first phase Darkseer come out from them. You've got second pick. If it's a good Darkseer game, you can go it at pick 18 or 24. So I'm really just wanting to see that look to come out for Saberlight, because I really don't think we're seeing his full potential come out in this tournament. It kind of feels like he's stifled into being a little bit of an aura bot, and him and Abed especially. I want to see playmakers. Death Prophet, we saw him try and be that big thing for his team to rally around with the exorcisms, but Secret were on point with their responses to it. Instantly wiped him out before he was able to get the Spirit Siphons off. Give me an Abed Meepo, give me a Ember Spirit, give me a Storm Spirit if it's not banned, but it's not going to be the Storm Spirit, but you know what I'm saying.
There's the Batrider. So both the Bloodseeker and the Monkey King are available for Chrysalis, but of course we're going to have to see a bit of a different opener for Secret.
I still think you can coddle against this. Like, you run the risk that you're just going to pick a Monkey King or a Bloodseeker with this last overall pick. So you basically need to say, all right, well, what isn't going to get absolutely bodied by it? They still go for the IO. Are they going to Legion Commander? Razor, okay. Just trying to pick up the pace. I suppose that is what you look to do when you see this Snapfire, right? Something that's able to take care of a relatively immobile hero. Of course, you have the cookie, but not much outside of that to be able to withstand a lot of these ganks. Doesn't necessarily reveal that it's going to be an Arteezy Razor as well. Could be Saberlight's hero. You still have the option of putting Arteezy on the Razor and give Saberlight another one of these heroes like the Legion Commander that we were talking about. A duel into a relocate. You're going to be able to secure that almost every single time. So, for Secret, I'm wondering what they go for. I mean, to me, this is Bloodseeker that you're needing to get rid of, right? Like, it's, well, if you feel confident in flexing the Snapfire to 4, I would Bloodseeker, because I don't think you can Bloodseeker and Snapfire, because you're going to have this really weak period from like 20 to 35 minutes where you're just not quite able to fight. Like, Bloodseeker will be able to, but Snapfire won't, and vice versa. So I just feel like there's too big of a window where you can get exploited if you did go down that route.
We have also seen teams prioritize the silencer so far in the first phase to address the IO. I don't know how... Okay, yeah, because I was going to say, I don't know how different that would be like with a Razor, if that kind of changes things there, but Secret, back into the Monkey King, I guess.
It doesn't have to be Chrysalis, remember. Yamage plays it a ton, so this still keeps a little bit of flex available for them, and keeps them guessing somewhat on Shopify Rebellion. What they need to be banning out now is just teamfight. You want to make sure that if you are using these relocates, Secret aren't able to just turn it around on you with these big AoE spells, right? Especially with that Legion Commander still in the pool. I would honestly even just ban the Legion, honestly, just to take away a little bit of that flex potential, to make sure that they don't have that easy setup. But, things like the Tide Hunter, things like even the Ember Spirit, honestly, are able to set up relatively well for some of these IO ganks.
Team Secrets turn to
Probably put Tiny in that pool as well.
Have you been impressed with the Tiny games? I know Tiny did just get a victory, but like overall, what are you feeling about the hero? Because we saw Bali Major had some pretty good games. We've seen it a couple times so far. So what are your current opinions on that hero?
Anything that doesn't have a lot of downtime and is able to be, relatively active relatively early on, especially AoE wise, is going to be a big winner for mine. So I still view Tiny as like a top 20-ish hero in the pool. I really think it's got a good place, and you've got a little bit of flexibility of it as well. We've seen, plenty of good support tinies come through, but of course we saw Armel that time around just die. I want to say that twice throughout the entire game, but there were deaths that still resulted in big team fight wins for Team Secret.
10 seconds remaining.
I just want to continue with your Legion point as well. Shopify played the Irish strat the Ire draft 3 times. In all those games, it's been paired with a Legion commander too.
And a Lesh, I think, as well. Like, it's just been in every single one. So, like, the Ire's been there for the lane, the Lesh has been there for the game. So it really does feel like something that they feel incredibly comfortable to just go back to the pool to.
And if the Legion does get let through, then Sky is something that they really like to fall back on as well. So we will see though. Of course, I don't think you're going to ban the Sky. I think it's really just to combine with the Legion commander. But what is it called from Secret? They got rid of TA, which is something that Shopify previously ran with the Ire Venomancer as well. I imagine just the lane to the Monkey King.
I could even just see something like a Crystal Maiden for Shopify, honestly. Just something that, gives a lot of mana regen, gives a little bit of team fight control, really strong in the lane, makes sure that you don't have, like, 2 really weak lanes, so that when it does come time to make the most out of this IO, that, the other heroes don't have anything to be able to make plays with. I will feel totally fine with it.
What do we make of the potential of this Raze actually being off lane?
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mentioned that at the start. It could be a 1, it could be a 3.
Yeah.
I like this from the Lion as well. Doesn't necessarily reveal a lot, and it also opens up so many avenues for ganks to be able to come through once the Blink Dagger comes online. I mean, we saw that Fly played it in the last game. I feel a little bit more confident if Brit were to play it, but I mean, if this is the IO, I suppose you could put it off lane or safe, but I would feel a whole lot more confident if it was a position for Lion, just to be able to get into that early-ish Blink timing. Ooh, FBZ Mars. We like to see that.
Yes, we do, and it's also a pretty decent lane versus the Razor, so always going to be able to separate yourself, especially if it is going to be a Snapfire in that lane too. Can very easily get out. I was thinking of a potential AT for Poppy. I know you're not going to be too upset about an Altitude. I'm just thinking of like more AoE versus the Ire. I'm also trying to think of... we brought that up earlier as well. So yeah, look at the team fight on Secret, dude. So Shopify... Yep. I think it's probably too late to go down, dabble a little bit in team fight. I feel like you just have to go all out on being not reliant on cooldowns and just look to play the map and run over Secret. You're going to need some way to take objectives as well. That's kind of the big issue they currently have.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm just thinking, could they get away with their own Tiny here for Abed? I could potentially see it working, just to be able to have, you're a decent IO pairing in the middle-ish stages of the game. You just hit like an absolute truck. You give a lot more of that attack speed. It means that, you're able to quickly wipe out a silencer.
Is it a decent IO pairing?
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Sure. It's just funny when someone says that, because I instantly think IO tiny, but I mean, yeah, it's definitely not.
It's
as
not
good
2013 anymore,
Yes, no, that is 10 years ago, but but there you go. There's some of your push, right, with the Beastmaster.
It's push, and it's, again, you can run the IO with this, so it's I think it's a very viable thing. I would say it's a little bit more likely that it's just going to be an IO Razor, but again, you mentioned that, well, it really depends, right? Maybe level 2 on the Lion, it's going to be stun into Hex into Static Link, and just making sure to be able to punish the fact that you're not going to have that spear to be able to break the Static Link. But it really does rely on a lot of BKB timings to come out here from Shopify Rebellion. Just to be able to run through the arena, to be able to not care about the Snapfire at all, to be able to cancel out the Global Silence. Very, very important tools to have.
So currently we have a little bit of flex that we need to work out on Secret in regards to if the Snapfire is going to be mid or as a 4. Currently, do you have a preference?
No, not particularly. I'm really just looking at a lot of these bans as to what they're looking to try and do. I mean, the Primal Beast being banned out by Secret means, okay, we don't want them just to have even more potential to just run at us and take out Silencer / Snapfire. And you would have to say that Snapfire is by far the one that's in a little bit more danger off the back of that, right? Like you're going to be the main target if you are especially being played as a core. You want to make sure that you're wiping that one out, making sure that there's not going to be any sort of levels being gained by the snap, and looking to punish the game as much as possible. Like, make no mistake, Shopify are playing fast this game. They're done with these late oriented styles. They want to make sure that they can just swarm over Team Secret. The thing is, they don't have great team fight to be able to do it, right? Like, Team Secret have the potential. Mars is probably one of the better ones for a lot of these early kill attempts that Shopify are going to go for to be thwarted entirely.
Radiant team ban.
It's another really good ban with the Timber Saw. One that would have allowed them to just rip on through. Would have been a bit more of an active hero for Abed as well.
Can we look at something like Alina for Armel?
We could, but I'm still a little bit worried about, like, what if they just puck against you or something like that, you know?
Yep.
Hold you in place, extra stuns, more static link guaranteed, another way to get on top.
Yeah, my reasoning is because you don't see a mid matchup, and I think Mars, Monkey, and Nice to play in front, but if Shopify get towers and... like, that's kind of mid to late game
on Secret. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
I think that'll be enough with the Mars to be able to give him a strong lane, to be able to like, Monkey King is going to be going against the Beastmaster. That's a fine enough lane for the Monkey King, and it's going to be able to make space for the Snapfire to be able to, you know, get into that dangerous position. Honestly, even a Chakra on the Snap feels pretty devastating as well.
Yeah. At least they currently feel like there's some wild flex on Secret, whether the Monkey King be played as a 4, and of course, like we said, the Snapfire to go mid. We mentioned a lot that, yes, Chrysalis has a very good Monkey, but even Yamich can play it, but trying to cover their tracks here for Shopify.
I don't think you want to play it into a Razor lane, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Let's see. 10 seconds left for Secret. What's the call going to be? Whether they continue with the flex. What the heck? All right. I mean, it
could be the support Terrorblade. You never
yuck.
know. I'm still waiting to see it a second time, man.
Maybe they were going to run the Monkey with the Terrorblade.
That's a quick response.
What is going on?
Mid Beast? No, mid Razor.
Razor.
All right.
It'd be very interesting versus the Snapfire, actually. I mean, you have Cookie, but that's not enough in a solo lane where Razor's going to have boots and potentially win lace. This is a very interesting look at the draft that we have. I mean, on paper, like, if you speak about the Terror, like, before the Naga Siren is picked up, I mean, Terrorblade with Skadi against Razor is always a very big issue, can be difficult. You can blow up the Razor before the static link is, like, too much of an issue. And then, of course, Inner Beast, like, stealing all the auras on Beastmasters, super, super nice as well. But then, you go for this crazy flex. You put the Monkey King as a 4, a Snapfire goes mid, and then Shopify, like, all right, you're going to flex, we're going to flex as well. Let's go Naga.
I mean, I understand where you're going for with the points about, like, the Skadi, but again, it's a Razor, right? And Skadi no go through BKB anymore, so that's a pretty big thing. Especially considering Razor is one of those heroes that goes a pretty damn early BKB, so he's just going to be running at this Terrorblade. He's not going to be stopped by really anything that Team Secret have to throw at them. They've got nothing that goes through the BKB in terms of disables. They've got the Global Silence, sure, but beyond that, there's really nothing. And also, the Lion, you've got the Mana Drain for the TB Illusions as well, so nice little way to at least reduce a little bit of the damage output. I honestly don't know how I feel about this. You know, Yamich playing the Monkey King into the Naga Siren plus Io pairing seems like it'll be okay. I'll be honest, I haven't seen a lot of him actually play the Monkey King. I just know that he does a lot. So Abed playing on this Razor, I think he's going to have a totally fine time against the Snapfire, but it's really just going to be dependent on a lot of those rotations coming through from Crit. At least it's Crit playing the Lion this time. I want to see him greed it up a little bit more, get a lot of that experience, get into that early Blink Dagger timings, and always be in a position to be able to TP to save the Snap when it inevitably... no, never mind, the Lion's on the wrong side. Whatever. It's going to be a close game.
All right, close game. That's... I like to hear that. I believe in Shopify. I think I'm just a bit too concerned. Maybe they got a bit too cute for themselves on Secret. We have seen, at least the games that we've covered, with a Snapfire with another like hard carry. It's just been way too slow, and Shopify's lineup, you kind of want to be going up against a team that is very slow to be able to, take control of, open up the map with the Beastmaster, and then be able to get pickoffs with the Lion setting up or the Beast setting up. Even the Naga can set up as well for that matter too. So I think Shopify, there's a lineup that thrives on being able to play fast, and Secret, they do not want to verse a lineup that kind of does that. So with that being said, I think as this game goes on, I would say, Secret, like ultra late game, like 40 minutes in, if this is a pretty even game, even if they're down by like 10k, I'd say you'd probably be in a pretty happy position, but I just don't think we'll get to that stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be dependent on like how low do the BKBs eventually get if it does go that late. Is FBZ able to go into like a refresher orb eventually on his Mars? These sorts of questions need to be answered. Also, the thing that I'm constantly just weighing back and forth in my head is what sort of build is Arteezy going to go? Because a lot of people have flamed him for having just like one set style where it's just farm and do nothing else. End the game with a ton of farm, but not too much impact. But he's shown in playing the Naga Siren in recent series that he is not one to shy away from going the Orchid. Doesn't do it every single game. He still can just sit back and go for a little bit more of the farm-centric style. And you would have to say that against a Terrorblade with a Naga or any like mass illusion hero, that is certainly a possibility that they might just look to, greed it out. But I'm just not sure how well it fits into the rest of the draft.
Look at the setup top lane. Poppy and Yamich in the trees. Wanted to crit first, and this should be a easy first blood. Would have loved to get it onto Stabilized Crystals comes and yoink it, but of course that is more than okay for the carry to claim it.
For sure. Damage coming back down towards the bottom side, making sure that FBZ isn't left solo for too long.
Is this on a free Mars lane though? Because didn't we see... Who did we see? Oh my, who's like one of the better... I can't remember. I'm thinking of MR, but I can't think of like some other really good Mars. Anyway, we saw a Mars like really recently that went like a 0-2-1 build and went like double Bracer, and I think it was like an IO +1 lane, and he just free farmed. So I'd kind of like FBZ to do that this lane. I think he's going to have a pretty good time with an early point in Bulwark.
I think it was against a Sven though, one where the cleave was being reduced a little bit by the Bulwark. Obviously, it's still going to be nice against the Naga Siren, but I don't know. I think you do want to enable yourself to be able to respond to a lot of these eventual like gank attempts, right? You know that a Raze is going to be in a position to do so, consistently making those dives. Once the ultimates start to come out for both the Lion and the Beastmaster, it's a similar sort of situation. That's great. Speaking of the Lion, he's getting dived a little bit, and he's barely going to be able to survive.
Has to pop the Selv and regen up. So intrigued to see what the build's going to be for our beds. Got the Treads currently queued up for the Razor. We also got to see Uragi play an exceptional carry Razor performance earlier in the day, where he went for a Maelstrom. Also wanted to dive into the Ag Shard at an early stage. So very intrigued to see what the difference is going to be from a mid Razor compared to a carry Razor.
The mid-Razor could still afford to go into something like that Maelstrom, right? You can look to go into a Glypnir if you wanted a little bit of that extra control, but against a TB with all of his armor, feels not too bad. Against a Mars who might have that Bulwark up, feels not too bad. And even if Yamich pops the Wukongs, all that extra armor going to be negated as well. So I could see it working out if he just needs it as like a farming accelerant. Also seen a lot of mid-Razors look to max out the plasma field instead of the static, especially against some of these more ranged opponents. But he's in a pretty consistent position as he actually uses the Fortify as well to try and chase up onto Armel, but able to use the Fairy Fire to prevent his death.
So just to mention, both Shopify side lanes were able to pick up the Healing Lotus. Little extra advantage that they're going to be playing with in the lane.
Especially with an IO, right? You just get the double benefit out of that one there. Yamich is just being a courier sniper right now. This is what I was talking about, right? I was really like, what does the Monkey King really do in this lane, It doesn't feel like it would have the same level of impact as potentially the if it was being played as a 1. But if he's already got 2 couriers at this point in time and is able to snipe out a punch, he might end up dying here, though.
He's had enough of the Monkey King shenanigans. Yeah, they should be able to get the kill onto Yamich. I guess meanwhile inside the river, Armel make an attempt onto crit as well. Looks like there will be a rebuttal. Arbed might be able to clean up, though. There's nothing Puppy's going to be able to do to dissuade Arbed from continuing to steal the damage, and Arbed gets a solo kill.
All right.
Meanwhile, FBZ is also going to get chased down as well. They're going to try and TP in Yamich, but a little bit too late. He's not going to go for a kill onto Fly, but...
The Lotus.
Hang on a second. Yamich, this is not looking too good, my friend. Arteezy has seen snare back up. He's going to get the illusions in front of the Monkey King. What is that damage? Is he going to he's going to get out as well? Did he high roll?
I'm not sure what happened, but he's got the Blightstone as well, so Io doesn't have a ton of armor to be able to play around with, so he's able to just get a really big right click in onto him, gives him enough to be able to finish up that Orb of Corrosion as well, so a little bit more survivability, a little bit more harass potential as well. Certainly wasn't expected coming through there from Fly, but at the end of the day, you still were able to kill FBZ.
This is going to be a scary thing, though, for Armel to deal with, the collapse onto mid lane, with the Io being able to buff up Arbed's movement speed and crit being able to wrap around as well, so... I do believe they are at least aware. Poppy was able to scout out crit with the Observe Ward by the secret shop, I think. I thought there was one there, unless it's expired, or I'm just blind.
This is one of the big reasons why I was saying that I understand your reasoning behind wanting the Bulwark against the Naga Siren, but I think you know that is inevitably coming towards the Snapfire, right? You got to make sure that you've got the maxed out Spear to be able to prevent any sort of kill attempts and even potentially turn it back around onto Arbed.
Yeah, but I more wanted like a level 3 where you go 0-2-1.
No, I understand that, but I think you just got to get as many points into the Spear as Mars as you can by like when you're level 6, so that when they're looking to dive you can TP and drop the arena, get a max damage / duration stun with the Spear, and then maybe turn around the kill onto the Razor. Yoink. Wisdom Rune. Not Wisdom Rune. Healing Lotus.
Illusion Rune? It's okay. Oh, heal. Oh, no. Healing
yeah,
Lotus.
no, completely different.
Okay. They're even going to rotate crit down to bottom, so a bit of an investment out of Shopify with Fly being here as well.
Yamich is nowhere nearby. He's scouting out that there's a stack built up. He's blocked up the ancient camp, and he's pinging out the fact that I'm over at the Wisdom Root, so make sure that you're backing up a little bit, FBZ. Don't want to give your life away for free, and lucky for him, he's going to be able to body block the creep wave so that he is fighting right in front of his tower. So it's going to take a lot to be able to kill him. Looks like Puppy's in position to make sure that one does not just get yoinked away.
And very cool from Sableye. It's not going to matter in the end, but it was a minor thing where he used his courier to scout up the trees if the monkey was perched up there. It was cute. It didn't help him secure the Wisdom Rune. Maybe if he was positioned on the left side, he could have cut down the tree, but he just got a little bit unlucky there. But that's, you know, the kind of little things that sets people apart.
I'm just loving the positioning from Yamich, right? Like, he's always seems to understand when FBZ is safe and when he needs to make sure that he's, you know, in a position to potentially give up his own life for the benefit of the Mars. You know, Mars, not an amazing laner. It can be when you're being paired together with, like, a ranged support, being able to set up for a lot of kills, but certainly this isn't the case this time around. Aya provides way too much sustain, Naga's got way too much movement speed and armor to be able to prevent deaths a lot of the time. So the fact that he's been able to get FBZ off to this solid enough start and then leave, be a bit of a menace throughout the rest of the map, being able to drop down sentry wards, scout out wisdom runes, yoink those away. Maybe, I doubt they're going to onto Arteezy. I think he's just being annoying as possible, potentially trying to bait TPs from Shopify.
Well, I like this now, because, I mean, you've got your ultimates to combine with, right? You've got Arena, you've got Kisses. So it's time to go. You want to try and take a fight. They've got a pretty good Observe Ward as well. They're going to run into Fly first. Poppy's in a great position to combine with the Cookie. And that's going to be Io down for 20 seconds, which will help open up the bottom tower. They're also going to see Arteezy starting to wander away from the area. They're going to be cautious about their own safe lane, though, because Shopify, they're making their own play across the map.
It'll be a little bit slower, though. Got Crystallis there with the Sunder available. He knows that this sort of attempt is coming, so He's going to back off into the jungle. Doesn't have an observer ward to be able to play around with, but they got a very brief glimpse, I believe, of them starting to come through. Will it be enough for him to be able to get back to safety?
They're going to get him. Very nicely done. There's a level up in the Sunder. He's going to be able to get it before the Roar, but it won't matter in the end. They're still going to surround him and secure the kill, so you're pretty happy with that. You're probably going to get the tower nonetheless. Saberlight doesn't have the helm dome. Maybe not, actually.
They've taken bot tower. They've got TPs available on Secret to be able to get back up to the top side. Looks like Puppey is just walking up there. Doesn't have the twin gate or the potential movement, but Yamich and Armel absolutely do. Orc's going to scout out this movement, though.
Puppey's 6 already. Okay. Runs into Crit, who will also TP out. Yamich. Very close.
Double Wisdom Rune helps. Being able to pick
That's
that sort
true.
of stuff
Yes,
up.
it does. No Glade Point, though, so it's not going to be like... Was it DY that we actually cast? I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, but it must have been. Because it was... Yeah, I think it was Xtreme versus PSG LGD, where we saw the Silence to have like 30 intel at such a stupid stage of the game. Just rush refresher.
No worries about being able to actually cast double global silences and the refresher of, yeah. To see why.
Dyer's courier.
Gonna get the DD.
Yeah. Ramel.
So
we haven't even seen this big team fight have to happen
yet
from Secret. That's the big plus side for them. You know, we was thinking that maybe you would have been able to get a little bit more out of this early game from Shopify, just off the fact that the lanes are fairly good. But the fact that Snapfire is still second on net worth is a huge plus. I mean, Armel, he has been bossing at this tournament, and he's almost into his ATOS, so maybe they're about ready to make one of those fights happen.
That was the question I was just about to ask, is actually Yamich pretty good positioning. See the Razor. Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, did you actually feel like Secret? Because this feels like guaranteed kills. Arena, Mortimer kisses, someone's dying. And I was going to say, like, do you feel like it's not that good that they haven't been able to get those kills? Because it feels guaranteed. But I guess if you use your ultimates right, then Shopify can walk down a lane and get whatever they want, knowing that these abilities are on cooldown. They don't have to fear too much.
Yeah. Window to be able to do that sort of thing. Right now he's just focused on rushing in towards that blink. But you're very closely going to have the Helm of the Dominator or Saberlight, so at least he is going to be able to convert, you know, even a drawn team fight into kills on this Beastmaster, right? Whereas if you made a play a little bit sooner, they might win the team fight or draw even, but they wouldn't have been able to do anything on shot. Them, this minute or so of peace is going to do them so much good.
Ammo being level 9, we even... I mean, it's very early on, 2 minutes until the next Wisdom Rooms, but even more vital with a Snapfire, so keep tabs on how either side's looking at position, because it's really hurting the Shopify supports. Crit just hit level 6. Watching for Fly, he's still not there just yet. Very close to having the relocate. Do you think once Fly gets his ultimate, they're probably going to look to try and make a play across the map on Shopify?
Sure, but I mean, that might also be a reason why Secret haven't done it just yet, because they want Puppey's ultimate to be available for when Shopify try and make something happen with the relocate. You know, if you could just bait out a relocate and then just global for it, then you know that you've got the outnumber, right? Like, there's not going to be two highly valuable heroes in the middle of that team fight, and that's huge at this point. Picking out FBZ for now, but again, he's even been left solo as well, so he's going to be able to get into this Blick Dagger at a pretty early-ish timing. And this is what you want out of the Mars, right? A lot of times you can get caught out.
Oh, no. Alright. Well, why not? He's getting antsy, it seems like. Puppet might get chased down, but Hookie's still there. Yeah, it feels like kind of an antsy ult. He's like, haven't used it just yet. See freebie onto the line. Why not go for it? Oh, you probably walk down top now.
Possibly, but again, like FBZ has been farming down here for quite some time. They know that he's going to have his next item pretty soon. As to what that is, I'm sure they're not 100% solid on it, but Dagger's coming out. He might even look to take the Twin Gate up there, force the wave in one last time before he makes that sort of play.
Very nice read as well from FBZ. I mean, he's scanning illusions now, but nonetheless, it would have hit on the heroes that are currently moving down bottom for Shopify, so an incredible read from him. SR tried to slow down this blink timing. It is already completed.
Is indeed. He's also just making sure to play around that area where they could look to invade for the Wisdom Rune. Crit's trying to get around it, just be able to be the sneaky invader, and it looks like he's got behind enemy lines to be able to make it happen. So this is a big plus for them. We were talking about how the Shopify supports were being a little bit behind, but Crit off the back of this, who's got the quicker fingers?
Oh, dude, he almost jumped over it, but does he have to arena for it? You definitely don't want to, and it looks like he won't have to. He'll be able to catch up, especially with Armo here as well. So both Wisdom Runes, by the looks of it, went the way of Shopify.
Yeah, be happy with that, I would say. You know, a slower game. I don't think Shopify need to be active from like the very beginning. That's the thing, right? We talk about how this is a lineup that can just run down lanes, but you got to make sure you're ready to do it. Abed doesn't quite have the BKB just yet. He's about 600 gold away. That's really the timing that they're looking to go for. You've got the mech as well on fly available. You're almost closing in on the Vladimir's offering or Saberlight as well. So you've got a lot going your way. And they might be able to take this tower, but not on Secret's watch. They're going for a smoke to try and defend every single tower that they can. They want to have a flawless series.
It was a really good Hawk placement, though, from Saberlight. Was able to scout out that 3-man smoke, so you see them playing accordingly. Both Fly and Saberlight going to back on up. Even Crit tries to TP mid to get himself closer towards the Blink Dagger. They will invade into the triangle, but they're not going to run into anyone.
Careful here. They've already used the Eye of the Storm as well on Abed just for farming purposes. So if they did jump in onto him, at least he's already going to have that running, even if they're perfect with their spell usage and their stun combinations. The real question is someone going to show up to try and defend this mid tower? Armel's kind of acting as bait right now, alongside that siege creep, and things are happening, but yeah, the scan is there. They know they've got everyone backing them up, and I think as soon as they see nobody revealing in here, the team fight, it advantages team secret, so you may as well put multiple heroes in there that are just going to allow you to take this tower as quickly as possible.
Very passive game, but it is about to
look at all those creeps up on the top side as well.
Ooh, I mean, someone is going to want this farm. I guess Crystalus maybe with a TB can get it, but yeah, the tower might go down before. Yeah, Monkey's like, all right, there's a lot of experience for me.
A lot of Skelly boys going to be able to take out. Also, nice little aggro onto the creep wave, so might be able to protect this tower, but the Skelly's just way too strong. So little things going Shopify's way, right? You've almost got enough for the Helm of the Overlord now. You would love to be able to just take out that bottom tier 1 tower for free. Just use one of the Beastmaster creeps to be able to do it. It's still going to be a little bit until Crit gets into that Blink Dagger for himself. Yeah, look at Arbit. He just wants it for free. You know, just a quick take that's going to perhaps bait out a glyph that would have put a lot of stuff on cooldown. We got missed.
Like 0.2 seconds away from Arteezy's TP getting cancelled from Armel's Atos.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's go time. Let me see a fight, boys. Come on, what's going on? 10 kills, 17 minutes in. Last game we had plenty of kills. But it is time now for some action. Secret know it as well, though. They're starting to part their way top.
Man, Abed just bought a Wraith Band. He just wants to be at absolute maximum fight.
Oh, FBZ jumps into the middle with a Global Silence along with all the ultimates. So they're going to be able to get more than one kill off the back of this. Fly still alive, and they shrug off the scary team fighters. Abed, he didn't even pop his BKB. These guys got some balls of steel to trust the IO. And well, now this is where it opens up, and yeah, they're going to maybe even consider about Roche as well.
How long have they got left on that Eye of the Storm? It's just about to run out. I'm not sure if they have the damage potentially to do it, but I guess maybe with an IO they're feeling relatively confident. They popped the Arena, they popped the Mortimer's Kisses, and they used the Global Silence as well, so really be able to stop them from looking to take this one, even if it's just a slow chip down. But what it does mean is that Secret's heroes are going to be able to take multiple lanes of farm for a few minutes, and Yamish, he's going towards that Lotus Orb for himself, so you know, I feel like he's going to be looking to use that onto FBZ. You know, FBZ is the frontline jumper, but they're going to make sure that they've got that Lotus Orb onto him to be able to back him up for the eventual usage of the Static Storm, the Roar, everything else that he's got coming his way. There's my answer of whether Arteezy will go full-on farming route or if he's going to look to get a little bit more aggressive, especially with the Aegis in their arsenal as well. Like you mentioned, not even popping that first BKB for Abed. Going a quick bounty rune for himself. Still look to play aggressively. And this is where I really feel like Shopify are at their best. You know, when they're playing on the enemy side of the map, when they're playing aggressive, their Dota. They're playing their Dota. They're not trying to react to what the enemy team's trying to do.
And not only like their best as a whole, but like this game in particular, like this is, I feel like, one of their strongest timings this game. You just got Blink as well, just completed on crit. This is where you need to really build a lead this game, because otherwise, like we said, if this game gets kind of later and later, it is going to be a bit scary for them. So you have plenty of time with the Aegis. You still got, what, 4 minutes, just under now. You need to be able to convert on this advantage that you have, and this can all start from crit, blink, reveal. Gonna be able to jump. Saberlight, he's got the raw follow-up as well. Not before Puppy gets the force into the defensive global silence as well, but Armel, he'll still go down, and Arteezy's wraparound means that Yamich is caught inside the lane. Arteezy even got a song just to help them close the distance. But he's soaking all the damage away from the Terrorblade. It's going to render Crystallis completely useless. What an orchid timing. As soon as FBZ tries to counter-initiate a Shopify. An incredible team fight from them. The spell casting was perfect.
It was, and they know that there's no glyph as well, so they could just, zoom this one down, take the tier 2 tower. They've got the Helm of the Overlord timing. They've got a great initiation from crit. This is what I wanted to see in the last game with the Lion pickup, right? We just never saw that Blink Dagger come out for fly. This time around, it's a pretty quick one for crit to be able to make plays like that with.
And now how do you play the very fun game of Dota that it is for Secret? You've lost the tier 2 mid, you're going to continue to lose your map. Like we keep saying, this is a lineup that wants to go late. Need a lot of farm on your heroes. FBZ had a great start, but you take a look at the net worth. Dude, where's all his gold gone? I don't know how he's this far behind, but it's going to continue to be that way. With you have to somehow share the farm between a Monkey support, which is kind of greedy, a Terrorblade, a Snapfire that wants to scale. Like, this is not going to be easy.
Well, he's all you've got to be able to start fights, right? That's the thing. And it feels like they've been wanting to go around these times where they feel relatively strong, around the Atos, around the 4-staff, around the Boots of Travel, but it just hasn't eventuated. And I think it's really important that Yamich gets into this Lotus Orb, because right now, FBZ, you saw there, he got orchided, so he wasn't able to drop that arena. He wasn't able to save the backlines off the back of, the Song of the Siren and everything else that came out afterwards. So if Yamich is able to get into this Lotus, suddenly FBZ is even more enabled this game.
Again, with the Wisdom Room timing, this time Armel was able to get it for Secret. Shopify's is still standing, but they've got other things on their mind. Saberlight gets a free T2 tower, whereas the rest of the team, they're on the other side of the map. They didn't have to be there to protect him, so they're getting so much currently.
They got pretty good vision right now on Shopify all throughout the map, just with the Naga Illusion scouting on the bottom side. You've got an Observer Ward up top. Of course, you've got the Beastmaster Hawk, just basically getting a sense of every single avenue that you've got throughout the game. Very important as well that Armel, he's just gone the fairly standard build for the Snapfire, so it's important that he is the one to get the Wisdom Rune there, to make sure that he is the one getting into a lot of that experience and getting as close to that level 20 as he can as quickly as possible.
Seems like they're doing a pretty good job though to choke out the map. Arteezy's playing away from the team. You got 3 people around mid, even 4 now with crit. They easily can connect. Water lane is required. That is one thing I have not brought up. The Lion TB with dealing with the illusions.
Yeah. Very, very quick way to be able to do it. They don't quite... Well, they see the courier, but they're not quite able to reach it. So you've got the Lotus Orb now available. Arteezy's closing in on the heart, though. So he is going to be very, very hard to kill. And the one thing that I want to commend about Arteezy's game this time around in particular, not just the fact that he went into the early-ish Orchid that allowed them to win that previous team fight, but a lot of the times when you're playing Naga Siren, it's pretty hard to, like, get everyone else up in terms of experience on the map because you're just taking everything. You're able to shove in multiple lanes, but this time around, like, you've been able to split the map up because you've got an IO supporting the Razor, you've got a Beastmaster who's supported by his own creep and is very tanky and can just take a lot of these ancient stacks. And Arteezy's actually using, I think, only one of his illusions, sometimes 2, to scout out where the enemy team is. So it's not always for farming. Sure, he's farming, he's doing it in pretty safe spots, but he's actually using his illusions as like a scouting tool, even as a position 1. So big kudos to him for switching that part of his game up and playing a little bit more for the team.
This is a great read. I don't know how they got it, but Shopify Very close to Secret Smoke. They will go the long way around. Secret Scan does connect. Arbed with a great position on the higher ground. Gets the static link before the Lotus Orb was delivered over. Now with the BKB as well, Arbed, he's going to be freely enabled inside the fight. They want to kill Puppey as well before the Global Silencer. Now, how does Secret ever have a successful fight when it starts like that? As Chrysalis, they're going to be able to chase him down. Plasma up in a couple seconds. We need to look at the blink as well. Where is Crit? He's going for some different targets instead, as well. He's actually not even with the boys. Wanted to deal with some vision. And they will not be able to cancel the TP of FBZ. But, I mean, if fights continue to start like that, it's not going to look easy for Secret.
It's not, but again, at the end of the day, you didn't use meta. You only really used Wukoks at the end of that, right? So you've got the Global Silence. They don't have a BKB on the Razor. You don't have Finger of Death on Lion. And if they're having a look over at Arteezy, they'll see that he doesn't have a lot of mana. So he needs to use a lot of this stuff to be able to be effective in team fights. That's why they're going for this really quick smoke in response to it. Not revealing everything with Armel still showing on the lane. If they can catch someone out here, that'd be enormous. Arteezy, he's very tanky though. Look at that.
Dude, look at all the lanes.
I mean, that's why Armel is forced to be in this sort of thing. He's, of course, got the boots of travel, so he can join the rest of the team, but Shopify have read it. Big kudos to them. Saying, you know what, they're running at us. We know it. We know that we've just dodged a big smoke. And they're still just going to go back to farming. Like, this is the Shopify that I want to see. One that doesn't get just put too far behind by the draft. That's allowed to play these lanes really aggressively, really effectively, and then snowball into that later start of the game.
They're going to try and get the Tormentor here for Secret. Not that the really Shard gives them a whole lot for either the Silencer or the Monkey King. Puppey. Dying.
They're playing for the next one. You know, they just want FBZ to get the free Shard.
I'm on mid lane. 2800 health they have to go through. They're going to Global Silence off the Relocate as well. And Shopify looks like super happy with that. Relocate for Global. This stage of the game. It's a shorter cooldown for Fly, and you're going to continue to be able to play super aggressive. If Secret, if you're ever having a fight back in this game, you need every single ult to be combined together.
Yep. So probably won't need to use that BKB once again on Arbed until like the very later portions of these team fights. He's always going to be able to get off a big portion of his spells. Still is going to be on the back of Crit though. He still needs to be the first one to be able to start out a lot of these fights. He's going to have the backing at least of the Pipe Aura to be able to help him out. Fly just finished that one up not too long ago.
Crit? This might be a pretty good target. Oh, no, that needs the spear. And now even Fly's going to jump in to try and protect Crit. It's a pretty good arena along with the Wukongs, but is this the fight where they can turn around? Both supports going to be killed off the start. They'll turn to Arbed next as well. We still get to pop the BKB. The kiss is going to be raining down. That'll force the BKB out of Arbed. But now Arteezy showing up with the backline stab as well. Is going to try and chase down Armel, but they've separated Secret. Two fights are breaking out simultaneously. Chrysalis is going to look for the team. Arteezy, he's still chasing Armel further inside the base. He's going to have Arbed to combine with. They'll need some buybacks to protect the Snapfire, but they just come... Oh? Does Arteezy get the kill? Maybe he's going to use the illusion to it. He could Sunder. Can he get it off? 4 stuff away. Armel wanted no way. 50 health. But then that's a double buyback out of the supports nonetheless. And a successful fight for the boys on Shopify.
Get one buyback out of Crit as well, I suppose. But the big thing is they took that fight and Arbed didn't even land a static link onto anyone. He had to use that super late BKB as well just to survive from the Mortimer's Kisses. So it could have gone better for Shopify, but certainly they would be happy with forcing out those 2 buybacks as well as around this period that Roshan's back up and just want to take this one, get into that butterfly on the Medusa, and then look to try and close this game out because the thing that's looming is Armel getting onto that level 20. He's level 17, 28 minutes just went by. He's zooming back towards that where that Wisdom Rune is just to be able to quickly take it. I'm closer towards it, to be honest. Here as well, so ways to be able to deal with a Naga. Invisibility. Timing it really well to be able to instantly remove that Watcher. So not wanting to give any sort of information over to Shopify that they don't have to. timing by Chrysalis as well, making sure to get away. Summoned another lot of illusions just to be able to farm that bottom side of the map, but then got out of there instantly.
Gonna disassemble the Sanjin Yasha for the help on Razor. Yes, he is. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we probably looking for? Manta. Yep.
Feels good to be able to pop just that instead of the BKB for the global.
Yes, it does indeed. Butterfly now completed as well. So 11,000 net worth lead. Do we like the Aegis given over to Abed? I mean, I guess the question is, does Arteezy ever die? And is Abed going to be a high ground sieger then?
I don't think Arteezy ever dies. And you've also got Arteezy with a Dragon Scale as well. So he's just going to be constantly making pressure all around the map.
Very cool.
Yeah. this very balanced way to be able to just chip down towers. And he's just going to force so much attention towards him and away from the Razor. Well, once they get the Manta style, I think that's just going to be all systems go. But they might not even want to wait for that. Again, it is a ticking time bomb with this Snapfire that they don't want to take any chances with. We're just onto a TB illusion. Wanted to get a little bit of that static link stolen. Or Crit ruined the fun. Look at how far away they're just leaving Abed to be on the front lines there, saying, "We got you, man. Don't worry, we're all behind you." Just don't want to give anything up for free. As you know, Armel's pretty happy with everything. Like he is just taking a lot of these waves completely for free. Maybe one hero is soaking it up with him, but again, getting closer and closer. Arteezy is the most annoying one on the team right now, though. Keeping these pushed out very consistently.
And eventually, they're going to take a fight with a numbers disadvantage where someone has to deal with top, and then Arteezy is just going to pop out at bottom. It's going to be a difficult fight for Secret to take.
The plus side is you're playing with a Mars, right? So FBZ, you're always in position if anyone gets into a really poor spot to be able to get Blink Spear back up onto the high ground. Obviously, Abed, not the most ideal target. He's got a BKB, he's got an Aegis, so probably not the one you want to be going for, but anyone else goes onto the front lines, it's going to make it a whole lot more challenging as, wouldn't you know it, Arteezy illusion strike again. Death by 1,000 cuts.
And they're going to wrap all the way around top instead with a full 5-man.
Seeing who comes to defend.
Which has only been Chrysalis usually. They're hesitant now with no one else showing on the map. They are going to lose some buildings though.
Yep. Unhealable damage. Sending the Ancient Black Dragon forward. They know that this is just a waiting game, right? Like, if you can get away without losing melee racks, I think you view this as a success for Team Secret. Built 2 tier 3 towers, 1.5 range racks. Armel, level 19.25. Towards that silver edge, so he really wants to be able to crit a lot of people down. He is able to just sit back and start spam casting those little shredder bullets.
Aegis down in 50. Let's see if they try and force the issue on Shopify. Would be that last fight before the 20.
Yeah.
Maybe they were waiting for AC.
Maybe. Again, Arteezy is just pushing in multiple lanes at once. Getting the damage in onto that mid-range racks. It's like, Arteezy, he'll have to be a little bit careful here. The real Arteezy was just positioning himself up towards the top side, but no one else on the team is taking the bait. Aegis, 30 seconds left now. Mel has to be careful.
Jump. Instant Lotus Orb. And FBZ tries to TP in as well. Now we're going to see Arteezy maybe bring his real hero up to the top barracks, or he can continue to send the illusions instead.
Now this is another range rack's gone. Skadi finished up as well. You have withstood the Aegis. You've withstood the very, very scary part of Shopify Rebellion's draft. Naga doesn't get any less scary, but suddenly you've got your own big threat in Armel right now about to come online. He's actually gone away from the item that he queued up previously that I've completely forgotten, and he's going into the MKB after seeing the Naga Siren.
Silver's Edge.
That's the one.
They're gonna smoke. All right.
Maybe use Armel as bait. Put him a little bit further in the lane.
Oh, this is scary, dude. Pop is gonna lead the charge as well. You can't let him
Quick
get
fingers.
caught. Saberlight turns with Aurora as well. Meanwhile, they're also controlling up the Mars, trying to prevent some of the spell casting out of FBZ, but the Global Silence doesn't give them a whole lot. They're gonna try and chase down the lion.
They pop meta too.
Now it's just an all-out retreat, it feels like, with everything committed on Secret. Shopify know this is a big window for them to be able to successfully come out on top as Abed charges in. They're going to be able to get the song to set up. Static Link is there if they want to drain some of the damage. It is a nice work, Hongs, though. Busy, there we go. There's the BKB, considering about using the arena as well, but no deaths?
No deaths, but no cooldowns left for Secret right now. You don't even have one of his kisses. You've got absolutely nothing outside of that arena. It's going to need to be a picture-perfect link back into the spear inside of the base. So they want to just give up another melee racks here. Lane looks like that's going to be the inevitable thing. Armel's still so agonizingly close to being able to pick it up, and they won't even have control over this bottom area of the map, with Shopify able to yoink away that next Wisdom Root if they wanted to.
Come on, dude. This is so... Imagine versing this.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't have to imagine it. It happens every day in my parts. They're about to just mega them off the back of a an Arteezy Naga Siren.
Are they? It's fine.
There we go. Not the most exciting, but it's effective.
Come on, save a life. Oh my god.
So now it's even more challenging for especially like the Monkey King and the Silencer. They can't clear out these waves all effectively with the Mega Creeps. You can just sit back. You can get into your next item if you were really wanting to on Shopify, and they're just going to be playing for that next Aegis, I would assume. Wait for some tier 4 neutral items as well. Nothing really else that they absolutely need to go into, though.
Is there an argument to be made for Chrysalis going Mjolnir? Maybe it could also be too late.
I think it's too late.
Yeah, okay.
It's literally, you got to try and burst down one target at the start of things, and the downside is you've got one of the best heroes at preventing that in Fly on his eye. He's even holding onto a freaking cheese to be able to save whoever gets whoever's the target of that initial aggression.
Any moment, they could jump. Secret may not be ready with how split they are. MKB gets completed for Armel. Rapier is now queued up as well.
Yeah.
If they scout up Roche, it's a pretty quick respawn if Shopify want to go back for it. No Hawks or summons inside. I gotta smoke. Screw Roche. Go for the finishing blow. Ooh, who's outside the base? FBZ? Anyway, he might get a nice backstab. Global Sun's gonna be used. Early start onto Armel. Simultaneously, the Roar's going to be onto Saberlight as well to the top, but it's not going to matter because Arbet's in some danger. Tries to pop the BKB and gets out. They're doing a pretty good job to dance at the moment from Shopify. In and out, forcing out the buyback from FBZ.
Pretty good song.
How do they use it though? What's the call? Arteezy sleeps 4. Maybe they just want to go for the Mars off the back of the buyback. We'll be able to land the arena. Arbet now with the BKB on cooldown. Still gonna have a bunch of health to play with, and Crit just blows up the Terror Blade. Armel's gone. And with those heroes dead in the grave for the final time, the G's are dropped, and Shopify gets a much needed victory over Team Secret to be able to slow down this 5-game streak they were on.
They do indeed, and I was saying it to you off broadcast, but it really does feel like fast Dota wins games. You know, people are getting more and more aware at how to beat this Snapfire. You know, you've got great effectiveness in the lane, solid laner without too many of those big counters, but you just reach this point where it feels like you can't do anything, and Shopify, they drafted to be able to deal with it magnificently. I think this was probably the most complete team performance that I've seen from them in their entire Riyadh Masters journey. You know, I was praising Arteezy with how he was able to use his Naga illusions. He was using a lot more of those aggressive Songs of the Siren, rather than just purely for those defensive capabilities. He wasn't trying to milk every last drop out of the map. He was giving some of it over to Arben and Saberlight as well.
Hopefully they're able to continue to build on this, though, for Shopify. That's the big thing. I mean, a lot of their success apologies, has come from the IO. So, whether that be the IO Lesh, now the IO Razor, it's something that, maybe instead of banning the Lesh, you might need to consider the IO. Because something we would bring up on day one, right, was like, don't worry about banning the IO. Like, we have not really seen too many other strategies with that. But we are starting to get a couple more pairings so far as, the days go on now at the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the teams that you should actually look to consider it against. Are they, they're not undefeated when they pick the IO, are they? I think they lost one against TSM, and then they had the exact same draft, and then they won. So it's sometimes it just comes down to how you're able to execute it. And, clearly, IO on Shopify leads to a lot more success. It was really one of the heroes that I was highlighting as having a potential to give them a lot of that, right? You got to make sure that you're targeting down this Bloodseeker. Don't care about the Enigmas. It's just making sure you get the IO, you get the Coddle, and you're playing with Storm, Lesh, or a lot of other heroes that are able to make the most out of that potential to just go, go, go.
At least from what I could see, it was 3 out of the 4 games from their wins have come from an IO strat. So Shopify, they're going to jump up to 4-6 now, I believe. Secret going to be 5-5, middle of the road. So you're happy to be able to get that 1-1 tie versus Shopify. But for us, this is going to be our second series done for the night. Next up, we got the boys on Xtreme taking on Team Spirit, who we got to see earlier today on this stream. So where are we looking? Xtreme, they are currently tied third with Spirit as well, both with a 5-5 map count. So very, very important maps as we are just 1 day away. This is second last day, I should say, of the group stages. So we are getting closer and closer to determine who will be upper bracket, lower bracket, and unfortunately who will be eliminated from the Riyadh Masters. So it's going to be about a 30-minute break. But when we come back, we've got our third series of the night. We'll see you guys then.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters 2023. Back on Stream D here. It's not me, Aries, and Danog, because we are not Australian. Instead, it's me, Seek and Strike, and Winter, joining you from the other side of that equator here in actually dark, but still warm KL. Winter, we've got ourselves a spicy first match. Speaking of KL, I don't know if they're from KL, but Malaysia natives, JT and Ghost, once again, Xtreme Gaming for us. And this time their opponents are going to be Team Spirit. Winter, how are you feeling about this series overall?
Yeah, can't wait for my Malaysian brothers to win this game and bring glory back to our homeland.
When did the glory leave?
A long time ago.
A long time ago, huh? A long time ago. We'll see who's going to be able to bring it back to Malaysia. As for now, it is going to be them needing to try and carry the torch here, maybe for the SGA
And the
region.
last time we had a torch, it was the Aegis Deny.
Ah, I remember that. You're referring. Was that TI3, I believe?
Yes, sir.
TI3, a fellow Malaysia native.
And the fellow friend of mine told me, I felt like I just broke a BMW. That's what he told me.
That's what he said?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty...
It was kind of funny now that I think of it.
In the moment, though, I'm sure you guys were not super pleased with that turn of events in what was otherwise a pretty good-looking game for you.
No. I wasn't on that team. I was just a friend at that hour. A friend in need at that situation, you know. I wasn't
a friend with a broken BMW.
Yeah, poor friend.
Poor friend. Well, we'll move on to some not so poor players as we've seen now from the group stage. Xtreme Gaming, still on the roll of success as we are going to be now resuming with Group A. They're sitting tied in a three-way tie for third place alongside Evil Geniuses and their current opponent, Team Spirit. All three teams tied 1-3-1 for a 5-5 scoreline here. So this is a pretty important series then for Xtreme Gaming to try and get a little bit more of an edge in. Curiously enough, Xtreme Gaming, their last opponent tomorrow on the half day of group stages, at least not counting those tiebreakers, is going to be Evil Geniuses. So Xtreme Gaming still very much control their own destiny at a pretty decent spot. They've got OG and 9 Pandas and LGD actually beneath them at 4 and 6. So some wins here would do them both a lot of good, of course, as Team Spirit is in the exact same position. And their final opponents for Spirit are going to be 9 Pandas. So another Eastern European derby, as you like to call it, Winter.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Derby? You still remember me using that reference in
course.
One of our SEA games, right? I can't remember who.
I still remember Winter.
Okay, good. I appreciate that.
Well, do you remember how popular all two of those heroes are? That Spirit had banned out, that Undying, and the Ember Spirit still popular, but kind of interesting to see him in the first phase. Paparazzi's had a number of pretty good games on the Ember Spirits, but I'm surprised that Spirit will actually take it out in that first phase. It does leave, some other culprits through, especially the Snapfire. Xtreme Gaming, that they have not shied away from 8th picking that Meepo. I'll just say it now because it hasn't been banned. But it might seem like there's maybe an enigma in the works as Xtreme Gaming have taken out that Silencer alongside that Bat Rider in the first phase.
Snapfire has been banned most of the time by the second phase team. I think this hero at the moment is regarded by the teams as probably the best opening pick, one of the best opening picks, because she's a flexible hero. You can play her as a support, you can play her as a mid, but it's mostly played as a mid because she's universal. You can abuse the universal stats, build Rod of Atos, build the Manta, build Boost of Travel, and you generally don't lose your lane. Because Snapfire, I think she is the best mid hero in terms of you can pick her early and you don't really care about any countermeasures because she just does well in general.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just scatterblast the creep wave, secure your CS, and have a nice power spike at level 6 where you might even be able to kill a Storm if he is just shy of the mana required for that Ball Lightning. And then, of course, that Rod of Atos into the BOTs. It's just you're very oppressive as a hero. You do kind of have a little bit of a slump in between, I would say, like levels 14 to 20 until you get that 20 talent, and then you have another big power spike. But that's why you know Dota's a 5 hero game, but not just a 1 hero game.
You
even
call
if
it
are
a
universal.
slump. I call it the farming phase. You know, you have did your
Farming
job
phase.
in the early game, so it's time to pass the torch to somebody else. It's time for the granny to farm. You can't be fighting for your team the whole time. You get tired. You need a rotation. Look at the talents casting the games. We get a break. We have rotations.
That's
the
right.
heroes in the game need the same thing.
Maybe the same thing. And you're quite familiar with, you know, needing to take time off. Is it, Winters? Is that what you're referring to here?
Yeah, please don't make me work back to back. You know?
What a guy. What a guy. ET, 8th pick then for the side of Xtreme Gaming. One of the better solutions to the Meepo, as we've seen. Also wondering if this is just a hero that Xtreme Gaming, I mean, they've shown, pardon me, that they and China as a whole like this hero a whole lot. But also, you know, it does kind of cover your Meepo a little bit more if JT still wants to pick that up.
It's just very good with the snap. I wouldn't say it's good against what Team Spirit has opened up with, the Keeper of the Light and Storm, because Elder Titan, you have no disable, so Storm just runs around and jumps around and just make you easy pickings. It's more about the combination with the snap boost magic damage in the early game, and late game you're boosting up a little shredder. She'll kill everybody with the Elder Titan standing next to the target. That's the dream, you know.
He's got a pretty decent win rate as well, 50% win rate on this guy. His pick rate has risen. He's been contested in 47 matches and over twice as often picked as banned, or close to twice as often, with 30 picks and 17 bans. Mostly played as a support. And Winter, the team that likes him the most is actually Xtreme Gaming. They've picked him 8 times and have a pretty good win rate as well, 87.5% win rate. Yeah, ET. Yeah, ET.
I'm looking at really? 8 times?
8 times.
The hell am I counting wrong?
They like the ET. That's what I'm seeing here on Spectral, at least.
Oh yeah, you're right. I am an idiot.
You are counting wrong. SCA maths, lol.
10 seconds.
Maths was never my subject. I tell you that.
Other popular heroes still in the pool that I'm surprised haven't been addressed yet are going to be this Enigma, this Timbersaw, and what's that last one that just popped into my mind? Brood. Rubik as well has gone uncontested so far.
Wait, Team Spirit banned out Puck, so they think that the Snapfire is a flexible hero. It might not be a mid snap.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think having that Puck into the Storm Spirit proves to be pretty detrimental for him, especially when you don't really have any saves drafted yet either for the side of Team Spirit. Not much a Coddle can do if you're silenced on the wrong side of a team fight. Oh, and Pangolier. Pangolier is the last one I was thinking of. And Bloodseeker, for that matter.
Yeah, to quote your NA friend, the moment that Swashbuckler works with Diffuser and everything, Pangolier will always be a first phase, or at least a top tier hero.
And there's the Meeple bans, if there was any doubt that we would see him contested in some form in this lineup.
Meeple against Storm Spirit, pretty good counter, because the Storm Spirits don't really like to buy BKB early, so you have no way of getting out of the nets, the Rod of Atos. It's pretty difficult for you to play.
Especially Yule Scepter as well, right?
Oh, you don't want to buy Yule Scepter on Storm.
Yeah, I agree. But that is a reason, right, why we do end up seeing that hero get removed from the pool. Another Rod of Atos buyer at that. You know, if it is a mid Snapfire, you do buy that Rod.
Yep. You know what's good here? Clockwork. Clockwork owns Elder Titan and Snapfire.
It's true, actually. Pretty decent with your support duo, like good vision with the Illuminate and especially Rocket Flare for Storm Spirit to make a jump on in. I like that suggestion actually quite a bit.
Please chakra me, Keeper of the Light. I want to spam my Rocket Flare.
Okay. the strangest request I think I've ever heard. But it might work. And actually the Mars banned out, so quite different bans we're starting to see, at least from Team Spirit.
And they're banning out JT because he played well on Mars and Meeple.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, right? They are targeting him down. All right, and then in that point, it makes a lot of sense. I think JT has been responsible for a lot of the success that Extreme Gaming have had throughout the tournament. What other heroes still remain from him? Because I suspect we're going to get to see his hero in this next phase.
What is he going to play? I don't know if the Snapfire is like a hero that they would be willing to flex on the offlane. Personally, I prefer Snapfire mid. I think the Snapfire belongs to the mid lane, you know? Like, I feel like offlane Snapfire is a bit meh, at least for me.
The Beastmaster opens up. Snapfire, by the way, I'm only seeing here on DY alongside Paparazzi, so it doesn't seem like they move it over to the 3 too frequently.
Beastmaster is nice. The other thing that's nice is Tight. Tight with Snap is a pretty scary combo team fight.
That's true, especially if you run it as a support Snapfire. That used to be a classic lane, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what they want to do. The DK then, which is usually for Paparazzi. So I assume then that this is going to be DY taking the Snapfire, or SinQ. Pardon me, SinQ also plays the Snap. I misread there on my stat line.
Should be DY with the ET being played by SinQ.
Yeah, the DY is the ET player. That's absolutely correct. Maybe you would consider... Well, now with the DK showing, I wanted to say Mirana, but then obviously you have your Snapfire as a position 3, which I believe would be new for ET at this tournament anyway. Other heroes that I really not seen anything too crazy.
They're using to decide whether to pick the carry thing. Both either lanes, you know, you only see a Storm Spirit. Okay, I like this pick a lot. I was also considering, like I said, Tight, but Underlord is like similar to Tight. You need a hero that builds the pipe against Storm and Keeper of the Light, like a hero to hold the map together. And I think Underlord works better with the ET aura because you deal a lot more magic damage, whereas Tight is more physical with the Anchor Smash.
And it's pretty good synergy with the rest of your team, right? With the exception of DK, both ET and Snapfire do really benefit from that Pit of Malice, or it makes for very good follow-up for either of their ultis, Echo Stomp. It's just good synergy here with the supports. I really actually quite like that pick overall.
Darkseer is the equivalent to Underlord. He's going to be building the team items on his side. They also need to build the pipe against the Snap ET. So the lane's going to be like Darkseer Clock, so a pretty scary lane, very, very high kill potential on the lane. But on the other hand, because you see the lane now, so Extreme Gaming, you can decide if you want to pick anti-mage, you're against Storm, you're against Darkseer. So
it's going to be banned, for sure.
I don't want to say for sure, but yeah, high chance, you know. The other option is you pick, I think Juggernaut could be a decent option as well. Level 1, you have a high kill potential on the Darkseer with the spin. And who do you put with the Juggernaut? Let's say you Jug. I guess you put the Snapfire, so you have higher kill.
Jug's banned though. Jug's banned.
Oh, Jug's already banned.
Yeah, that's not an option here. Maybe you would consider like the Templar Assassin. You know, just outrange him. I've seen be somewhat successful, especially with that Snapfire.
Yeah, maybe
for a carry.
Maybe. Templar is good against the Storm, good against the Kotl. The silence on the shard is actually very nice against those heroes.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm struggling to think of safe laners that really do dispatch of this hero very easily. You know, not too many come to mind. I like the TA. I could see Razor maybe being an option.
No Razor. Razor doesn't like playing against Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's true. But I like the Alchemist actually. Alchemist is a really good choice. But banned out now by the side of Spirit, so no longer an option.
No, just go anti-mag. I am serious.
Yeah,
Clockwork,
I guess
Keeper of the Light, those two supports don't do shit to anti-mag. But if you beat anti-mag, Team Spirit is going
his name like that.
If you pick anti-mage, Team Spirit is going to pick TA, I guess. And TA would be good against the AM.
There have been 20 AM games so far here. I'm sorry, 20 games where he's been contested. He's never been picked at the tournament, actually. He's only ever been banned 20 times. Never been picked.
The hero needs to be picked in a very, very good situation, like especially for the lane. He needs to be able to get past the lane because he doesn't have the best laning phase. So you can't really pick the hero as often as the other carries that are being popular right now.
And it won't be the AM, it'll instead be the Lycan for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this hero will provide them with catch against it. Okay, not exactly catch, but he can go behind enemy lines pretty easily to get the Kotal. I think against Keeper of Light, you definitely want that because you have DK and Underlord. Those are the heroes that don't generally go behind enemy lines to catch like somebody like a Keeper of the Light. So Lycan does give you that. And on top of things, he has a lot of regen to sustain against the Darkseer harass with the Iron Shell. It's pretty difficult for the Darkseer to kill him. And they pick the Sven. This is a traditional counter to Lycan when Lycan wasn't universal. But right now, I feel like the matchup is different. It's not the same matchup already. Because Lycan is so... He hits so hard late game with the universal stats at the moment. He can actually out damage the Sven. Sure, you have the Warcry shard, so you give armor and everything. That is still pretty useful against a hero like Lycan. But I feel like late game, it's no longer super favorite for Sven. I actually kind of prefer Lycan more in the late game because you pop your ulti, you can easily kite the Sven around. And when you compare these two carries, the first thing that comes to mind is which hero can kill the enemy supports faster.
Right.
And I feel like Lycan has an advantage in terms of like he has vision with the invisible wolves, then he can identify where are you hiding and maybe his teammates can actually get to you. So whereas a Sven, you have to rely on your team and you also have to rely on your blink, which is not so good in a very late game situation.
For me, what I'm a little bit more concerned for when I take a look at Xtreme Gaming versus Team Spirits is the amount of control available for both last picks, right? So you're looking at Spirit with a Darkseer and a Clockwork and maybe a Storm Ag Scepter late game for your control, compared to a Pit of Malice, a DK, an ET, and a Snapfire support, which still has a stun into the late game, right? Let's not completely discount that. I just think it's a bit easier for Ghost, as you say, to run through these fights and try and get on top of this Coddle. I think Xtreme Gaming can cover themselves. I think they can set traps for the Storm Spirit. I think Collapse is going to have his work cut out for him this game, as he is basically the team fight for Team Spirit, but he also kind of needs to be the aura carrier too.
And you think about it, if you're Spirit, right? If you're the Storm, you're looking at the enemy lineup. All right, boys, they have no stuns except for the DK stun. So if he can get past the laning phase, it's actually a pretty good Storm game still, and he has the Chakra magic to back him up. But the only problem he will face this game, okay, the main problem, not the only problem, is the lane. Storm against DK, right. The lane, he's going to stun you, he's going to deny your creeps. That's going to be really, really annoying for you. But if you can survive that phase, you get to the mid game without losing your lane too much. I feel like this Storm can be a X Factor this game with the Chakra magic behind him.
Interesting. I could see definitely that happening. I'm just a little bit afraid, especially depending what JT wants to go. Back in the day, you'd see Underlords go for like either the Rod of Atos or the Yules to complement their control, both of which would be pretty decent options at trying to control a Storm Spirit a little bit more effectively. So I'm curious
I
what
can
they
definitely
decide.
see that, but this game, I feel like the auras is pretty important. Getting the pipe, maybe you can get a Hex later.
Yule seems really good, though. I mean, it dispel the Darkseer, kite around the Sven, set up onto the Storm Spirit. I mean, you have to see a little bit of, utility in that, right?
Yules on Underlord?
Yules on Underlord, yeah.
I think I'd rather get a Halberd. Like, Yules is like a bait. I'm pretty sure Yules... I mean, it's nice, It's nice to have Yules. Move speed, a setup for your Pit of Malice. But I always feel like I regret getting it when I get it, I like to get the item on this hero, but I always regret it.
I like the offensive dispel, You do lack one on your team. I guess Lycan, it's not too out of the question that he does consider a nullifier.
Yeah, you buy the nullifier, so I think you'll be fine.
Yeah. Pretty speedy here with that Wind Lace, trying to steal the rune, and will be able to do so. That'll make runes go even at 2 apiece. Nice grab here from him, as he's going to be able to outspeed that Lycan.
Yeah, so looking at the side lanes, so it's going to be the Lycan plus the Elder Titan against the Clockwork and the Darkseer. I think this lane, like I said earlier during the draft, like Lycan, you have a lot of regen from your passive. So you should be able to still sit in the lane and farm and not get pushed out of the lane by the Darkseer. So overall, you're not going to win this lane, but you'll be able to survive in the lane, you know?
Right. Even the Wolves, I think, are going to have a pretty hard time, especially when you do have that level 2 Ion Shell with Mira running around here, potentially with those power cogs already.
I mean, when you get your second point, your Pharaoh Impulse, the lane will be pretty straightforward for you. It's hard to play the first 2 waves, but after that, when you get level 3, then everything is going to be easy for Ghost on this lane.
It'll be even harder to play the first 2 waves when Mira is cutting the wave. It's like DY doing a pretty decent job. He's at least recovered the creep wave. As Ghost seems to not want it underneath the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, your Toro's almost dead actually on the bot lane. Oh my, what actually happened? He got harassed by the Scatterblast and the Firestorm.
Must have been. Limited amount of regen available for himself, as he does have that one last tango. Maposhka, with 2 stacks starting out, still has 3 tangos remaining. We can see Laurel as well struggling in this mid lane. Paparazzi not yet going for that point into the Dragon Tail, but certainly having no difficulty just walking up and smacking the Storm Spirit every now and then. 8 and 4 already, even without the Dragon Tail stun.
Yeah, very, very interesting. We saw this as well the other day when the DK didn't actually get stunned at level 1. It was against, who was it against? I can't remember the other hero. They had like a fight before the rune spawn and he skilled.
Right, it was a full
Brave
5-on-5 fight, and that's why he went for, well, that's why we pondered why he had gone for the Breathe Fire instead. Maybe that wasn't the correct call. Mira is going to be able to get away from that ET. He was really the only threat there.
I mean, the DK is still really winning his lane pretty hard against the Storm without the stun, so I guess that's okay to not get stunned at level 1 right nowadays. Because I don't play this hero a lot, so I'm not very sure of all the small little details, what you must be doing to win your lane. Whereas on top lane, the Elder Titan is just constantly getting the damage stack with the Spirit. He's like positioning his hero in a way where it gets the lane creeps and the jungle camps as well, so he gets the maximum stack from it.
Yeah, really good job there as well, timing it so he catches the wave, he caught the skeletons, doesn't really get out too many auto attacks, but he's able at least to contest quite a bit there on that pull to make life a little bit more difficult for the Clockwork. Paparazzi as well, I mean, this is what we saw previously, now he's got that point in Dragon Tail, so they may be able to try and set up for something here, but 2 points in Dragon's Blood alongside that Bracer and the Magic Stick. Paparazzi is feeling pretty chill in this lane versus Laurel. Top lane vacuum though on a Ghost. Collapse has the kill. It's going to be that level 2 Ion Shell with a little bit of that Battery Assault trickled on in to pick up first blood.
Yeah, he couldn't get his stick off. He had 11 stick charges. I guess didn't really expect the vacuum. It's pretty common for Darkseer nowadays to actually always have a level 1 in vacuum and no points in search in the lane. Like that's like the norm nowadays. So I guess it was just having a moment of carelessness there and causing himself to die to the Darkseer. I mean, it's a pretty big deal since it's first blood, so Darkseer is going to have an extra amount of influx of gold. It's going to help him get to his Vanguard a lot faster.
Yeah, it's going to be making a pretty big difference, as you say. Obviously, it delays Ghost's level 2 timing on this Feral Impulse, giving him tripling, basically, his HP regen. We're going to try and fight this now onto Mira. Mira may have bit off a bit more than he could chew here, as the Wolves will eventually get beaten back. Mira actually picking up the bounty for both of them. Collapse, even without the Ion Shell, still fighting pretty well into Ghost, just with the auto attack damage. Oh, actually has more base damage than Ghost does right now at level 3. Bonus damage, of course, is where that stops being super relevant. But this Darkseer just goes to show that he can last hit now. This guy's got damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is why the hero has been so popular right now. It's the same case for Timbersaw, when they changed him to Universal, and he became like a hero that's really strong in the lane because you don't have to use your mana to last hit. Same like Darkseer, you don't have to use Ion Shell, you can just right click and last hit creeps. So you always have mana for kills, that's why your laning phase became so much better when you're a Universal hero.
And DY is having a really hard time in this top lane, really making use of that level 2 Astral Spirit he's got. Because honestly, if he just gets close to Mira and Collapse, especially with 2 mangoes ready to go for Collapse, I think he just dies.
I mean, this is the Clockwork, Elder Titan against Clockwork. It's not fun, it's not a fun matchup. When they open the draft with Elder Titan and Snapfire and they elected to leave Clockwork in the pool, this is what's going to happen, You just have to deal with it. The Clockwork just means that the Elder Titan can't really bully the laning phase as much. You're always going to be very careful with the Battery Assault. And right now some dewarding happening, and Koff is going to be able to take the upper hand here with the battery assault. DY is going to take a ton of damage here. He's probably not going to die.
Well, I don't know about that. There's still a vacuum ready to go. Collapse. He's holding on to it for now, as he might not even need to use it. Now he finally will. Pulls in Ghost as well to disrupt his last hitting. Yeah, he was very dead there. Normally you don't see Darkseers making plays like that until level 6, but now with this Vanguard first build and just the amount of damage he has thanks to being universal, much more common these days, isn't it?
Yeah, and now 6-minute rune, Sin-Q is going to help Paparazzi. Okay, he's actually going to take it because Paparazzi does not need the invis, and maybe they can set up a kill, stun into Cookie.
Waiting for it. It's just a kill on a Mamboshka, but it still is good for something here as the Breathe Fire will collect the kill.
Dead.
Yeah, I think so. Laurel had taken this opportunity to run home and refill. Does not yet have level 6. The wagon. Okay, Deny will come through.
Very
nice move out there from him. That makes it sting a little bit less, but the important fact is this tower has gone down with the first wagon with that first cast of Elder Dragon form.
Yeah, this is actually so hard for Storm to deal with, you know, if you're not level 6 and DK gets level 6 at the catapult wave, and that's always going to happen. DK has the advantage in the laning phase, and nothing much you can do, you know, to deal with that push, you know. You need your supports to be there, but unfortunately, like one of them is dead, so he can only have one to help him, and it's not enough, you know. He needed both the supports to be there to defend the tower.
It's a pretty deny-rich game in general as well. Like, you know, over 30 denies combined on these Extreme Gaming cores. Lots of base right-click damage and time on the DK stun in particular, but I don't know. Really lots of attention being focused onto the waves. Not a whole lot of pulls being successful is what I'm really seeing here. DY at least able to get off the half pull pretty conveniently. TP coming top lane now as Sin-Q will commit the TPS roll to make the rotation. JT's already up to level 6, has his own Vanguard, so he's kind of, you know, unkillable here, especially with that Atrophy aura now active. See what they can look for now. Sin-Q taking a long scenic way around. This collapse will dive underneath the tower. He has now committed that wall of replica. That's going to keep Ghost at bay. He does not want to get vacuumed in, though. Blood grenade thrown. They're looking to now turn. Oh my goodness, it's going to be 5 heroes top lane for this. Mira is tanky, though, refusing to go down this easily. In comes JT now. Collapse able to escape, and it looks like Mira being chased by the wolves. In a little bit of trouble trying to TP away the wolves. Scout vision of him. Oh, but they don't have the damage, Winter. That's a huge commitment here from the side of Extreme Gaming. Paparazzi, at least, is trying to waste little to no time and immediately get set on that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and once again, he is also rushing the Midas instead of getting the blink into the Midas. So just feeling that he can actually be a lot more greedy. He has the room to scale, and here comes Lars.
Yep, with the haste rune as well.
Not sure who can he kill here though.
They're pretty tanky. I mean, DY is going to be a good bet for sure. Paparazzi reducing that damage, though. Dragon Tail stun will connect. Sin-Q's already used the Fire Snap Cookie. A 3-man vacuum, even at an early level, is going to be pretty disastrous here for the side of Extreme. Laurel receiving now a surge on top of his haste. Maybe should have stacked those a little bit more effectively. Either way, fails to collect the kill onto Ghost as Sin-Q. Fire Snap Cookie and Scatterblast both at the ready. Will be able to use the ladder to save Ghost temporarily. But some real aggression coming through from the side of Team Spirit here, Winter. Extreme Gaming not really prepared for these kinds of fights.
Yeah, they were kind of lucky that he was like 2 creeps away from level 6. If he had his shapeshift, that fight could have been a completely different story. But the person that we haven't really talked about much is Sven, the Toro. He's been like a free farming the whole time. He had like a pretty slow start at level 1 because he got harassed till he almost died. And after that, he's been like silently farming, just catching up. Now he has the Mask of Madness, face boots, so he's having a pretty good time. Underlord, on the other hand, he's also farming pretty decently, not as fat as the Sven, but he's gonna be able to negate a lot of the damage in the team fights later by getting a Crimson, maxing the Atrophy aura.
Yep, going for the Pipe of Insight aura first, and I think that's the right move into the Storm and Coddle, of course. Yeah, and he even actually Collapse, to be honest. As Collapse does drop that wall of replica top lane, will force Ghost actually to use the shapeshift. Collapse has the vacuum, might try and pull Ghost back on into it. Ion Shell allowing him to fight through this one, as he will be given chase now. Sin-Q no longer has that Scatterblast ready, and Ghost does not want to pop more illusions, so Collapse is going to be able to get away with this one for now. DY let's force him to take the scenic route here through the Lotus Pool area, but Ghost still just cannot find this kill onto the Darkseer. He's just too tanky, honestly, with the Vanguard.
Yeah, I mean they need to be trying to find levels and items first right now for extreme gaming. Their heroes are a lot, I would say, a lot more dependent on items at the moment. Whereas Team Spirit, they have the Storm, he has the Kotal, so it's easier for them to rotate around. And Clockwork, you have the Iron Shell on you, so you can always play really aggressive with the hook shot. Whereas Extreme Gaming, they need to have the team aura items on the Underlord, and then they need to have Blink, BKBs on DK. So the whole game right now after the laning phase is going to slow down by a lot for Extreme Gaming. It's going to be up to Team Spirit to take advantage of this. How are they going to get this Storm online? They're going to look to smoke, I guess, right now. Yep, they're going to smoke 3 heroes. Collapse purposely TP'd to smoke to this fight.
Yeah, hook shot setting things up for them pretty nicely here. It's a difficult target now with Paparazzi, but they're getting through him very effectively, especially with that Solar Bind. Down he will go. JT does TP on in. Again, has that Vanguard. A pretty effective Pit of Malice is not going to stop DY from going down. Laurel unleashed in these fights as he momches on those Mangos. Mira with the Cog pushback as well. There's going to be another Chakra Magic for more damage here for Laurel momentarily. They didn't really need it though. Collapse with a maxed Ion Shell tanking for the team. Takes down 3 at the end of the day here for the side of Team Spirits.
Yeah, very well done there by the Darkseer, by Collapse, realizing that he needs to be there because they don't really have enough damage to kill the Dragon Knight. They need the damage from the Iron Shell. You know, that was what made the difference. And when that was happening, Extreme Gaming, they needed to give space for Shinkyu to get his level 6, so they couldn't really take the fight. Right now, he has his level 6, but they paid a huge price for that to happen. They lost 3 heroes.
Yeah, space comes at the cost of at least 3 heroes and not the tower. Some small consolation here for the side of Extreme Gaming, but Team Spirit, I mean, they've now collected, I believe, most of these power runes here. Laurel had the regen. He now has the DD rune. He picked up the haste, so that's 3 runes straight that he actually got his hands on. So pretty good stuff out from him. Arcane's still in the pool as well, I believe. I think they just missed out on the Invis rune, which is the first rune to spawn in. So we still have his shield rune and an illusion.
Jinkyu took an Invis rune. I think it was minute 8, I think was the second one. Yeah, he already had an Invis. So it's shield rune and I think arcane rune. Those are the 2. Illusion as well, maybe.
Yeah. Some pretty decent runes here, to be honest, for, you know, especially a Storm Spirit to use. See what they can actually turn that into. JT again, he's farmed, but what are they going to make use of here? Sinkyu will go through the Twin Gate, sees Mira. Has those cogs ready to go already, as Extreme Gaming, after pushing that tier 1 down bottom, will go through the Twin Gate as well. That will make this push a little bit more difficult for the side of Spirit if they want to persist.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Paparazzi is gonna just get his head of Midas, so he's gonna start accelerating. But he needs to farm his Blink first so he can actually participate and help his team. Lycan, he needs some help right now. He's not having the best of games. Everything's rather slow. The supports can't really do much around the map because the DK has a Midas. I mean, this is why I feel like no matter what, as DK, you really need to get a Blink, you know. I don't know how I feel about like getting Midas first, you know. Some games I think it might be fine when you are super far ahead, but this is not the game where you are super far ahead, you know. So getting the Midas means that the ET and Snapfire, they have nobody to play with.
Okay, I mean, let's see how good the counter initiation can be here as Paparazzi vacuumed into that wall of Replica. This is coming down as JT's going to take the Fiend's Gate on in. It's a pretty meaty Pit of Malice, but where's the follow-up? Ghost trying to punch through some of these heroes. They will finally be able to take down Mirror. He's the first to go down, but Spirit, they've got plenty of mana thanks to the Chakra Magic. Laurel finally out of it, but is there damage here for him now? Ghost had to run away from this fight because his HP was just too low, and Laurel once again receiving that Chakra Magic ear for another round. JT holding on to the pit, receives the cookie. That'll actually catch Laurel for now. JT with plus 70 damage, able to keep Sin Q alive at the very least. I think Laurel did get caught there. No, he did not get caught by the Scatter Blast. Will get that one last zip away. DY respawning, cannot get off the Astral Stomp in time. Paparazzi respawning, reconnecting to this fight, will deny Collapse his easy escape. So at the end of the day, Extreme Gaming continue to hold on to this tier 1 tower, and finally with an advantageous fight, even if it is kind of a rough start to it. That was a fight though without the Sven.
Yeah, meanwhile, Miposhka stole the Wisdom Rune, and he's gonna be able to TP or long TP though. Sinkyu, is he gonna find him? Wow. Yes, he's gonna find him, but he did his job. He already got the Wisdom Rune. So worth it. Worth it.
Absolutely worth it here for him. He's not going to get to escape here. I think he's trying to go to the Ancients, but Paparazzi, big old Black Dragon instead, is going to come on through.
Oh my
Nope,
God,
Sin Q secured it. Hold on, other side of the map, Ghost gets out of the way of that hook shot. Mira giving chase, and now with the bonus Warcry move speed, they will be able to close the gap on the Ghost. He has no shapeshift, and the cogs block him off. Baboshka tips Sin Q as he says, "You may have killed me, but look what happened on the other side of the map, my friend."
I think the tip was more about him casing from the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying like the Sven was completely untouched. Right? He's been clearing some ancient stacks. You know, that's why he's so fat right now. 11k net worth, 16 minutes in. He has BKB done, Echo Saber, Master of Madness. He's huge.
Pretty big win, though. I mean, we'll get back to this Sven. As you say, he does have the BKB finished up. And actually, I mean, more items coming online for the side of Spirit as Collapse has now got the funds required for the Guardian Greaves, a powerful aura item for his team. But, Winter, the good news for Xtreme Gaming, and I do want to bring this up because I know we do love talking about these power runes, is JT stole the Arcane Rune away from the Storm Spirit. So it's important not to have that thing online, honestly, for Laurel in this next fight.
Yeah, small victory, you know. And this is why, you know, I said that it's important for DK to get a blink. Remember the last fight in mid tier 1? Imagine if the DK had blink, he blinked up, get a stun off, Mortimer's Kiss on, and you follow it up with a Echo Storm. That's one hero dead, you know, and maybe the tower defense would have gone entirely different.
I mean, this is, you know, at the end of the day, a double hand of Midas Xtreme Gaming. Ghost also, you know, opting for one. Finally has his first core item after that finished up in the Echo Saber as he does summon a couple of wolves. Incoming now as Laurel will go pretty close to a tier 2 tower. Hookshot connecting onto Mira, or from Mira. Kiss is now raining down as Ghost dying to his own illusion. Is going to be forced to actually turn back.
Where's
and
the
kill
damage?
It.
There's
Kisses
no damage.
are not really doing much here, Winter. Vacuum is going to actually end up cliffing JT. He's got his ultimate, but otherwise he's going to be forced to watch in this fight now as Sin Q jumped by Laurel. This Coddle just giving him way too much reach. And oh no, they cookied the wolf and not JT. He's still trapped up on the cliff. Another Pit of Malice. He's going to be able to catch 2 as a nice Echo Stomp onto 2. Does buy a little bit more time in this fight and the space required for Sin Q to escape. So JT is still on this cliff. Cookie in a second. This time Sin Q is not going to miss. Will be able to free his ally with a Blink Dagger, and now the BKB at the ready for Yatoro is going to quickly burst through Paparazzi. Mira as well. He's caught JT, who may not be on a cliff, but is still not going to be able to go anywhere. Surrounded by 4 enemy heroes. His own Pit of Malice is not going to be safe refuge for him as Laurel, again receiving the Chakra Magic, picks up another kill in this fight. It's 12-4. I'm shocked Xtreme Gaming are still trying to fight into this.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been just all team spirit the last, 5, 6, 7, actually even more than that, you know. They've been just running rampage on the whole map without the Sven, and right now the Sven is beginning to join the game. He has his Blink on top of the BKB, Echo Saber, and Master of Madness. So Xtreme Gaming, they have no answers, you know, to the Sven. The Lifelin's not ready to fight. DK is he's only has his Blink and now another hook shot.
Yeah, Laurel is actually a little bit low on mana here. This could potentially have been a mistake from him. Guardian Greaves in time though. So
nice
that
vacuum.
Chakra Magic, another vacuum. I didn't know 2 could fit up here, especially 2 big boys. They certainly are going to go down relatively quickly though, especially if they can't get any help. Ghost as well. He's just chilling right next to the cliff. The cookie's reserved for him. That'll just about doom JT and Paparazzi as JT's pulled back up the cliff there by Laurel. Sin Q not even to be able to find refuge underneath his tier 2 tower, and Ghost forced to use the shapeshift to run away. Xtreme Gaming, they're absolutely crumbling.
Right now at this point of time, it's very, very, very hard for them to take any team fights. You know, they're just way too far behind. DK doesn't have any items apart from the Blink, and Blink doesn't really help you fight like a head-on engage. You know, you're gonna need like BKB to deal with the Iron Shell damage, the Storm. There's just way too many spell damage, magic damage. You know, the pipe is just only gonna you know, prolong the inevitable if you can't really do enough damage yourself to kill the enemies.
Out of lane, Ghost. This time he does not have the ultimate to escape. Toro easily killing him off there, activating the God's Strength.
This is really, really bad for Xtreme Gaming. And I don't even see like how they're supposed to come back into this game, you know, because they don't really have too many options with their lineup when they're this far behind. And Storm gets another pick.
This is, I mean, it's becoming very quickly unsustainable here, these kinds of losses.
Yeah, I feel like this is GG territory.
GG, that's it, yeah. There you go. I mean, wow, a 20-minute game here. is all that Spirit need. That's all the time that they need.
Yeah,
It'll be a very fast game one.
Remember, I told you I didn't like Snapfire support. I think this is precisely why. Because Snapfire support is weak in the laning phase, you know, so you get bullied a lot. It's very hard for you to trade against a lot of the supports at the moment. I mean, sure, if you're playing against a melee support, then you can you can maybe abuse the melee range scatter blast. But apart from that, it's your lane is not very impressive with the Underlord. That's number one. That's why even though at level 1 they were able to hit Yatoro and pressure him to the point where he had like 50 HP, but he was still able to slowly tangle up, regen, and play the lane well. So, and the other thing is the itemization on the Dragon Knight, which I felt like because the team is having such a hard time, he actually cannot afford to get a Midas this game. He needed to get Blink first, and then you can decide whether you want a Midas after, because he needs to play with the Snapfire and the ET. Those two supports are supports that I would say that are very heavy, you know. They can't really do a lot of things on their own because they don't have a reliable way of initiating on somebody. Sure, you have stuns, you have the cookie, you have Echo Storm, but it's not reliable. You need somebody else to stun for you so you can do the follow-up. And if you don't get a blink early on the DK, then who's gonna do it, you know? Underlord wants to hit creeps, Lycan wants to hit creeps. So the supports have nobody to hold their hands.
Well, a pretty brutal beatdown, smackdown by Team Spirit handed out to Xtreme Gaming in our first match here of the BO2. We'll see what Xtreme Gaming can come back with. You know, they don't get their hands really on too many of their own comfort heroes, and everything's starting to show from there. We'll see what they decide to go for in game number 2, as we are going to be heading to a quick break. But when we resume, it'll be Team Spirit taking on Xtreme Gaming in a bit. We'll catch you then.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine. say where I'd run to, where I would lay if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters, everyone. Seeking Strike and Winter back on the call for game number 2 between Xtreme Gaming and the side of Team Spirit. Winter. Spirit looked unstoppable in game number 1. Would you say that was more to do with the draft or the specific item choices, aka the Midas over Blink on Paparazzi? I know I don't want to single him out, but obviously, as we saw it, we felt the lack of the Blink, to say the least.
His item choice was made worse because of the draft. I feel like the Snapfire support is. I think that's the main problem. The dagger and the Midas thing is a smaller branching out problem, but they need to deal with the Snapfire issue. I think Snapfire should not be made as a support duo with ET. I think it's too weak, as a duo. Like for that duo to work, you need to have like a really good game. Maybe if you have a mid Ember, because Ember you can kind of solve the problem by having the chains early, so you have a setup to play around. But with DK, you need a blink. And if you're not getting blink early, then that's a problem for the Snapfire.
Right. Yeah, the control was definitely very lacking, and so was eventually the damage, to be honest, wasn't it? That Pit of Malice didn't do nearly as much work as I thought it would. There was very little follow-up. We never really saw kisses. We saw one good instance of kisses, but it was like by the time that Spirit already had way too much sustain to really care about such a spell.
It's just one small little thing, and then there's no blink in the game. That's why nobody can do anything. Underlord really relies on your team at that point of the time to be able to win the team fights. He's just there as moral support, if you would say. Like he's just there. He's just there, with the aura, and then he's not gonna do a whole lot. He's a good target to put in front, in the front line. And if the enemy goes on him and your teammates rejoice, great, they went on the tankiest hero, the meatiest hero. Let's throw our spells right now. But if you're not doing that, they're going on the snap first. They're jumping on the Elder Titan. Then the fights feel like there's nothing you can do, as Underlord.
Nothing you could really do. I mean, yeah, man. That game, I mean, it definitely felt like there was really nothing much Xtreme could do, especially by the end of it. We'll see how this one changes, as of course we already are into our second draft now. First stage of bans, we see that once again the Undying, and this time Storm Spirits banned out by Team Spirits, as Xtreme have 6, and the 7th pick. But Xtreme are going to actually change up their bans a little bit.
Outrageous, Richie. How can Team Spirit ban Storm Spirit? That is totally outrageous. They have to pick it.
They have to pick it alongside Spirit Breaker, Earth, Ember, and Void, right? And maybe Vengeful Spirits, would you say?
Yes. Void Spirit, Vengeful Spirit, and they need DP with the Spirit Siphon.
All right, talk to me about this, though. This Silencer pick comes through. I hope this isn't another support, and it isn't. It's the Bloodseeker, a very strong pick against the Timbersaw. Maybe we'll talk first, actually, about Spirit's 8th pick here. And then after that, I want to talk about the kind of support you need to pick alongside a Silencer. How about that?
Let's go. So you see Bloodseeker. What carry-to-carry matchup do you pick against Bloodseeker? Medusa. But I don't know how good is Medusa right now. Medusa against Bloodseeker is like crazy, Like, it's so difficult for Bloodseeker because you cannot really touch her in the team fights. She just stands there and toggles the split shot. And your Aghanim's, the Blood Mist, doesn't really work against Medusa because she has so low HP and she has mana shield. I mean, this hero is just bad against Medusa.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you want to actually pick here, right? Obviously, this...
Dusa. Like, seriously, just Dusa. Like, Timber, Dusa. It's classic duo. Because Timber is supposed to be the anchor. He holds the game together. Yeah. And Dusa is going to be hitting creeps all the time. So the Timber's job is to basically be the tower defense, be the killing hero, the damage if you need to. If you're having a really good game, you're running around killing people. So Dusa is really happy farming creeps, farming stacks.
Would you consider something like maybe a Broodmother offlane and sending the Timber mid? I guess that's scary without knowing the matchup for Timber. Yeah, because I'm only thinking of an offlaners as a way to cancel him. A Faceless Void is that?
I mean, they still pick the carry. I mean, Void has a pretty decent matchup against Bloodseeker, but I feel like you can also go both ways. Like early game, if Bloodseeker is snowballing, the Rupture and the Blood Rite can be very, very deadly to the Void. But on the other hand, he also has the global silence. That spell is very bad for Faceless Void in the early game, because when you don't have any defensive tools, global is so annoying for you. You can even bait the Void to global in your team, and then you pop. To chrono your team, and then you pop global, and there's no incoming damage to follow up in the chronosphere. So I'm not entirely sold with this Faceless Void 8 pick. I like that they picked the carry because you see a Bloodseeker, but I'm not entirely sure whether Void was the hero here. So we'll just have to see how they put the piece of a puzzle together with the Void. You're gonna need a lot of damage into the chrono. You have Timbersaw right now, so we'll see what kind of supporting cast. The supporting cast that comes to mind is like some Skywrath ulti, Disruptor ulti with the Chronosphere. Those are the heroes that you're looking at.
I was, I guess speaking of heroes that you're looking at now, I want to move back to Xtreme Gaming's pick, right? Because they're going to have the pick immediately following this drafting phase. We can see a couple of JT heroes now being targeted. But I want to get back to that point earlier about the Silencer, about the duo here. Obviously, you have to give a little bit of thought to what your own offlaner is going to be. But now that you see the enemy carry, and 2 cores very likely out from Spirits, are there any heroes that stand out for you, considering you do have your Silencer as the position 5?
As a core?
As a support.
Oh, the other support.
For Xtreme, yeah.
You need like a Spirit Breaker, Clockwork kind of initiating hero. I always say this, when you have global silence, it's very, very important for you to have multiple ways of engaging, because you don't want to be forcing your team to, or the situation forces you to pop the global defensively. So one way to rectify that is to have multiple initiators. When you have a lot of heroes that can jump in, so it increases the chance of you being able to use the global offensively. So that's what I would be looking at, the jump in hero. The Spirit Breaker, they ban out the Clockwork because Clockwork is very good against Bloodseeker and Silencer in the early game. The Battery Assault just totally owns the Silencer, totally owns and destroys the Bloodseeker. The other hero that comes to mind is Primal Beast. You run in with the Onslaught and then you pop global, free initiation.
I was trying to find a support that kind of fulfilled that role, and I think the Spirit Breaker is a good look. Tiny also kind of comes to mind, but not too many
Tiny's
teams
nice.
are picking him.
Tiny's nice. I like Tiny.
Yeah, I like it as well with the Tiny Airlines, a little Rupture combo there, Avalanche to give you some pretty decent control.
Yeah, you're onto something right now. Bloodseeker and Silencer with Tiny. That sounds like a good idea. There's not many other melee heroes that can do that, apart from Tiny Spirit Breaker. There's Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit is kind of like a forgotten hero.
He's been contested. I was looking at the heroes that have been contested so far in the Riyadh Masters, and he was not in that uncontested list, unless I'm incorrect.
Yeah, but the hero is not great,
I agree.
His main problem is like the laning phase is not very ideal for Earth Spirit. They go for Enigma, so doubling down on this team fight. So Black Hole, Global Silence. I wonder if this is I guess this has to be a core, right? If it's
I think it's a flex for now, right? I think it can certainly be downgraded.
If it's a flex, like how much of a flex do you want it to be? It's Enigma and Silencer support duo. That sounds
it sounds pretty sus, but it's certainly Xtreme Gaming. They think for JT this must be doable, considering they've already seen the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
What more can you be concerned with, right? The Clockwork, the Rubik have both been banned out, right? Both of those are serious concerns for the Enigma. The ET's still in the pool, but he's not consistently the greatest cancel. Although with Faceless Void, that's not a bad pick, I would have to say.
Yeah, ET Void against the Enigma lane. I think that's a pretty reasonable selection. Because normally Enigma would do well against Faceless Void in the lane, because you keep denying creeps. Void doesn't really have any means of destroying the summons, so he's going to have a harder time last hitting creeps. Obviously, he's not going to die in the lane because of the time walk, but you can't really last hit well against the Enigma. So that's going to be a problem for you. So they go for the Ember Spirit, Ember, Void, Timber, the Tricore. So Ember Spirit is going to be the hero that's providing those small little stuns and disables for the Timber to do damage, but he doesn't really work super well into the Chronosphere, I would say. But Ember is still a pretty solid hero in general. So you're gonna need the supports like Skyraf to help deal damage into
I was
the
just
chrono.
thinking about a Tusk, funny enough, but not for
Us?
Team Spirit. I was thinking about that potentially for Extreme Gaming because it is a little bit of a combo with those Eidolons. You pull them in with you in the snowball. Spirit are going to be the ones to pick it up, and that'll be the first support they show.
We saw Tiny Enigma, was it yesterday? The lane just totally dumpstered the enemy safe lane. So that would be a pretty reasonable choice here. But the Tusk is a bit surprising to me. Tusk is very good against the Silencer. He's pretty good as well against the Bloodseeker, because Bloodseeker likes to play very dangerously in the team fights, and Tusk you can blow him up in the team fights pretty handily. But he's not the strongest laner at the start of the game, you know. And I feel like right now they don't have enough damage to throw into the chrono, and Ember and Tusk roaming around. It's not like an Ember and Skyraf, you know. I felt like they needed the Skyraf because of the way their draft is set up, where they don't have enough burst damage, and Tusk doesn't really provide with that. And Extreme Gaming, then they're gonna go for the Doom. So
I assume that's a mid Doom.
No, that's an off lane Doom. Like Doom is Doom is very good against Faceless Void in the lane. I think it's indeed gonna be like a Enigma and Silencer support duo, because the lane is actually really good. Doom against Faceless Void, because you have damage over time on Scorch Earth, Infernal Blade. So Void doesn't really like to play against damage over time. You like to play against like somebody who just bursts you, arrests you with a spell, so you can time walk and take the damage away. But against Doom, that's not possible. And in the team fights, it's very annoying for the Void, because once the Doom sees you, he's gonna Doom you, and that defeats the entire purpose of the hero in the team fight. And true. I would assume Enigma would be just in the lane helping deny creeps and pull the way back. So Doom is going to have a very, very good start this game.
Okay, so you expect a mid laner then, obviously, from the side of Spirit. I wonder if we're going to see another puck ban. Obviously, a different Spirit in the mid lane, one who is not as hard countered, I would say, by the existence of the puck. But it is another one of these slippery heroes that might be able to dance around and avoid a chrono, avoid a Tusk.
Initiating hero, they need an initiating hero. There's still Primal Beast. I think Primal Beast is still fine for that. But for Team Spirit, they're still looking for a support that can do damage in chrono. You mentioned the Elder Titan, it's still available. If they don't want to go Elder Titan, Jakiro is like kind of like the next best thing, because Jakiro with Ember there's a lot of synergy. Slight chains, you throw your Macropire, then you have Ice Path to follow up, and in the lane, Jakiro can kind of deal with the summons from the Enigma.
Kind of just thinking about a support that brings damage to the table. Jakiro is not a bad suggestion. I like the hero generally quite a bit, and like you said, you have a lot of splash damage to take care of the Enigma Eidolons in case those ever become problematic for you. I don't think we're gonna end up seeing it though.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just like the other one is like maybe Phoenix. Like they need like something like that to deal damage into the chrono.
Phoenix is interesting, right? Really, only the Bloodseeker dispatches with the Supernova easily.
Yeah, but you have Silencer to worry about. Phoenix hates playing Silencer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that's the first AA of the tournament. Let me double check here.
They need this hero. Yeah, it's unpicked hero.
Unpicked hero, uncontested. Not only unpicked, uncontested.
It's very good against the Bloodseeker. It's also very decent against the Doom in the mid game. But in the early game, I feel like this hero is too weak. As much as I want to say I like the hero with the Void, but this hero is like super weak in the early game. And I feel like Spirit, they're gonna run into two problems. The laning phase is gonna be bad for the A, and they're gonna run into damage problems later, because the Chronosphere you don't have a lot of spells to throw into the chrono apart from the Ice Blast. I mean, obviously if Timber has a good game, Timber can do that too.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the setup of the lanes. I feel like if it's a Doom Enigma against a Void A, that's a lane win for Extreme Gaming, and Bloodseeker safe lane with Silencer against a Timber Tusk. I feel like they're gonna have the edge against the double melee, and they're gonna round up their draft with a puck. The Call, the Leash is so good against all three cores: the Void, the Timber, and the Ember Spirit, and even the Tusk, because then you can't really snowball save. This pick is actually so good.
Good against the AA because he's kind of just made out of paper, so you connect a couple spells onto him and he dies.
Those two supports can't catch puck. I mean, you can try, but it's gonna be really hard. I feel like it's a free puck game. This puck is just gonna run over Team Spirit, and on top of it, he's gonna have a very, very fat Doom to back him up. And the Bloodseeker is also gonna have a very good lane with the Silencer against the double melee of Timber and Tusk. I feel like this is gonna be also a fast game. You know, the last time we saw Team Spirit winning in 20 minutes, and this time I feel like it's gonna be a reverse Uno. Extreme is gonna win a very fast game.
Reverse Uno. That was the second fastest game we've had so far in the Riyadh Masters. I think it was a secret 9 pandas, maybe. It was a secret game for sure. That was, I think, 14 or 16 minutes long. So I don't think we're going to be quite that fast here. But I'm kind of starting to see what you're kind of hinting towards here. I mean, even still, this Enigma, he should have a pretty decent laning stage. He's into 4 melee heroes at that, you know?
Yeah, the dream.
Enigma.
The dream.
Yeah,
but I feel like he doesn't really need to do much in the lane, you know? Like he can afford to play really greedy this game, man. A lot of the position for Enigmas are gonna tell you, if my core does not need me, I'm gonna hit creeps, I'm gonna be off to the jungle, I'm gonna be dreaming about the hand of Midas, and then my captain will be, no! He pulls me back out of the dream. Just get your medallion, get your solar crest, get your blink. What are you doing? Why are you queuing hand of Midas? But I had a good game. No, it's not for you. You know? And this is that kind of game, I feel like. The Enigma is gonna have options. He's gonna be rich.
Yeah, sometimes it's not meant to be on the support Enigma, and you do have to take a bit more of a back seat for your desires and think of the team first and foremost. I'm excited to see what Paparazzi is going to be able to make happen on this puck, though. I think some of this, a lot of this early momentum, though, can start from this mid lane, in particular on his rotations. Where I am a little bit more concerned, pardon me, for the puck is the ease of the ganks, especially if there are no ultis to gank into, right? I foresee the puck being very good if there's a Rupture, a Black Hole, a Global, or a Doom to back him up, but without any of those, you know, Xtreme Gaming, they may actually find themselves in a bit of a difficult position when it comes to converting with the puck. I don't know. Do you see where I'm kind of going with that, or do you think the puck alone is good enough initiation?
I can see where you're going, you know, if the sidelines don't go well. But I feel like their sidelines are set up for success. Bloodseeker, Silencer, like I said, against the double melee, they're going to have a good time. This Doom plus Enigma is going to have a very good time as well against the Faces Void A. I think the puck is just going to have a very easy time rotating to the sidelines to kill. I mean, the only way I see this game being hard for Xtreme is if somehow the puck loses mid very badly and he can't get the runes, you know. Then the game would be entirely a different one. But apart from that, I don't see how the puck is gonna have a bad game.
All right. Any laning shenanigans that Team Spirit might be able to do to try and soften the blow of what the difficult lanes are looking like?
They have to roam on the tusk. I feel like Mira has to help the other lanes. CA kind of has to get level 2, level 3, and then rotate around and hope Timber can survive the lane.
We'll see how it goes here at the horn. No one making an aggressive move. Runes 2 apiece here very comfortably. Actually, pardon me, I didn't see Ghost all the way up here, Mira all the way up here, who does steal a rune.
Good stuff for Team Spirit.
3 runes for them.
Mira was able to get that extra one that doesn't belong to Team Spirit, so good for them.
Now. Maybe he'll find a D ward as well? No, he's just going to be...
This is the start they need, Richie. 3 runes. And we shall see whether it helps the lane. Like, the lanes by default are going to be hard for Team Spirit.
Every little bit counts here. Spirit are going to need quite a bit out of this lane. What would you say the focus for Spirit should be on? Are rotations to mid lane, are those necessary for the Ember Spirit? Or is it important for Collapse to be able to have a game here?
I think it's important for everybody to have a game, and the thing that I'll be looking at in the early game is what is Mira doing. I think he's going to be very crucial in terms of their success. What is he doing? Where is he going? Who is he helping? Is he really having an impact controlling the runes, helping the Ember? And is he able to actually make a successful rotation through the Twin Gate to help the Void? I think those are the things that are going to matter a lot.
All right. Well, always exciting to see a Tusk back in, action, especially considering how rotation heavy these games can and might just end up becoming pretty decent synergy with the Cold Feet on the AA. Nothing else really to enforce that Cold Feet to proc outside of maybe Laurel. Paparazzi been a little bit of a tough time in the mid lane, but his bottle is on the way, and there's no spells at the ready for the Ember to use to actually do any more damage, so he should be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, this lane is a bit annoying at the start for Puck because you have low armor, and Ember Spirit tends to be very annoying with the start of his. So after the first couple of levels, I think the first 2 levels are going to be the hardest for the Puck. After that, you get your bottle, you refill it, on the runes, you get bounty runes, then the lane is going to start to slowly become easier for you. And looking at the side lane so far, Bloodseeker is doing okay, 6-5 against the 5-3 of the Timbersaw. So, like I said, the Bloodseeker should be able to free farm this lane with the Silencer backing him up. And on the bottom side, Doom is also doing pretty good so far, 7-2 towards the 6-5. Oh, okay, Void actually has a lot of denies here. But the more levels you get on the Doom, the lane is just going to slowly get better for you.
Mira saying TeamSpeak 2023, as if it's not a very standard piece of software in using across many esports. Hopefully that TeamSpeak server gets settled for them with the utmost of speed, and we get resumed here as soon as possible. I think the good news for Spirit is the draft makes a lot of sense for a Tusk, right? And by that, what I mean is, you talk about the importance for this Tusk to get rotating around the map, use the twin gates, gank towards the mid lane, help out for the power rune control. But that's really only doable if your offlaner can sustain being alone for a while, right? And I can think of very few other offlaners that can do that better than a Timbersaw.
If you get an early Vanguard, sure. I mean, you should be fine, But that is if you get a good start. So far, Collapse is still having a pretty normal start. He has 7-3 last hits to denies. So, and the wave is in front of his tower. So I think that with this wave here, it's going to allow him to get the Vanguard at a pretty decent timing. He's getting braces right now, So he really prioritizes his early game a lot, The braces is going to help him last hit and regen towards the Bloodseeker by poking him a lot.
That 1 point in the reactive armor is going to do a lot of work as well in that regard, especially when I assume, will put another one very quickly in there. I want to take, I was going to say a look down bottom because things are actually looking pretty difficult here for the side of Xtreme Gaming. For the most part, it's been JT taking a lot of damage as Miposhka kind of just unleashing into these heroes, utilizing his superior range. That time, it is actually going to end up being Sin Q that goes down at the hands of this dual lane. This is not really working out as you thought it was, or does this lane get better with more experience, Winter?
I think it's the time dilation. The Void decided to go time dilation, so it's time lock and time dilation. At level 2, XG didn't really expect the power spike, so Shinky was playing really aggressively. He didn't think he would die right in the lane, but then he got time dilated and he was slowed and he couldn't escape.
Yeah, I feel like that point in time dilation is pretty normal these days when you actually see a Faceless Void. So a little bit unfortunate for him to be caught out by something like that, especially with Demonic Conversion. This has been a pretty popular counter pick, remember? Especially when Enigma was offlane, you would see a time dilation pretty early on, maybe even here at level 3 into the Enigmas, just to really reduce their efficiency and reduce the amount of denies they can get. It does go, kind of a long way, really.
Yeah, I mean, the more levels you get on a Doom, you get more points in your Scorch Earth. I think the lane should start to tip into your favor eventually. And obviously, once you get the Vanguard, then it's going to be very...
JT? Is he going to get latched here by the Cold Feet? He will. Not a ton of follow-up damage by Miposhka.
It should be okay. The ring is giving him enough regen to survive the lane. But yeah, right, this lane is definitely not something that I envision would be in favor of the Void and A at the moment. JT is struggling, he needs to wait for the courier to deliver his extra set of tangles, and the Void is going to free farm the lane right now. So this lane is going very well for Team Spirit.
Another time dilation here at the ready. The death is actually top lane where Ghost will fall to Collapse. Yotaro, really looking for that bash. Nice. Will find it
brunch
as he goes in and finds the kill there. Nicely done. And this is also a death top lane and make it a double here as Collapse onto DY. The branch planted and utilized for the kill.
Cool
Collapse
branch.
Really making good use here of the consumables.
I think I have no idea what I'm talking about when I say XG is supposed to win both side lanes.
Yeah. That's what I'm finding out here. Collapse may end up dropping. Okay, they do have as well the Ice Shards. Really good usage there. Will deny Ghost the easy kill here on the Collapse as he will TP on home. I'd say the only lane that is... Well, actually not really. Even Ember Spirit already up to level 6. He's having a pretty good time here as well. 11 denies Winter. Maybe this is... Maybe the one point you're not wrong about is how fast this game is going to be at this stage.
DY. Oh no, he's like, I'm just here to control the rune.
Oh no, and he loses the Observer Ward as well to the Sentry that Team Spirit initially planned.
Alright, this game is a disaster. I said we're gonna see a reverse Uno. I am so wrong. We might just see another 20-minute game.
We'll see another Uno, as they call it, I believe. This is going to be really rough. I mean, especially with the support duo. I don't even know when they're going to be able to get level 6. As DY has to walk back to lane. They're going to try again for another kill onto JT. The bashes should just about guarantee this one. Oh, okay. Paparazzi rotating on the first power rune. It is going to be a snowball save for now, allowing Yatoro to live. Looking for the TP play out. There is a Waning Rift for a little bit more damage, but it's not going to be enough with only 60 on level 1. In the meantime, Mira is going to be able to take down Sin Q. Paparazzi will have to settle for an AA kill instead. I mean, at least it's something. Xtreme Gaming starting to really starve here. Is they're even looking for a kill top on a collapse? Can they really find this?
Okay. This is really bad, Richie. You got a haste on Puck, and all you got is a support a position 5A of all things.
Yep.
No good.
Yep. And I don't want to really rub the salt in the wound right now, but just take a peek right now at net worth and how poorly JT is doing.
Let's take a peek. Oh no, I don't like what I'm seeing.
I don't think he likes what he's seeing here either, as once again surrounded. Oh my goodness, the damage is immense. He goes down. This is, as they say, not good. A 3K net worth lead now starting to bubble up for the side of Team Spirit. We're about to get the phase boots online already for Laurel. And for Xtreme, I mean, what are their big spikes going to be? I guess level 6 on their supports, but they're still both only level 4, even after the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, your Silencer and Enigma support duo right now that's just lost their lanes. What can you do later? Nothing. This is going to be a very, very hard game for them.
And it's not going to get easier here. Maposhko even... part of me feeling very confident.
Yeah, Collapse in the meantime. He's still happy farming at top lane, trying to drag away. He's gonna get ruptured, but is he actually gonna die here though? He's gonna be able to damage.
Survive. Can they catch him with the Malefice?
Oh,
yes, they can in the nick of time. Finally, something going the way here of Xtreme Gaming. Pretty big kill as well. 355 gold, or 335 gold rather.
Oh,
in the pockets of Sin Q.
JT's
Down bottom, no JT.
Again.
Level 5. Yatoro also level 5. Will get level 6 on this kill. DY in the vicinity is not going to really be able to change the outcome of this engagement. As that's going to be a kill, and now level 6 for Yatoro. I don't think JT can come back to this lane.
There is Chronosphere right now. Yep, I don't think he can come back. But where can he go? Like, he doesn't want to jungle. Like, what can he do?
Okay, maybe this is a bit too deep for Laurel, as he is actually leashed up now. Pretty good movements. But the Waiting Rift is going to find him. Big kill again that Sin Q is going to be able to secure, denying Paparazzi that comeback gold. Still a decent amount.
Now Sin Q is almost level 6 thanks to that troll from Amber, like dying there, giving away so much. And in the meantime, he was also already jungling, so he got a lot of XP. I mean, this level 6 might be able to net them a kill. I think he needs to try to find a way to use it ASAP to either kill the Void or the Timbersaw.
Talk to me a bit more about Mira's early game, though. You were expecting big moves out for him, good rotations. Would you say that he's excelled in that task, or how would you rate his performance here on the Tusk?
10 out of 10.
All right.
And he was the person that connected to all the lanes, all 3 lanes. He went to all 3 lanes, literally. He got kills everywhere. He controlled the runes for the Ember Spirit. What more can you ask, from your position 4? And right now, he's going to set up on the top lane. Timbersaw wants to push the tower with the catapult wave right now.
Yeah, heroes are looking top. This would, start to really shrink the map as well for Ghost, who otherwise has been struggling. Careful here. Chronosphere will be able to snag Ghost. Incoming Ice Blast as well on top of the Chakram. That'll secure things, to be sure. DY also caught in the midst of this, and that is certainly at least Winter, that tier 1 tower going down.
Click on the Silencer. Look at his levels. He's level 4. He's level 4. What can the poor man do, Right now, Enigma's tipping, but okay, they have to get a kill with the Black Hole. They have to. This is a must. It has to happen, Richie.
Well, he's gonna look to sneak around. Not sure who owns the Watcher. Yatoro. Are they gonna throw the coil blind? They will not.
They didn't see him.
Missed opportunity there. What could have been for the side of Xtreme. Sin-Q without the blink dagger, of course, just kind of forced to walk on over very slowly, and Paparazzi unwilling to make that play blind. Is going to allow Yatoro to escape.
Yeah, Paparazzi has to do so much for his team right now. Everybody just needs to get levels. I mean, this is tough, you know. When your puck needs to do so much in a game, you're in a whole lot of trouble.
DY might just die beneath his tier 3 tower if he's not careful. Look how far back he has to farm a wave.
Yeah, he needs to find a way to get level 6. He has to try. I mean, the poor guy does not even have boots.
No, he really doesn't. Most of his inventory is consumables here. I mean, he's almost at boots at least. Hold on, Yatoro. He's getting a bit aggressive here. Sin-Q has himself the black hole. They're going to drop the Doom onto Yatoro, but where exactly is the follow-up? He's starting to tick down now, especially with the Malefice out from the side of Sin-Q, and he does eventually go down here to that Doom damage. Black hole is able to catch now onto Miposhka alongside the Eidolons. Ooh, he is going to go down, but not before he released the Nice Blast. Revenge, a dish best served ice cold here in the case of Miposhka, as he will be credited with that kill on a Sin-Q.
And that was very nicely done by Sin-Q and JT there. Given the severity of the situation, getting a 2-for-2 trade, you got the enemy carry, that is the best thing you can hope for. So that was a very well done move there by Sin-Q and JT. And right now, Paparazzi is going to be ready to fight. He just got his witch. So he has a small power spike. Let's see if he can actually kill someone.
He's got global.
Finally, the man has global and boots.
And boots. And boots. What a time to be alive for a silencer. New lease on life for him. As Xtreme Gaming, with a couple of ultis here at their disposal, we'll see what they really want to force. Ghost is closing in on his Maelstrom. But things, not looking too amazing overall in the Xtreme Gaming camp. Especially without their ultimates. Team Spirit, yeah, they'll smoke up. I don't think they'll be shying away from a fight anytime soon. We're approaching the 14-minute Wisdom Room timing. Ghost might just be the target instead here, as Laurel does have himself that Arcane Rune active mirror, looking to close the gap. They did miss it seems on the Searing Chains. Ghost still hit here by the Ice Blast, as the Global Silence will actually be able to connect onto Laurel. He is ruptured, but is there any follow-up damage? Instead, they look for DY, as it seems like for now, no! Miposhka gets the shatter kill onto Ghost. Paparazzi at least able to find a big trade in the meantime, as he does trade away onto the Ember Spirits.
Wisdom Rune.
14-minute Wisdom Runes, though. Paparazzi, he might not be able to secure this. There is no Walrus Punch for 2 more seconds, but that is a defensively placed Illusory Orb. And the bounty of the Wisdom Rune goes the way towards Spirit, as well as, of course, another kill onto the carry. Did at least buy out for his Maelstrom there, Winter, but a painful death, to be sure.
Yeah, they got kind of lucky because Lara missed the initial slight chains. Otherwise, the Bloodseeker would have died further back in the lane, and I feel like the puck will not have arrived on time to get a counter kill. And right now, Yatoro picks up a DD rune, as Maelstrom just delivered to him, so he can actually solo kill any of the cores. I feel like the puck, the Doom, the Bloodseeker, if he sees them in the lane, they're just gonna die.
Yeah, a little bit of caution might be advised, though the cooldown's starting to come back and be ready for Xtreme. Doom is at the ready. They probably don't need it here to get this kill onto the Silencer. Mira, going to get off a Snowball. Just be a little bit more annoying, but it's not really going to change the outcome of this engagement.
Oh, the first +2 for DY.
That is true. The first +2. And a double bounce.
My man is back in the game. He just got his boots. He just got his level 6. He just got his first +2.
There it is. Truly a new lease on life. Still is over half the net worth, or less than half the net worth of like Mira or someone else. But one step at a time, one step at a time.
Don't worry, Richie. His job is to click R. He does not need the net worth. He
needs the net worth to buy back and click R if he gets found first in the fight.
Okay, fine, sure,
He needs a little bit. I guess in that way, he's just keeping his buyback cost very cheap. It costs him 350 gold right now. That's nothing.
And for Team
Paparazzi almost hit his Blink Dagger. I mean, I want to focus on Xtreme because it's been the Team Spirit show for about 15 minutes and 50 seconds. Signs of life now from Xtreme. They have their ultis yet again, and they have a Blink Dagger actually on this Enigma. Is it fight time for them?
Blink, Black Hole with Global sounds about right. And this Enigma has been the saving grace so far, because he has been in the jungle for a couple of minutes already, so keeping like a pretty decent net worth, considering the whole situation that his
Very
team
respectful.
is in.
Hold on, though. They might jump onto Sin Q here. Does get off the Malphite. That's the blink reveal, but he's more than happy to get out alive.
Yeah, I mean, once he gets his BKB, the only thing that he needs to worry about is Chrono, and I feel like it's quite unlikely that the Chrono is going to land on the Enigma with Blink. So whenever the Void goes in, you Chrono somebody else, like the Bloodseeker or the Doom, you're going to have to worry about Blink BKB Black Hole coming in, So I think Xtreme has so far stabilized the last couple of minutes of the game. Yeah, getting themselves into a position where they can start to make some plays with this Blink on Enigma.
But they have to make the ultis count, right? Otherwise, there's just no way back in with them for them. Ooh, and they are right underneath an Observer Ward as well. This might be a pretty punishing fight here if they don't get the engagement right.
JT has pipe, so he's pretty tanky.
Is Collapse the hero you want to make the jump on right now? I had my doubts about that.
They have a good ward here, so they can see the Timber.
Yeah, they do. They see the entire backlines. JT is baited the Blink Black Hole, and now with the Global to cover them, it's a thing of beauty from Sin Q. That is both supports down those. Collapse able to evade the Black Hole for now. Laurel as well, I believe, got the Remnants out in time, but at least it's a fight that Xtreme Gaming will take. Very convincingly at that.
Not good enough though, Richie. You use 2 big ultis on 2 supports. So once they're alive, Team Spirit is just gonna have the option to either get Roche or make a smoke, invade your Ancients area, and stop you from farming Ancients, But considering the situation, so if you feel like, oh, we're behind 3-4k, so any kill we get is great, for us, But you wish you didn't have to use both big spells for killing the 2 supports.
Yeah, they were hoping to get their hands on the Silencer, but Laurel is a bit too hard of a catch for them. I mean, it does buy a little bit of time, right? Extreme Gaming able to at least expand their farming area. But as you say, yeah, Spirit, they're going to use the ultimate downtime, the ultimate downtime, I think it's the month after TI where nothing happens in Dota.
No, the ultimate downtime is the week, right? No, not even the week. The day after TI ends at the after party.
No, I disagree, because the day after TI ends, all the roster swaps are happening. Those are the hours, the minutes, the seconds, the knowing glance from who's always switching teams, from all the C players, right? They all look around the party. They're gonna see which region they're gonna flock to next. That's the busiest time.
Everybody's hoping, Puppy, please, praying
Puppy,
please.
Puppy.
Think of me.
Come on,
I'm the C player you need.
It's me, Puppy. It's me.
And right now, Lau, he's thinking about finishing his BKB. He needs another 800, 900 gold or so he can actually break away from the silence from the Pug in the global. He badly needs that, It'll be easy food in the team fights if he doesn't have a BKB this game.
It's true. Does need that dispel, right? The global and the waning rift silencer are simply too threatening against a hero like this. Not when he has, of course, his shield rune active on top of the flame guard. That's an extra, basically 1,000 effective HP
by the
for
way,
him.
Richie, I don't know if he brought up, Miposhka has a hand on Midas.
Does he?
For quite some time already.
Wow, I actually didn't scout that. That's always the dream item for you to get, to be honest, as an AA. Especially now with the change to Ice Vortex, right? They basically move the shard onto Ice Vortex to buff the hero, and his new Ice Blast, the new Ice Blast Ags shard is pretty good. It's a good blessing for the short range Ice Blast that you tend to set up for. Alongside the Midas now, you're gonna get the levels. You're gonna continue to scale pretty nicely. Good life here from Miposhka.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely spot on. A always likes to build a Midas, because you need the levels. The levels give you a lot of things. You're very scary late game when you get all your shard. I think the shard is actually very, very nice on A right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Midas from JT has paid off, though. He finally has Blink Dagger on top of the Pipe of Insight, so he can look to be a little bit more consistent now on landing these dooms on the important targets. I think his issue is...
Mira is getting doomed.
Yes, he is. First victim of the Blink Dagger snaps the coil to give the kill to Paparazzi. Okay, I mean, some serious signs of life now from Extreme Gaming. as they're starting to really make up the net worth difference here, aren't they? After that last Midas and kill, JT's got just a little bit more money than Laurel, especially considering the kind of start that JT had. Pretty good moves out from him.
Yeah, I mean, the game is pretty much even right now, thanks to the Midas,
JT?
the Devour, and the
Why
Enigma.
did he put the Ancient up there?
Good question. I have
He
no answer.
hurricaned it up.
I know, I saw. I'm like...
It aggroed Collapse, that's for sure. Collapse focused on killing that. Hold on, Yotoro. Oh, no, Ghost. He's going to try and hide away in these trees. Look for the TP out. Can Yotoro sniff him out in time? The Chrono's ready, but he time walked away. Was not able to find him in time. That was close. Ghost at least able to sniff this one out and get away in the nick of time.
Yeah, and Shinkyu is doing a very good job. Cutting the waves, getting farm. He's taking farm where nobody else can take. So he's not exactly farming away gold from, say, his Bloodseeker, his Path for Doom. He's taking farm in a very, very dangerous position. And he's almost there, you know. His BKB is almost online. Give it another 2 minutes, 3 minutes, he's gonna have it. Oh, they're scanning him up. Oh no.
Oh, I mean,
no,
he is dead. This is space. He blinks into the trees. Is this going to allow him to get away? No way.
No, that has to be the shortest ever PBR I've ever seen.
Yeah, but he knew there was a pocket of trees there. Well played to him. Absolutely space created. And I have to say, the way that Xtreme Gaming have been playing the map, in particular Paparazzi, he kind of knows that the only hero that really presents a threat to him, Aegis or not, is Yotoro with the Chronosphere. So as soon as Yotoro shows on any part of the map, Make That Paparazzi is immediately rotating to the other side and playing, and farming pretty dangerously close to, Ember and to Timbersaw, because he knows that they just can't really kill him without the Chrono.
Yeah, that's just the problem, with the puck being picked at, was it like the overall last pick, right? So
I believe it was, yeah, 24th.
They didn't really have any...
Maybe 23rd?
Yeah, they didn't really have any good solution towards the hero. He had a pretty rough laning phase, a little bit slower. But after that, the hero just excels. He's been getting a lot of pickoffs with his call rotating around. I said that he needs to work overtime, and indeed he was working overtime for his team. And right now his team is very, very even in terms of net worth. It used to be like a 4-5k lead after the laning phase, and everything has been recovered thanks to the puck, thanks to the Midas from the Doom, the Devour.
Yeah, everything's perfectly been neutralized. I mean, Sin Q, with all the farming that he's been up to, has nearly... Well, first of all, he's kept up with the AA, which in and of itself is not a very impressive statement, but you have to remember the context here. Miposhka has a Midas, so he's keeping up with the Midas farm of this hero on the position for Enigma.
Let's be real, Richie. Enigma has an inbuilt Midas.
Yeah, look, I'm not disagreeing with you, but considering how difficult the early game was, I would say that's a pretty decent accomplishment here for Sin Q. Definitely revitalized. Looks like he splashed some water on his face, maybe even washed it or something here with the way he's come back into this game.
You have to go there, You just can't resist the temptation.
Yeah, every now and then you have to indulge one of the true sight memes. What am I? I'm merely immortal, okay?
I'll tell you one of my secrets. I have the same habit. Every time before my game starts, I have to wash my face, just so that...
Really?
I don't fall asleep or get tired in the games.
Wait. Is this like what you do now, or is this what you did back on MUFC?
Damn it. Why do you have... Okay, I guess I just dug my own hole.
I don't think it worked for you. I mean...
That's why we were losing all the time, because I was feeling sleepy.
Because you were feeling sleepy.
I was drafting and I'm losing my trail of thought. What should I have picked here? What was my plan when I picked Omni Knight carry? I have no idea.
Splash some water on your face and things don't get any easier. Things not getting any easier either for Miposhka, as he is going to be caught and killed here, going down to Sin Q. You were splashing too much soapy water in your face and you couldn't really see. Never mind, I won't go there. That's too cruel. That's too personal of an attack, Winter. I wouldn't do that to you.
I will never ever take you out to Bakute ever again. I swear.
You know what? That's fine, Winter, because every time we try and go, the damn place is closed anyway. What's the point?
Dude, we managed to go there once, right? I think one time it was open.
One time, yeah.
Just one time. After like 5 times of going.
Good times. Good times. Well, we'll see if we ever do get to do that again. And maybe we'll have to take JT and Ghost along with us, because the way that they've performed in this game, I mean, Ghost still very much on the recovery train, but JT, you know, proper recovered now after a brutal start. Winter, he was 0-5 at one point. Now he's got a Blink Dagger, he's got that Pipe of Insight, the Midas Gold has paid off, and he's got Octarine Core. And he really just kept his head down and kept fighting here.
You say kept fighting, but I say kept farming.
Yeah, okay, sure. I mean, fighting figuratively, and now fighting quite literally, as he is not afraid of shying away from any of these engagements.
Fighting the neutral creeps for gold?
Yeah, and figuratively fighting Team Spirit. Absolutely.
I mean, let's talk about the late game. If it goes to late game,
okay.
You have Chronosphere, you have Ice Blast, so that's still pretty terrifying. But on the other side of Xtreme Gaming, they have the Black Hole and they have the Global and they have the Doom. So I guess they have the upper hand in super late game situation. And for Team Spirit to pull it off, they need to land very good Chronospheres, and they're gonna need a lot of defensive item to deal with the Global.
Well, you'll probably have 2 Chronos, right? If we are going to be talking about the late game, let's be fair. You'll have 2 Chronos. You'll have a pretty
you're playing
farmed
against
AA.
what, 2 Doom, double Black Hole as well.
I mean, if it goes really late, SinQ does have that thing queued up alongside a Shadow Blade here, actually. Xtreme Gaming, for the first time this game, really positioning themselves quite aggressively, but Roche is up another time here, and Team Spirit swiftly moving in to take that thing down. They'll gladly take a tier 2 tower trade in exchange for this. I mean, I guess it's hard to argue against, you know, Enigma BKB with no bespoke solution, as well as a Global Silence to back him up, the Doom AoE, maybe even a Bloodseeker here at some stage with the Blood Mist, as Ghost now does build into that. I mean, that's certainly very convincing. It's more of a matter of actually getting there, I think, is going to be the challenge now, especially with the second Aegis Winter. I don't really think Yatoro is going to mind getting Black Hole if it means he can come back on his second life, pop his BKB, and Chrono anyone who's left standing.
Yeah, he has Manta as well, so he has another way of removing the Global, or the Puck Silence for that matter. I mean, he's really powerful right now. And Lara as well, he has a Blink, not something you see very common on Ember this early.
Paparazzi on the run.
He's fine. How are they gonna
I'm not
kill
so
him?
sure. TP is incoming. That's only Mirror. Cold Feet are probably not going to proc here. Yeah, good luck ever doing that. There is an Aeon Disc ready to be assembled if he wants to unlock the Vit booster. Good guess there by Collapse. JT able to save his ally for now, as they are going to be pulled. Oh, and blinking away outside of the range as well of the Ice Blast. They commit here actually on the Global Science. That's it for mid lane, because there's a BKB Black Hole onto 2. Laurel underneath the tier 2 tower is going down, but most importantly, they've gotten through. The face is void. They do have a Doom, but there's also a Chronosphere at the ready, as Toro will actually get the BKB. He's going to try and go on the run now, as they have actually reflected the Rupture. Ghost, he has to stand and fight, literally, because if he moves, he's going to die. Doing a pretty good job at standing his ground for now, but will be taken down as Team Spirit. They will be able to rally the troops and win the fight underneath the tier 2 tower. That all started with a chase as well down bottom. How the hell did we end up here?
Yeah, how? The Void died, he was like Aegis, he used his Aegis, and then I was like pretty sure that he's gonna either get Doom or he's gonna get Ruptured, but in the end he got Ruptured, the Lotus reflected the Rupture onto the Bloodseeker, but the Doom was nowhere to be seen. He didn't cast the Doom, so they couldn't really kill the Void.
Not kill the Void, and I mean, just a difficult time there really for Ghost to do much of anything. Toro, time walking off the damage.
This is where you wish the Doom had the Centaur creep instead of the Purge.
Yeah.
If you had the Centaur creep, you could have stunned him when he came out of the Aegis and
Does he have the Purge just to remove like the Searing Chains and the Cold Feet? Is that the point here?
Yep. Searing Chains, Cold Feet, time dilation.
yeah, time dilation is a big one actually. Good point.
But is it better than getting the stun from the Centaur this game? I'm not sure.
In that instance, certainly not. I mean, he's going to be going for the BKB, so I imagine it's not too much longer that he's going to be holding on to the Purge creep for now. The poor Satyr camp finished off only by abilities and items. They didn't even bother auto-attacking them. BKB nearly completed. It's actually Xtreme Gaming. They're going to smoke up. Spirit eager to smoke as well.
Without Black Hole? They're doing this without Black Hole?
Chrono as well. Oh, they do have the Doom, and they have found a target. They've reflected the Doom, but the important part is they found it onto the Timbersaw. They've got through the Silencer immediately. A SinQ forced to use the BKB. There is the Rupture. Ghost, though, pinned down and killed. Yutoro finding a bash, didn't care about the Rupture, and now they're chasing down the Doomed Doom. He will fall underneath the tier 3 tower. 2 heroes without buyback as Mira threatening find the wall punch onto Paparazzi. Will not be able to connect it there, but it's Team Spirit who find themselves immediately back on the high ground and are not leaving without this mid lane of Rax.
That was a very, very risky smoke out. They didn't really have a lot of good vision set up in that area, but maybe they just feel like with the Doom still available, they are able to still be strong in the team fights. But Team Spirit, they are the ones that made the better initiation. They got the jump onto the Bloodseeker. Doom got the Doom onto the Timber, but it got reflected and they couldn't kill the Timber, and then the fight was just basically over after that.
This Blink Dagger as well from Laurel, although it's an interesting choice. Actually kind of helping out here alongside his Gleipnir to get these extra long-range catches that Xtreme Gaming just don't seem prepared for. They will be respawning now. Black Hole coming off cooldown. Global Silence at the ready. They want to have a Doom for another 30, but there's not even any Spirit heroes basically in the vicinity here to use any of these spells on. Spirit,
yeah, I think that the blink on the Ember Spirit, now that I see how the team fights are playing out, it's actually a pretty smart idea. He's able to poke, especially the Silencer, and maybe the Silencer feels really pressured to use his global defensively, and then you just blink away. I think the blink is not something you see all the time, on Ember Spirit.
Yep.
It used to be a build where you did back in the day where you stack Battle Furies, then you have Rapiers, you have a blink, you just blink in, get a slide off.
That's a while ago though. I haven't seen Battle Fury Ember in a long time.
And you ram them away. But in this game, he's actually using the poke and prod method very well with the blink.
Ooh, Collapse? Catching a glimpse there. Paparazzi, I guess Paparazzi catching a glimpse of him. Both teams once again smoked up and looking for a fight.
Now they have
JT
Black Hole.
Gonna rally with the team.
BKB
Black Hole is ready.
Fight.
Could be the moment as Mira is going to initiate now onto Paparazzi. He did blink. Oh, he blinked forward. The post game is a full sight of Vice. Says hello to that one, Paparazzi, but thanks to the S and Y, or the Kaya and Sanj, Paparazzi is able to escape immediately into the Chakram of Collapse, however, as now chasing forward with the Blink Dagger is Laurel, finding the damage onto DY. He drops as Ghost able to find at least a rupture onto one. Sin Q, I thought he was in a black hole there, but no use there as the Chronosphere used to secure the kill onto Ghost. Collapse with a tip onto him now. Oh my goodness, what are you doing here, JT? He just died.
Yeah, collapsing in the face of Collapse. XG is done. They are done, Richie.
I don't see how they get back in this one as well. The Enigma has, I believe, just bought back.
And he has no BKB. What can he do?
He doesn't have BKB. He's got a black hole. There's not a lot of spells at the ready for Team Spirit, but it sure has a lot of damage. So if you don't catch everyone, what can you really do here? JT has no BKB either. I don't know about this one, Winter. This is at least going to be a second lane of Rax, if not more. Puck respawning in 10. Ghost as well, respawning in 25, but want to have a BKB for a further 20 seconds. And I just don't see a way for Xtreme to contest this. 24K is the net worth lead right now in favor of Team Spirit, who will choose to play things very patiently, very conservatively. Will back off and avoid letting Xtreme Gaming back into the game by any means.
Yeah, they're respecting the BKB black hole. I think that's a reasonable option there by Team Spirit. You don't really want to risk anything, throw the game away. You still have Chrono on cooldown, so there's no point in making a risky play. Just back off, continue to farm, finish the remaining items. Timber's gonna have a BKB next.
It's a little bit wild to see the highs and lows that Xtreme Gaming have displayed this game, right?
This game has been so topsy-turvy, like you never know what's gonna happen next. One moment you think actually is done after the laning phase, and then they somehow fall themselves back into the game.
Good fights.
And then they make a smoke without having black hole. It was on cooldown. They run into the enemy. They all die, and then they lose all the advantage again.
Yeah. Push goes well with a full Scythe of Vice. I mean, he is quite the menace now. Not to mention, he's got Psychic Headband and an Aether Lens. Just hover over that item.
Time to buy a refresher. Double Hex, double Ice Blast.
Oh, man. He is catching everyone out here, nearly dying to the Tormentor. As Mira is going to be the one to receive the Ag's Shard. This is 26K. Oh, I don't see an easy way back into this one. It has to be impeccable usage here on the ultimates. Even then, I mean, the items for Team Spirit, they continue to accumulate here. Mira has now Walrus Kick ready. Remember, you can still be in Snowball and kick someone. That's still a lovely combo to use. There's a BKB now on Collapse just to make sure he doesn't go down too easily. A full Daedalus on Laurel. It's his items and damage is going to continue to scale up. There's Chronosphere ready, a Lincoln Sphere on the Faceless Void. And I guess that's why he's holding on to the Purge creep here, but JT unable to really find the most impactful Dooms this game here. He's not been having such a great series, I have to say.
I think he has only one Doom target right now. He really needs to get the Faceless Void before he drops Chrono. I think that's the most ideal situation for him. But the Void has Lincolns, and they have a Lotus, he has Manta.
And now there's going to be an Aegis as well. I mean, you can still win the fight if you Doom the Faceless Void, right? It's about him not being able to drop that
right now, no, because he has Aegis.
Well, yeah, sure.
I think you have to do Timber. I think you do Timber next.
Okay, fight's breaking out here already as they have found JT yet again. Good silence onto the Ancient Apparition, but the kick, outside of the Chronosphere, I don't think it matters much. Doom is going to be dropped onto Laurel. We'll see what they can make happen now as Mira inside of the Chronosphere will come out leashed up and fighting his way through Ghost. He's going to end up losing that mano a mano. Xtreme Gaming, though, now eager to try and find themselves a re-engage point here. They found a little bit of a foothold. We'll see what they can find now. The Refresher Shard is going to be able to give Yotaro another usage of that Chronosphere. Still holding on to his BKB as well, by the way.
It's tough, you know. It's really tough for them. There's too many like defensive items to deal with, and whenever you go on one of them, if the Lotus is reflecting the Doom, then it means that the fight is even harder for you. I think the only way they're gonna be winning the big black hole. He needs to catch multiple cores in the black hole and hope that the Void can't stop it with the Chrono.
Hey, I mean, that Faceless Void, I mean, he's so big. He's these defensive items, the Refresher. He might just be able to wait for the cooldown naturally on this Chronosphere.
Yeah, I mean, he has. Like, he can just wait for the Ember to go in and poke. Ember's running in, killing heroes, and just wait for the Enigma. Like, if the Enigma doesn't show, the Void doesn't show.
Right. I think I just don't know how you do it. Collapse level 25, by the way. It did take that second. Himself. Team Spirit very confidently back up to the high ground. They go even 40 seconds now without Chronosphere, fighting into all of the ultimates of Xtreme Gaming. Still confident in making this move now.
Yeah, he's daring them. Come on, black hole.
What if I used in the top lane? I suppose it's now or never here. 25 seconds left on this Aegis. Yotaro has been silenced, but of course it's Lotuses. Plenty of ways to dispel that. They have broken it now, I believe, with Blood Rage, as they did proc the Andis there. Paparazzi doesn't have that tool at the ready anymore. Toro, someone's got to make the jump here. They break the Lincolns. JT's going to try and jump in, but he finds himself psyched up. JT covered by the Global Silence, unable to get off the Doom, does not have buyback. They set him up for failure, or they tried to set him up for success, only for him to fail, unfortunately. Couriers racing out to try and recover the gem. Won't happen here. Collapse, killing the Courier before it can recover the Gem of True Sight.
And still a tier 2, so they can't go for Megas. Can they
no,
end the
they
game
can't,
right
but
away?
they can just end the game. They have Chronosphere naturally back, ready to go. Again, they have that Refresher still as Paparazzi, looking to be as annoying as possible to Yotaro, but the silence instantly dispelled there by Collapse. From behind and waiting to counter-initiate with the Scythe of Ice is Miposhka very far behind with the Blink Dagger, as there's going to be the coil now onto Yotaro. Still no opportunity for them to find the right engagement. 10 seconds left until JT respawns again, but Yotaro not eager to wait that long as he does jump in. Scaring the living daylights out of DY. Again, no Megas here quite yet.
He's waiting on the side, waiting for an opportunity to black hole. He needs to catch Void in the black hole.
Still has that BKB at the ready. It's going to be all about not getting caught by the sight. Same thing can be said of JT, who does not have a BKB either. Throne is going down as Yotaro jumps in, finds two there. He does finally catch one, but the Enigma inside the Chronosphere alongside the Silencer. Silencer has buyback, the Enigma does not. Goes trying to find these backliners. Oh, but it's Yotaro. He is just ripping apart Xtreme Gaming as Ghost is going to be the next to fall. Two-man caught in the Chrono, and that has to be it for the side of Xtreme. No way out this time around as they're all dead. Team Spirit, they're going to steamroll Xtreme Gaming here. It's a 2-0 for them, Winter.
Yeah, this game, I feel like the MVP has to be Yatoro. Like he played the lane amazingly, somehow managing to win that lane against the Doom Enigma, and after that he lands so many really good chronos. Team off after pick off, and his team is as well. Like with the A, he was so rich. He got a Hex, Ember Spirit with a smart Blink Dead, and Mira doing a lot of good work in the early game, rotating around, setting up his team for success. Just a very good game, for the team spirit.
Yeah, I mean, and they make it look clean, and honestly, they make it look pretty easy. I mean, Miposhka allowed to go for the Hand of Midas on that Ancient Apparition, really paying off with that Scythe device, that extra little bit of control made his life that much more difficult. Laning stage as well, not breaking down. You really spoke at length already about how impactful Miposhka was there with that skill point in the what's it called, the time. She got at level 2, by the way, after that first point in Time Walk. I think absolutely being a lane-winning and potentially even game-winning decision here for the side of Spirit, and especially on that Faceless Void.
Yeah, after
Really
that kill,
impressive
it snowballed the laning phase way too hard, because Doom, he died, Enigma died as well. Like, both of them died, and he couldn't get to the ring, and he lost all his regen, and then he TP back to the lane, and he had to farm a couple of, I think, one more wave or two more waves before he got his ring, and then he had to take damage because he had to go back to the lane. And after that, he got his ring, but he was constantly low, and it gave a lot of opportunity for the Tusk to come and roam, or even the Ember Spirit to roam to get easy kills on the lane. So the game was really difficult for JT from the get-go because of how it all started for them. And after that, he had to just play catch-up for the whole game, unfortunately.
Yeah, he really did. Well, plenty of catch-up, and unfortunately not a whole lot of confidence really in this series from JT, which has been a stark difference from how he's been playing the rest of the tournament. That will end the day here for Group A, but we're not done quite yet here, Winter. We are going to be going on to our final series, which is going to be Tundra Esports taking on TSM. That'll be live on this channel, guys. Make sure you stay tuned for that matchup as we get to see Aoi back in action here versus the boys of TSM. NA Dota at its finest, Tundra at TSM after the break.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I decide where I should remain, where I would hide.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters 2023 group stage. We are about to wrap up the day here with some Group B action. And Winter, it wouldn't be right if we didn't end our ride here today on some NA Dota. We got TSM taking on Team Tundra. Of course, if you missed the news, Saksa is unwell. We wish him, of course, all the best, as he has been now 2 tournaments where he's had to fly home early. So hopefully he is going to be able to recover and make a full comeback at the next tournament that Tundra make an appearance at. Of course, we wish him the best. That being said, in his place, just like in Bali, it is NA's finest, Awi 2000, standing in here yet again for Tundra Esports. Winter, this is an NA versus NA matchup, tried and true. How do you feel about this game?
Tundra is on a rough patch right now. Yeah. TSM, on the other hand, I feel like they have shown a wide variety of drafts. I mean, I'm looking at their previous games. They're playing all sorts of different things. IO Storm, Chen Morphling, IO Lash. They played some Brood games. They have some Terrorblade Batrider games. They have some Timbersaw. It's telling me that they're not really sure what's working well. So they are just electing to try a lot of different openings, their draft openings.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Tundra
can be problematic. I mean,
Tundra on the other hand, let me say this. Tundra on the other hand, they've only won 3 games, right? And guess what hero they've only won with? Pango. Pangolier is the only hero they managed to win with.
Pangolier's tends to be a good hero, doesn't he? A one-patch team, but when they finally get their grasp on what they feel like is strong in a meta, they do seem to really excel, and they come into their own, and they're all in form. Until then, when they are picking a diverse amount of heroes and going through the paces, and unfortunately not playing with their full roster, it does seem to quite affect them, as I would assume with any team.
Pango is banned. GG. I didn't realize
first ban from TSM at that.
Oh. I mean, 9, he definitely has a very weird, unconventional hero pool, from the mid lane. I feel like you said that Tundra takes some time to find their groove in the patches, but sometimes I feel like they just see the game very differently, and they have a very different approach compared to the other teams. And right now, what I feel like is happening to Dota, it's like teams are getting so good to the point where there is actually a better way of playing Dota and more efficient way of playing the map, and it can only be accomplished by picking certain heroes. So if you feel like you just want to play your way, so that might actually be a huge problem for you to accomplish that.
I guess I see where you're coming from there, right? But that does assume that there is a solution to Dota. Let me ask you this, Winter, and I want to keep this side discussion brief because it is highly irrelevant. But do you believe that one day chess will be solved?
Yes.
Okay. In the same way, then, I feel like you're using that kind of logic to determine that there is one best way to play each patch. Would that be safe to say?
Yeah, but every time there's a patch, things are gonna change, and you might not have enough time on the same patch for it to be fully solved. Sure, sometimes you get the same patch for 2 years and people are angry, but it's not gonna happen.
Those days are behind us, though.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen again. I feel like there's always going to be a patch every couple of weeks or months, and things are gonna change up. Sometimes you open up the patch, you see only a small change to certain heroes like this patch, but the whole meta at least for the pro games, shifted. A lot of the heroes moves, and the game just feels completely different, and it's very refreshing, as a player, as a viewer, that things are moving every month. Things are changing. You have to adapt.
Okay, I mean, I get what you mean by that. I just wanted to see if I could push you to start talking about chess or something, even like tennis again. And yet here we are, a very common couple of openers, aren't they? Tundra back to the, Enigma, that of course Awi can play, so this is going to be a flex for the team. And TSM, I think they were ready for this, that Rubik immediately on, 6th pick, opening up with the Timbersaw, as Tundra get their hands on 4 and 8 Snap and Enigma respectively. Problematic for the Enigma, but still can definitely find a purpose for this hero. This hero, are we ever going to stop seeing him picked first phase so frequently? Until the patch, anyway? Is the hero really this good?
You're talking about Enigma, right?
Yes, I am talking
Yeah,
about
and
Enigma.
Enigma is he's very, very highly contested right now because all the other heroes that were picked in Bali, they all got nerfed, and you're trying to find a substitute like an offlaner that you can reveal right away, or a flex hero, and Enigma just fits that bill. You reveal the hero, you don't really tell the opponent much, you don't really know where the hero is going. Is he a support? Is he a offlane? Is he a 5, for instance? And he has a lot of value in the draft, and he can also at the same time be a win condition if your draft has nothing to stop BKB Black Hole. And
Right.
the other thing is the Twin Gate, because you can pull the wave back, so it's easy to gank using the Twin Gate.
Feels a bit difficult though, right, at this stage, because you do get your hands on the Enigma, but you end up letting through heroes inevitably like this Timbersaw, right? And even if you are a support or an offlane Enigma, it seems like he does struggle to kick a specific subset of cores out of the lane, right? We've seen this time and time again, and how problematic that can be when you're an offlaner or a support like Enigma, and you're not really able to be free around the map because your tower will get pushed by a Timber, or your tower will get pushed by, I don't know, some illusion hero that you don't really shut down. It feels like the answers to the Enigma sometimes cause bigger problems than the Enigma offers you.
I think Alchemist, a hero like Alchemist would be good. A hero that doesn't have cooldown. So whenever Enigma uses Black Hole, then you're able to then use that timing. Or Ursa, for example. You get Roche or you get objectives. I say Elk because Elk can do both. He can kill towers. He's pretty fast paced. With the Grievous Greed, you kill Roshan. And every time Black Hole is used, hopefully not to kill you, then you can you can do a lot of stuff on the map. So that's what I would lean towards the direction of the draft when I'm looking at Enigma. It's not just about, we need to have Rubik, we need to have Global Silence, we need to have a Winter's Curse to deal with the Black Hole. I think that's on the surface, that's true, but when you dwell into a deeper level of the strategy, then you want a draft that is allowed to play without cooldown so you can abuse the Enigma.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you mean there. I was more referring to the cores that get picked into the Enigma, right? Because he does kind of condition a certain type of core to be played. No longer do we see like these Wraith Kings. Medusa even has fallen off quite a bit. But it's these laners that aren't going to be super vulnerable to like the Eidolons, right? They're somewhat sustainable in one way or another. And that's what I was getting at in terms of like the core responses to Enigma. That he kind of invokes tend to cause problems for the rest of your heroes. I do like your discussion though on cooldowns, and taking a look at the bans. There's the Doom quite cooldown dependent, right? But the Bloodseeker definitely one of those heroes that can kind of just do everything, right? He might be a bit more dependent on BKB timings when he does need to commit for these large fights, but relatively speaking, that ulti of his is not really the longest cooldown, is it?
Yeah. And do they have a Meepo player? I kind of like Meepo against Enigma, even though in theory Enigma can destroy Meepo in team fights, but it's all about like the pace of the game, right? Meepo is a hero that you can constantly use and fight. Looking at their heroes, I think they're probably not gonna pick Meepo. They have not sure if it's because they don't really have a Meepo player, or they just really don't rate the hero very highly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what do they do here. They have Rubik, so you want like a melee initiating hero if you can, but they're still gonna double down on dealing with the Black Hole, Silencer, Rubik.
Yeah, I mean that'll certainly. I mean, it gives you a good option. This support duo Rubik Silencer I've seen quite a few times as well at this event, probably even with the Timbersaw. So TSM getting quite a meta favored lineup. And again, this is kind of what I was getting at. Like the responses to Enigma all feel pretty decent these days, right? You can think about what the Silencer brings. Like, yes, a solution to the Enigma, but he also cancels. Pardon me, kisses early. Not like you can really use it if it's Enigma core, but just kind of theory crafting here. He's a hard counter to a lot of the Spirit styles mid laner, to your Spirit Breakers. Like these kinds of heroes that want to go in and be a second live initiation for the Enigma tend to struggle into it. But here's a Tundra strategy. Now this is looking like a Tundra lineup. Naga Siren, Song into the Black Hole, into the kisses, Enchantress to win you the lane and to punish the Silencer pick.
Funny you see that. You know what I see? I see the Tundra split push, the Enigma with the Eidolons farming your jungle, then the Naga illusions cutting the wave, and then at the end she's pulling the wave when he's dead, pulling the wave away so you can't hit the tower. That was what I was seeing. That's the same side of the coin. I mean, the different side of the same coin, you know.
Yeah, you choose to see the darkness, or I choose to see the beauty. You know, I want to see the big team fight here for Tundra Esports. It does leave them a bit more vulnerable, of course. One of catching Silencer inside of this song or killing him, and secondly, of course. What was the second one? Oh, right. They're cooldown dependents now, quite a bit, aren't they? Especially against a hero like a Storm, where your catch is kind of lacking. Pair this alongside a Timber Saw with a global silence as well to potentially be used aggressively to cover a Storm Spirit's initiation. I'm liking this TSM draft quite a bit. I don't know how you feel about this one so far.
I agree. +1. We are teammates, you know. We always back each other.
That's sure thing. Sure thing.
No, I mean, just based on the draft, like you said, yeah, there's no catch for the Storm. You have to get a row of ATOS on snap. Even then, that's not entirely 100% reliable most of the time, because Storm can zip and dodge the row of ATOS. And with the global to back the Storm up in the team fights, Storm is going to have a good time just jumping in, dealing with the illusions, killing the backline, Snapfire, Enchantress. This is definitely worrisome for Tundra, you know. They have to find a solution that has at least some catch for the Storm.
Some AoE control catch. It's difficult. And again, this is what I'm getting at, right? When I say picking the Enigma, sometimes like if you don't have a bespoke strategy, if you're just kind of like picking the Enigma, as I don't know, Tundra, like they 8th pick this Enigma, and I'm not sure if it's really going to be as powerful as they expect it to be.
They have like too many ideas on the hero. Sometimes you just need to simplify. Okay, we pick Enigma because of this purpose, you know, and then just stick to it instead of trying to bounce around. And right now, they're gonna need like some tiny or some melee hero to at least help them initiate and gank heroes, you know. Otherwise, this Enigma Naga, like you said, very, very cooldown dependent. And what if the game has very little team fights and it's all about like trying to catch the Storm and you don't have the right heroes to do that? Then you're gonna have problems.
It's about the skirmish or something else. Illusion hero might be incoming here, by the way.
There goes the Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny banned out. So that Gyrocopter ban has me leaning towards Illusions. What are they going to pick?
Gyrocopter ban?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you already have Illusions with the Naga Siren, and it will be the Spirit Breaker. So that's some catch control for the Storm.
Okay, at least they have a stun right now. A very good hero at forcing the global silence in a very bad manner, which is
true. And it's a hero, and this is a real weakness of the Tundra lineup so far, where like Silencer, if it got to a stage of the game where TSM really needed him to, they could just have the Silencer sit in the fountain, and when the song comes out, he just pops. He's ready on global to make sure that the BKB black hole doesn't follow suit, right? But with Spirit Breaker now, Silencer, I mean, I guess he can still do that, just literally sit in the fountain. But if he's anywhere on the map, if Tundra are able to get their good wards out or split push with the Eidolons and the Naga Illusions, Spirit Breaker can take advantage of that and get right on top of the Silencer here and try and prevent that from happening. So at least they're addressing that big plot hole basically in their lineup. I like that about the pick quite a bit.
Yeah, for TSM right now, it's all about like finding a carry. There's still Juggernaut. They can kind of keep up with the Naga in the team fights. If you get the healing ward off, maybe you can survive, you know, during the black hole. And obviously, if you don't die, then you get your Omni Sash off with your level 20 talent, then you'll be full HP once you come out.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. Any other illusion killers here? Not really seeing any. Oh, the Medusa. Okay, I was talking about how we don't see a ton of this hero these days, but she still is, you know, kind of not the biggest stranger rather to the.
He's
the
one of the
pool.
better carries against the black hole. If you can actually click the R button before the Enigma jumps in, or you can just tank it, you know, face tank it with your mana shield. She's also pretty decent at dealing with the Naga Siren illusions with your split shot, with your Mystic Snake. Your timing should be much faster against the Naga. Eventually, if it gets to like a very, very late game scenario, Naga against Medusa, it can also be very annoying for Medusa because you just chip her mana off with your illusions with Diffuser or Disperser, and it can also be very hard for the Medusa late game. But on the other hand, I would say that first 20-25 minutes is if the Medusa gets a good start, or at least a decent start, you get to your Manta butterfly timing relatively early, then you can try to end the game before the Naga becomes a relevant factor.
The one weakness that I am really seeing here with TSM's lineup is the Timber Storm. They both want to go in, but they don't really have like I'll just name them. They don't have Coddle, you know, to really give that sustained
Gas
mana
station.
pool to the Storm. The gas station, the pit stop, whatever you want to call it these days, right? Timbersaw as well, like with a Rubik and a Silencer. Again, pretty decent supports, and the counter initiation's really strong on these guys, particularly. But in terms of like the run at you heroes, it's really just Timber and Storm with a Rubik and Silencer that are going to be kind of trying to hang out of those coattails and be the follow up that they really need. Considering the counter initiation of like a Storm Spirit and a Naga Song might present difficulties for TSM. That is the one weakness I'm seeing here. Other than that, I quite like this TSM lineup, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like if the early game doesn't go well for them, because they're laning against Enchantress, you know, Enchantress can definitely ruin or give you at least a pretty hard time in the early game. And Rubik Silencer, then not the strongest in the lane. They're decent, you know, but not Enchantress level. Enchantress is on her own level, you know. She's gonna bully most of the heroes in the lane and give her cause a better start of the game. So as long as they can survive that phase, I feel like the Rubik Silencer would provide a lot of value, you know, with the Timbersaw and the Storm in the mid game.
Yeah, certainly. And I think it'll be up to TSM to play again, basically between the Storm and the Timbersaw to make sure that really doesn't happen. And try and connect. I think rune control is going to be uber important, right? This game to give TSM as big of a buffer as they can to make sure that they don't really get into this late game Naga Siren timing that you're kind of talking about.
Yeah, mid lane is going to be like a Snapfire against a Storm. Snapfire should have a pretty good start initially, because the Storm has to come near to get the Remnants to last hit creeps, so you would be able to abuse with the Scatter Blast. So I feel like the Snapfire should have a good start this game, as long as you get rune control. You have a SB.
Right.
SB can help you in terms of that. And you have also Enchantress to get the other rune. So early game should be Tundra favored with the SB and the Enchantress.
Interesting. I mean, on the SB, point granted, no argument there. Well done, right? I think one aspect where people generally underestimate this Rubik is I think this guy... I mean, he's not up there. He's not as S tier as a rotator as your Earth Spirits, your Baras, your Tuss, or your Shakers, but I think he's definitely A tier. The amount of damage you can do with a simple telekinesis onto a mid laner, like, can really, you know, shake things up quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to seeing, especially for how good a Rubik player Ari is. Remember, he wowed us in the TSM match we got to cast earlier, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what he can get done here and how he can look to try and out-rotate the Bara, you know, and it will be a challenge, but we'll see how he goes there. Aoi, of course, he's the biggest nerd in Dota 2, I think is basically fair to say, although Gunnar is a really big nerd as well, to be honest with you. But Aoi's certainly up there, and he's read the patch notes. He knows Nature's Attendance. It's the way to go. Against two supports, though, who are going to continue chasing him down into the trees with a second Blood Grenade. My goodness. Into the trees he goes with that 290 move speed, outmaneuvering TSM.
I'm not even sure if this is worth it. They're using two supports to chase down one. And look at the silence. Timado is like, where is my support? He's pinging. I'm pretty sure he's pinging right now. Guys, I'm a Medusa.
Well, it's worked out well for Aoi, right? He's going to be able to... He drops all of his GG branches, backpacks, everything including the Blood Grenades, which does give him additional 100 HP.
For them to chase him down. And right now, everything is going to resume back to normal. Dusa's going to get her support back to the lane, but the Enigma's already denied 4 creeps, you know, so that is not good.
No, I mean I think that's pretty run-of-the-mill Enigma behavior, though, don't you think?
Yeah, but if you have the support there, you're probably not gonna deny so many. You know, you're gonna get one melee creep, and then the support there. I'm pretty sure you'll make a difference, and you can get more last hits in the creeps. But because the support's not there, you can just straight up bully her with the Idolence and the SB.
Just checking in mid lane, 9 doing well as you would expect, really, to be honest, on this hero. Bryle, again, is going to have difficulties considering the nerfs, especially to the Vortex, against these kind of positioning-based heroes, like a Snapfire who can just kind of cookie away from you, will present difficulties. But again, I think this is kind of just a you farm, I farm kind of a matchup. Not expecting mistakes, really, from either of these mid laners here.
Yeah, but I think the Snapfire should have a higher chance of killing the Storm since you have SB on your team, you know. I think the Storm has to be a lot more careful and conservative with the way he's playing the lane.
33 is on the Enigma, right? He's one of the more self-sufficient heroes, much like this Timbersaw once you get to a certain stage. So, you know, he can afford to kind of charge around the map, look for those kinds of openings. We'll see if he wants to go before the power rune timings. Is that what you're predicting here? Is that what you're getting at?
Most likely, you know. I feel like 6 minutes is fine, but ideally, even before the Storm gets his level 6, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, if you find a good opportunity to kill, I think you should always do it. Enigma doesn't really need the SB in the lane, you know. If anything, he wants the lane to himself. Solo XP.
He does. And in fact, he wants to do a good bit of pushing as well, Winter. If you check out what 33 has queued up, it is going to be the classic 33 Zoo. Wants to run that Helm of the Dom build here on the Enigma. Kind of bucks the trend of either Aura or Blink BKB Enigmas we've been seeing for the most part, I feel.
I think this game he feels like his early game is pretty good, so he can use it to pressure and get towers. Once they get the towers, they open up the map and you have Naga, Illusions running around, you have Enchantress creeps, you have Boost of Travel, Snapfire. I think this is a very Tundra way of looking at the game at 9. He's trying to pressure Brawl, pops the Glyph.
Pretty good. Ryle holding on to that Fairy Fire and a couple of more tangos will probably have to make the trek on home. So still a win there for 9. As Shimato is burned of his mana. Not a ton of range anymore on those Eidolons, however. And he's going to be able to receive a couple of mangoes and get back to a decent amount of HP. Tundra starting to really whittle down TSM in a couple of these lanes, though. Might be a sign of what's to come here, especially like you're saying with 33 going for this Helm build. I really like that idea, right? Just kind of trying to punch a hole in this bottom side of the map. Medusa is going to struggle eventually against trying to kill and take down those tanky. Issue that Tundra are going to really have to face is how strong they can be in this top lane, but Ahri is in trouble. Skitter taking that point in the ensnare. Zowie continuing to give chase. Kasane, though, is threatening to go for more damage here onto Skitter, but lack of trees is making this difficult, even with that level 2 Whirling Death.
He didn't have Lift on Rubik.
I guess not. It went for the Arcane Supremacy. Yeah.
What the hell? Must have been a misclick.
You think? This used to be the more popular option.
Sure, I'm not sure in this lane. I think in the lane where you feel like you can dominate, but against the Enchantress, I feel like having the lift is actually more valuable. And also you're also laning with a Timber, right? The Timber needs you to disable for the kill.
Yeah, I suppose so. This is just, I guess, values the cast range to be able to trade a bit more effectively as Kasane. 1 point in reactive armor in the Ring of Health. Honestly, he's doing just fine. It's fallen a bit low, I suppose, but I don't think that Tundra is going to be able to collect a kill on him this easily. It is nighttime, Winter. First wagons are in the mid lane, now arriving.
Snaking.
Of course, we are approaching. Yeah, I was about to say. It's rotation time out from Snaking. 13 denies, by the way, on 9, and 18 on 33 as the Kiss is coming through. There's that level 6 out from 9 first, and the Kiss is connecting. A first blood, 5.5 minutes in. A nice one here for Tundra. They're not going to complain about the wait there, especially as it'll very likely result in them receiving control over the runes.
Yep, excellent usage of the level 6 power spike there on 9. Getting the kill immediately. Storm's he was actually a little bit
pretty far behind.
Yeah,
he's so far behind on levels.
Yeah, I feel like once he saw the level 6, he needed to like back off right away. Like he wanted to get that last hit.
Okay, does find a bash. Is going to be silenced eventually here by the last word with 9 giving chase. Blood Grenade into the charge. Rotating through is Ahri. Has level 3. Is saving a skill point. There's the telekinesis, but as soon as you apply forced movement to the cookie and effectively dispel it, it applies the stun instantly. So the stun's still connecting there, but not enough damage to find the kill on a white one.
Yeah, but like you said, the Storm is really struggling at the moment. Still not getting his level 6. That's a stack here.
That's nice. That should get him level 6. Whitemon's just going to have to leave. Leaves him a little bit more poor in terms of experience. But a kill down bottom in the meantime as 33 and now Snaking free to rotate around the map with the Silencer forced to try and stack and help recover the Storm Spirit. Does leave the Medusa very vulnerable. And Winter, they're getting ever closer and closer to this Helm of the Dominator. 33. I mean, we know he likes to play these Zoo heroes. Enigma certainly has that playstyle still available to him this game.
Yeah, and Medusa's early game is a lot weaker right now after the nerfs, so they're gonna need to help her. She's gonna get charge pressure. There's a black hole available.
That there is not enough mana for the black hole, but now they have enough. Black hole onto
Nice.
2 here. Mana burned from Timato, snaking, turning, punching, and cleaving right through that Medusa with Ari quick to fall with the Eidolons beating through the Arch Magus. 2 dead on the side of TSM as they have yet to be able to respond here to the aggression from Tundra in this early game.
Yeah, very nicely done by 33 there, landing the black hole on 2, and right now Dusa has no TP. Where is she gonna go? She doesn't really want to jungle without more points in the split shot, but I feel like there's nowhere else to go for her. She can't go back to the lane, she's gonna die to a Spirit Breaker charge and a Malefice.
Has to even smoke out. I mean, 0-2 and 0 now. Timato really going to struggle, especially...
Timber is the only hero that has a good game right now for TSM.
Very true, and he has managed to take down that tower. 33, though, with the completed helm on his way now, he's going to start to really, you know, TSM is going to start to feel his impact on the map a lot more now. And with Bridal still kind of struggling, it's TSM who still find themselves, you know, needing to find an opening into this game. This Timbersaw, he'll probably stay top for a little bit longer unless Tundra decides to try and really carelessly push for a tower. Ryan will lose his ward as TSM at least trying to set up here around the mid lane, but things are they're going to get a lot more difficult before they get easier for TSM, I suspect.
Yeah, I feel like Kasane has to kind of start to realize that he has to sacrifice his own game to defend the towers, even though it will mean that he's going to get less farm so that Dusa and Storm can actually get more space on the map.
That's right.
Like I feel like there's no other play right now because the situation is actually just so dire. Okay, behind at 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's rough. Can you just go with Vanguard? Is that enough? Vanguard level 2 reactive armor. You have a lot of damage with the Max Whirling Death. He is now going to give chase. This is just an AoE kill. One that TSM will be happy to collect as it is their first notch into the kill board here against the side of Tundra.
Yeah, any kill is good for TSM right now. Anything they can get on the map.
You're gonna try for a kill into 33. This would be pretty significant. Doesn't have Black Hole for 70 seconds. He has a Centaur Conqueror harassing the Medusa underneath the tier 2 tower. I think 33 is going to be a little bit too mobile here, and has chosen a good path here of exfil. Underneath an Observer Ward, though, it's so difficult for TSM to try and connect onto this and make anything happen, though. Spirit Breaker in the vicinity, Aoi as well, and in the mid lane pushing is 9. Short range zip is actually going to trigger some aggression out from the side of Team Tundra. Good avoidance here from Bryle, but 33, he's got the Dark Troll Summoner, sets up for the root. The kiss is now onto Bryle, just 2, and although Ari cancels it immediately with the telekinesis, it's enough for the kill onto Bryle. 33, he's going to be worth a pretty penny if they can actually kill him. Timato one right click away from securing it as the Rod of Atos already done from the Snapfire, preventing him from being too easy. 33 taking down here to the Arcane Curse, but the regeneration granted by the Helm of the Dominator keeps him alive, Winter. He is going to live through this. Unbelievable engagement there from Tundra.
Yeah, and he munched the Tango down, so there was actually no way that he was going to die there. This is really, really tough right now for TSM. They have to try to figure out how are they going to get level 6 on their supports. Look at their supports, man. Silencer is level 5, Rubik's level 4.
Yeah, this Rubik level 4 is the most painful thing. That is the one downside when you start rotating on a Rubik, where if you're unable to really, you know, turn your rotations and have them bear fruit, as obviously he has struggled, he's kind of just a stacking machine, and this hero needs levels. Feels awful without the experience. He does mess up on the stack there a little bit. Ancient's already triple stacked for himself, but does stack the hard camp the once.
I mean, I feel like, again, you know, Kasane, he has to come and do something. So far, he hasn't really rotated away from his lane. I know when you're playing Timber, you feel like you don't want to ruin your own game, but I think there has to be a balance, right? You need
Something's got to
to
give, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to give.
The Storm and Dusa are having just way too bad of a game. You have to really try to figure out how you're going to help your team.
Yes, Medusa. This Storm really struggling. And Skitter's off to just a fine start, isn't he? 0-0-0. He's already got the Yasha online, so he'll continue to farm this. The Global is out. Bryle with the initiation wants to get rid of Aoi 2000 at the first. We'll be able to do so. So far, Aoi, designated feeder for Team Tundra. He is attributed to 100% of the kills that TSM have gotten their hands on. Counter initiation now coming without the Global Silence here. Whitemon Very weak underneath the tower. Kisses now coming on through. Ari out of range to cancel it. Within range of the Kisses. He's going to go down. Bryle looking for a kill on the Snaking, but 33 is here with a black hole. Just barely catching Bryle now. Double commitment on the ultimates. Another bash and into the scatter blast. Down goes Bryle. That is his third death here this game, Winter, and he's going to lose his tower to that insult to injury.
Yeah, the Storm is having such a terrible game right now. And again, like I feel like the Timber has to come and help, you know? Like he came over, he was nearby, but he was jungling, and then he decided to go back top. Like I feel like when they were pushing the tower, Tundra, they were hitting the top, the Timber had to be like, he had to TP down, just make himself be the body and defend the tower.
Yeah, be a presence on the map, anything, right?
Yeah. Like right now, I feel he's just playing a little bit too selfish. Actually, not a little bit, way too selfish, you know? More, it's all about his own game. And his teammates are suffering because of that.
A decent spell still here on the Scatter Blast. We'll see if it'll result in a kill. Snaking with the Bulldoze active. It's not tanky enough to live in that particular occasion. Taken down by TSM. Kill goes to Ari as he finally hits level 6.
Yeah, look at the tip. It's like, well, are you ever gonna play the game, you know? Like the Timber in the end also cancelled his CP, so he decided not to come down because he felt like he doesn't need to. Because the thing with his positioning on the map, right? I feel like this area that he's taking right now can be given just to the Medusa, because the Medusa is always getting pressured by the opposing team, especially the
kill
enemy.
Kasane? With Skinner rotating on through it, it's definitely realistic here. He has Song of the Siren, so a TP away is not an option for him. Timber Chain at the ready, just got the Belt of Strength delivered. I don't know if it'll make him tanky enough. Charge is incoming, supports TP into the Tier 1 tower from the side of TSM, but they're not going to be here in time. Winter Scatterblast from 9 at the ready, blows him into the wind.
Yeah, they have just taken out your top net worth hero. This is not looking good right now for TSM. They have global right now, so maybe they have to try to smoke up with the Storm soon. Just try to make a play and get a pick off. I think that's the best thing they can do right now. If they just continue the game like this without doing anything and just hoping that the Dusa will somehow find enough farm, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. They have to try to go for pickoffs.
Especially with the amount of farm and space that Skitter has, he's basically playing a PvE game.
Stealing Ancients in front of the Medusa. This is not possible. Get this guy out of here, you know? He's not allowed to just look at your carry farming Ancients and steal it in front of his face.
Yeah, they might have a little bit of a scrap down bottom as well. As the Invis rune being put to good use. Oh no, they still have the Centaur Conqueror stun, setting up for Snaking. Charge on in, there's the Global Silence to try and counter-initiate. Bryle trying to fight through this one. Somebody takes, and that's 600 gold into his pocket. Thank you very much. Let's see what else TSM can try and get from here. They still have that Stolen Sky. Give the Twin Gate, activates the Song of the Siren. That'll give enough time to his team to retreat. As Roshan chasing our way through the Twin Gate as they're both out of here.
Yeah, very, very nice move there by Skitter. Just coming by to save his team. I think this is really something that the carries are all very accustomed to do right now. Even though you're farming, you feel like you can't really do much in the team fights. If you see an opportunity to use Song to save your teammates, I think you should always take it.
Okay, Ari, I think he's gotten a bit too aggressive, although Kasane is nearby. They're looking for a back-to-back kill here on a 9. That'd be big. This time there's no Song to bail him out either. Kasane, oh man, he's finally, you know, he's wet the chakram, I suppose. There's finally some blood on that thing, and now he is eager to start showing off his strength. He's had enough time farming here, Winter. Or is it still garbage time? I guess is it garbage time for him if he's just clearing creeps? Does it have a purpose?
I think he's kind of pushing the wave, you know. Like I wouldn't say it's garbage time. It's just that he could be doing something more. And right now, well, that's a much needed pickoff for him.
Heal on to Snaking. It even goes the bounty for Timato, and that is now going to be the Manta style finish.
I see 33 hitting the tower. You know, I just can't. I don't see like why the Timber is not defending this tower. You know, he has to be the one standing in front. The tower's going down. Look at the tier 2. How is this possible?
Got a wagon and the Eidolon's there.
He's soloing the tier 2 just like that.
I mean, this is 33 with the helm too, Creep Winter. Is this your first time seeing the Ancient Black Dragon?
Yeah, but why is nobody defending? Why is the Timber not defending the tower?
There's a charge coming. Timber did go through the Twin Gate, and I think he's going right back, Winter, as is Whitemon. Maybe they can actually try and catch Skitter here? This could be a play. Mirror Image is utilized. Whitemon as well, taking the Watcher. A bit more vision. Kasane, he's going to show on the wave, though. I think that'll ruin any sort of chance and any opportunity for a kill. I mean, tower's defended for now. 33. He'll be back at it shortly, though. He's going to drop back, farm a couple of Ancients.
And here comes Tundra. They're going to reclaim the top area. Kasane,
yeah, they might even get Kasane. They did miss on the War Stomp for the Center Conqueror. Kisses committed. Global Silence will cancel those kisses as well. But it does mean now the potential of a black hole is real for the next 2 minutes. Kasane will live. See now what Tundra are going to do with the use of that big spell. Maybe Roche? Maybe... No, I don't think they can Roche yet. They don't have a Solar Crest, right? No, I don't think they can.
But they're going to be very happy farming the map in Tundra fashion. Look at the map, everybody's in one corner, a designated section, he's going to be pushing the lane. And even though they defended the tier 2 bot, look at how much HP he lost, So the next time 33 gets a chance to push the lane again, the tower's definitely going down. It's going to open up the outpost, the jungle's going to be taken over.
More map control available. Rival's still, I mean, very much trying to ball on a budget. Once he gets level 2 ball lightning, might be a bit easier, but this is what I was getting at when I was like, the Storm Spirit, you don't really have anything to back him up. There's no Coddle, there's no even Pugna to try and be a bit of the gas station for him. He's on his own here for the most part. And TSM, Kasane is now up. Oh, he's got the Raised Dead. Oh, sorry, he has the Hill Troll Summoner again. I don't think he can really connect on a kill, especially if he's sitting underneath a ward.
Rally!
Wait, TSM are going to try and fight this? There's no Blink Dagger on the Enigma. He has, by the way, the Malefice Shard, so really, really wanting to go for the Zoo builds here on the side of 33.
I mean, because he's playing against counters, I think generally when you're Enigma and you're playing against Global, the Rubik, it's good to go for the auras and play more for the push and your creeps,
You still like the BKB that he's going for next item on 33?
I mean, eventually you're gonna need it. I mean, you're Enigma anyway, but how you play the early game will actually decide a lot of what you can do after, and I like how he has played the early game so far.
So far, so good, Kasane. We hit by this Bulldoze creep, 33 in the vicinity. That's Bulldoze stolen. An Orchid now finished here by Skitter. They might just go for a push onto this tower. It is very low.
I mean, Storm is going to be very, very scared of this.
Mass TPs are incoming. They're going to make the play now. Underneath the ward is Tundra. They might not know about it, but they haven't caught Skitter here. 9 retreating now behind the Song of the Siren, and Skitter will TP away.
Didn't they see the Orchid already with the ops? I think he should have just popped Global there, I think he definitely knew that the Naga had the Orchid.
Yeah, and the Song ready again. TSM, they're not backing down yet, though. They're going to smoke up immediately. Warpath, or on the Warpath they go. They are going to try and head into the triangle. This time, they might find a Skitter without a Song of the Siren, pardon me. Howie, what are you doing? How many creep waves? He's collected 3 creep waves here. Nice lift there. It's going to cancel the charge in from Snake, and Cookie is still going to connect. Kisses now, but Bryle eager to try and cancel those. Global Silence as well to cover his dive here, and it's working out. Chakram is not ready, though, for Kasane, and 9. He lives Winter on 10 HP. Bryle's going to die. They just barely lacked the reach there. They could have sneezed on him, and 9 would have died.
Universal hero, that extra bracer, the extra stat.
Now the damage, it's overwhelming. Timato, he's going to look to disengage now, utilizing that Stone Gaze, but the damage is done here. Tundra Esports, they might even look for more, as Skitter, is not going to be able to connect on that ensnare. Timato showing off the Manta style there, just a bit with the charge. He's going to be able to connect. Aoi as well, looking for some damage. It's a bit low on mana now, and out of it is the Medusa, and cleared up by Snake King. Ari, he can only watch as he dies stunned underneath his tier 2 tower. Kasane, I don't think he wants to be here either. Yeah, he's got to TP the hell out.
This is looking awful right now for TSM. They have to try to find a way to enter the game with a team fight, with Smoke, going with the Storm, pop Global, initiate, and try to win a fight from there. The Medusa is about to hit a Butterfly. I think they try to do that when you get Butterfly on Dusa.
Right.
If you don't win a fight with the Butterfly, I think you just straight up lose the game, right? There's no way of coming back. So they have to try one time, I think they have one chance with a Butterfly.
And TSM really close to getting something out of that fight as well, but Tundra, you can't go at them in this, right? Because they just have the human calculator, the Dota human calculator, who is going to assist in the skill down bottom on the Kasane. He knows exactly what you've used, what you have left in the tank, and what you can use to fight. You know, the Stone Gaze there, ultimately the demise of Timado is without that, he just couldn't stop Tundra from chasing him down all the way into his tier 3 tower. And now, without Global Silence, Tundra eager to take down Roche for the first time.
Who is getting the Aegis? I guess you give it to 9. Naga doesn't exactly need it. She's not really in trouble of dying.
I mean, yeah, I think so. You can give it to Aoi, I guess, if you want. He's got himself the Dragon Lance and the Treads. He's starting to be a core.
He is always the core, even if he's playing support. Let's be real.
Is it just his playstyle? Is he like
It's just
Seb?
his playstyle, and he used to be a carry player. Whenever you see a carry player transition to a support role, do you think that he's actually playing support?
When was the last time Aoi was a carry player, though?
A billion years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Aoi will be fine, but Bryle is not. He's just killed off Snaking and Skitter. It is open season against Bryle right now.
Yeah, he has no defensive item against the Orchid, so whenever the Naga catches him, he's just dead, you know?
He's just dead. Yeah, it doesn't even have the Sange quite yet. I don't know, not nearly enough money, Winter, for the Sange. Snaking almost has overtaken him here in net worth.
I mean, this Spirit Breaker support is just so down flat right now. Base Boot, Drums, Shadow Blade, extra Wind Lace. You have the Occult Bracelet. Just give him a Gossamer Cape, you know? Give him more move speed.
Oh, I'd love a Gossamer Cape, actually. There is a tier 2 neutral item available on that token. I think it just got delivered. We'll see what he gets. Even for the Bullwhip. I mean, Bullwhip's pretty good, too. It's classic.
Do you agree that you should be able to Bullwhip yourself during charge?
No.
Without cancelling the charge?
No, I don't agree with that.
Why? Quality
Because
of life.
because then you could use like phase boots and
I mean you can use Facebook, you can use Drums. Why can't you use Bullwhip?
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess I mean, fair enough. Aoi.
Alright, Brow is gonna
Look,
find
he's gonna heal us off. That's only a level 2 Nature's Attendance, and now Skitter looking to counter initiate. Will find the ensnare. Snaking immediately on the White Man as they want to stop the Global Silence from coming through. 33 threatening now with the Black Hole. It's gonna be a 4-man Black Hole, Winter. Get ready. On your marks, get set, go. As the Black Hole on the 4 Bryle, and now with the kisses raining down, just not a chance for TSM to do a single thing. Global's gonna come through, but for what, Winter? All the damage has been done. Bryle is down. Whitemon's down. Ari as well. He just died back. Kasane, he's going to be the 3rd to go. And 4th is Whitemon. With the Scatter Blast just absolutely demolishing Timado there. That's the combo I wanted to see out from Tundra. And they execute on it perfectly to the demise of TSM.
Absolutely perfect execution by Tundra, especially Skeeter. He sees the opportunity to set up for his team and immediately takes it, and it's well played, you know, by Tundra. It's all the small little things, you know, adding up and putting your opponents in a position where they feel like, oh, we have to try something and we have to do this, you know, and they got into a really bad position, and Enigma took full advantage of it.
For real? 33 hard countered by who? Silence or what? Blink Dagger who? 33 getting in there easily on that 4-man Black Hole, and Skitter, I mean, wrapped up like that, that Riptide, those illusions, those kisses, not much you could do if you're TSM here. 26k now the net worth lead as Tundra exceed 1k a minute here in terms of their net worth advantage.
They did this without buying a single Midas.
A single Midas.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
the team of the tournament so far, you know, Midas everywhere.
Yeah. Hand of Midas. For now, though, it's just Tundra executing on a very good draft. They might just have another kill here, by the way. Charge is already incoming. 9 has still a cookie to use. Onto the Eidolon. Snake and connecting beautifully. Bryle is just dead again. His 7th this game. Winter, his 2nd at the hands of Skitter's Orchid. It is difficult, to say the least.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know what can he do. Cut waves, ball lightning, cut wave, TP back waves.
He can't. He dies to snaking. Wrong.
Unplot Snaking's PC.
Oh, Whitemon. Oh, Whitemon. Oh, Whitemon. Nah, you're not getting out that easily. Kisses even. I think they've even scouted Timado, who's out of HP. I don't think the Defender's Gate's even going to save him. Snaking has found his man. The charge on the way in. Butterfly or not, Timato, you only have 400 HP. You're not living through this one as Snaking even finds a bash to finish him off. I'm running out of words here. Help me.
Yeah, Medusa's running out of mana. she needs another 2,000 mana.
I think TSM with a long fuse here, refusing to tap out, but I just don't see a way back into this one for them. Death by 1,000 cuts on the Naga Siren. Death by Orchid as well.
At least the Naga doesn't have a dragon. Dragon scale?
That's true. Yeah, that'd be real painful here for. I mean, even more painful for TSM.
Technically, she doesn't really need it because they're already so far ahead. You know? They don't have trouble taking the buildings. And another charge, Brawl.
Look how fast Snaking is.
I found you, Brawl.
He is. It's just there's no chance for Brawl to do anything. Look at this nerdy ward that TSM have missed, that Tundra have put just outside of range. What the hell is that, Owie? That's illegal. You can't put wards there to catch storm spirits. Ugh, disgusting play, honestly. And it's just not gonna stop. 30k here, 5 to 24. There's a charge coming the way now for Silencer. I don't think Snaking's stopping this. I don't think he's scared of anything right now. All right, he's scared of the high ground.
He got stunned by Enigma.
Look at Kasane. Look at Kasane. Self-cookie here to set up the stun. Global Silence. That might not even save him. As Snaking finds a bash. He's going to turn with the ultimate now. Telekinesis save out from Ari. Does buy him a little bit more time. Kisses raining down. Ultimately will be wasted here. Global Silence just to save the Timbersaw. And I don't really think Tundra... It's not going to bother them too much. At least about Aoi.
They also used Stone Gaze on the Dusa just now. So no ultimates available for TSM. And let's see if Tundra just decides. I mean, I feel like Tundra can just do whatever they want.
They can do anything they want.
Yeah, just too far ahead at this point. I mean, our friend 33 is like getting an Aether Lens with the Eye of the Vizier, so he has a lot of cast range for his black hole.
He does. Already, it's pretty intense. I guess it might also just be for Malefice, honestly. This ability gets really annoying when you can cast it from long range.
That is actually very, very true. And with the shot, it's so annoying.
It's so annoying. This freaking spell. I think that's kind of the strength of when you go Helm of the Dawn.
Oh, bro.
Enigma.
Oh, no.
No, not again.
Not again.
No, Bryle. Haven't you learned? You can't leave the base. Everything that the light touches is Tundra. You've seen Lion King, get ready for Deer King, for Bambi Queen. It's Tundra. He's not afraid to show off all of his damage. I was still buying blood grenades, by the way. Can we just, mention that? Got 3 blood grenades. Why? Come on, man.
It's 150 HP for one
Yeah, I agree.
slot.
He's got the 10 strength. He's also got the Wraith Band. Look, I love the build. Don't get me wrong. I love the dedication, but it's just funny. That's all. It's
not funny. It is efficient. Tundra is one of the most efficient teams around. You do not disrespect their blood grenades.
No, you do not. And you don't get to live very long if you're Bryle because, he's 1-9, but Skitter has a most oppressive item coming his way. Not only is he going to have the Orchid to basically guarantee the kill against Bryle, but now, his way is going to be the Scythe of Vice, as Ari is going to be able to get a good steal there. Snaking, though, with the Bulldoze, easily able to disengage. Oh my goodness, 9. He's already up to level 20, and with that Crystallis alone, he's really threatening to start taking over this game as well. An additional core online for Tundra, up 34k, 31 minutes in.
TSM can only sit at home and hope for the best.
Poor Whitemon has 2,300 net worth. And not to mention...
Oh, wait, he has no +2?
He has no +2. These blood grenades... Hold on, let me calculate his consumable net worth. What is the blood grenades are 65 gold each, so that's 130, plus the sentries, another 50, 180, plus the 2 dusts, another 180, right? 160. So he's got 400 gold. He's 2k net worth after consumables. This fluffy hat is basically his entire life savings right now.
And Magic Wand. The Magic Wand is more expensive.
Poor guy. And I know he literally exists to be a black hole cancel this game, but really just absolutely nothing for him here.
Yeah, I've been in those games, you know, as silencer.
Oh yeah,
against Naga.
I mean, I can commiserate as well, but it's not a game for him to remember. A game for Whitemon to forget here, to be certain. I'm gonna try and make the right move here, which is contest Roche. It's probably their only shot back in this game. See if they can catch Tundra unaware. For now, Roche not even up quite yet. A longer timer here. It's Tundra instead preempting or expecting this move. Going to be the ones to go on in. Charge in, snaking. He's already found his man, Bryle. Zip-zapping and TPing away, wasting no time. Kasane as well. TSM, man, just, I mean, rightfully so. No confidence in staying in this area at all. They just know that they are completely outmatched right now. If they can't get the perfect pickoff to start a fight, there just is no fight for them.
I mean, who can they even kill? Let's say in best case scenario, they're ball lining in, they pop global, who can they kill?
Aoi. They can kill Aoi.
Are you sure they can kill Aoi?
I have no doubts that they can kill Aoi.
2k HP, if he gets the R button off, good luck.
I don't think he gets
the E button.
I don't think he gets the E. If you pop global to kill Aoi, he doesn't get the E button off. That's what you do. You just have to take down Aoi, and the rest of Tundra, you know, will falter. Maybe what TSM can do is they could hook up the TeamSpeak, so every time they global silence, Tundra's team comms are also silenced. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yes.
Oh, all right. There's the side device. Skitter. Okay, a little bit of miscommunication there. I'm not sure how much of an opening it is, but at least. Oh my goodness! Snaking just charging through the fight. Absolutely no regard. Didn't take his shoes off on the way in either. Winter. Absolutely dirtying the carpet. The ensnare will be reflected onto Skitter, but Kasane going down to Aoi, who has a BKB. Yeah, good luck killing him. No way he's going down. Kasane might just die to kisses. Receives the telekinesis save out from Ari. As TSM all huddled up in their fountain, thinking about what they can do. Stop this game. I mean, really nothing you can do. GG is the only thing you can do now. Snaking finds the charge onto Ari. Bryle doing what he can here. Timato able to get off the Stone Gaze. Will prevent his death for now, but the Song of the Siren is out. Timato, he's been stunned for a while now, and we'll take this opportunity to disengage, but it's Kasane who's going to be in trouble. Hex is reflected by the Lotus as Kasane just cannot escape. Receives the telekinesis up to the high ground, being chased down and harassed by the illusions. He is killed off. Bryle, at least he gets the Observer Ward, but it's going to cost his own life. Winter, Bryle is killed off, has the buyback, already 9. He's already taken down Whitemon with the little shredder, and TSM, I mean, shout outs to them for waiting this long. They canceled the black hole at least at the very end, denying 9 his glory, or 33 his glory, but this is a difficult game for them to swallow. Difficult game 1 for them here, Winter. They will fall.
The Timber, man, he needs to play for his team, you know. I think he just played way too selfish this game. Like, he didn't really realize that the game was so bad for the Storm and the Dusa that he actually just needs to sack himself, you know, and just hope that the Dusa and Storm can catch up, you know. That's the way that he was playing. Like, I get it, you know, you have a good time, you're ahead in the early game, you just want to keep keep being ahead and keep building on your own items in your own tempo. That is fine in a normal game where your teammates are also having a game. But when they are so far behind, you actually just have to help your team. I just cannot accept it that he decides not to defend the tier 2 and the Enigma he's just there to kill all the towers. Even the tier 1, you know, when the tier 1 was at half HP, I also felt like he could have just came down and defend the tower, you know. Sure, you're gonna sacrifice some of your farm to do it, but at least you hold the position so your Dusa doesn't get pressured so badly. Because when you lose the tier 1, the enemy team invades the bottom area, the jungle. The Dusa has nowhere to go. And when
especially with 33's jungle build or his zoo build.
Yeah, and
so
when the Timber TPs to bottom tier 1 to defend the tower, guess what happens? The Dusa can take the top farm, you know? They switch sides.
And you mess up a team fight like this. I mean, you give Tundra the opportunity to go for one of the more reliable wombo combos in the game. Naga Siren Song into Black Hole. I mean, they're not going to miss their shot here. Absolutely nailing the coffin move right there out from the side of Tundra. TSM. Someone needed to step up. Couldn't really have been the Storm considering how difficult his start of this game was. Kasane choosing to farm a little bit more. Well, the support duo as well will contribute to the downfall of TSM in game number 1 as Tundra, even with Stand and Aoi, are able to claim a victory. A high point, if we will, for Team Tundra Winter. What really impressed you about their game here?
Just a typical Thunder performance, you know, using the auras, taking control of the map. I think all the small little details, how they were pressuring slowly, especially 33. You call him 33, I call him 33. You know, all the tricks up his sleeves, pressuring the black hole. Like I think he casted black hole once or twice. It wasn't even about the
twice.
Yeah, it wasn't even about the black hole. You know, he's countered by Rubik and Silencer, so he doesn't really want to play for that. But at the same time, you know, just going for the aura build, the helm, and just taking control of the map. I would say he has even more impact than trying to focus on building like a BKB to deal with the global and the Rubik. You know?
Agreed. I mean, hey, I criticize Tundra's 8th pick Enigma, but if you are going to pick it with this purpose and with a defined scope of going for the Zoo build as 33 did, I'll eat my words gladly here. Tundra Esports take game number 1, absolutely steamrolling TSM in 35 minutes. We'll see what we have in store for us in game number 2 as we are about to close out the day for the Riyadh Masters group stage day number 4, I believe, here, Winter. Make sure you guys stay tuned. After the break, TSM versus Tundra, game 2. See you then.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Welcome back to the, I almost called it the wrong event, the Riyadh Masters here for the group stage. We are, I think, 5 days into this event here already. Winter and the Dota
6
has not disappointed. Are we really 6? Time flies when there's so many streams going on. Just shut up. You know what, Dota?
No,
Winter,
time flies when you have the right company.
Sometimes, Winter, I have to ask that question to myself many, many times. But I think we have good company here because we have, of course, the reigning TI champs with Aoi 2000, of course, standing in for Snaking. In case you haven't heard the news, of course, Saksa unwell did travel back home to recover. And, of course, we hope for him the best. But with Aoi standing in, Tundra Esports dismantle TSM in Game 1. One of the more oppressive net worth leads I've seen built over the course of a game without an Alchemist, without a Doom, even, it was one-sided.
Without a hand of Midas.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They ban out the Enigma and Naga. They're like, all right, guys, we are done with this map pressure, lane shuffling, illusion, creep, dirty tree, Enigma, everything. Okay, everything out of the window. We want to just play a normal game of Dota. Let's go for IO Lash,
I think it's interesting that Tundra decided to ban out the Snapfire. I suppose they see it as a hero that is definitely first pick material. Okay, the Razor immediately. Are they expecting the Wisp Lesh? Is this just a preemptive Razor pick in anticipation of that?
Yeah, I've seen teams do that, against IO Lash, they pick Razor. I'm not entirely sure 100% what's the whole idea behind it. I feel like it might have something to do with Lash. You don't really build armor items, so your ultimate can kill him and rip through him quickly. Same goes for Io. So you just run in, you just face tank everything, and you kill the Lash.
I think even the plasma field is pretty decent against Lash because it's just a wide AoE. You're gonna probably hit him. The move speed slow, especially also affecting the Wisp, might allow you to escape. I could see reason why. So they are blitzing through this draft, by the way. This is going pretty fast.
That's a good sign, It means that everything is going according to Keikaku.
Is that what it means now? For TSM and Tundra, both teams sitting at the bottom of the group. I believe now both teams currently sit at 3 and 8. Of course, in the BO2 round robin group stage, it's impossible for teams to end on an odd number. So if TSM do fall again, they'll fall to 3 and 9, with Tundra rising to 4 and 8. Depending on how Shopify series is going versus Talent Esports, might breathe some life into Tundra to allow their tournament run to continue, because the other contestants, Liquid and Secret, are at 5 wins apiece. Just out of reach right now for Tundra Esports. And, there's one last series remaining here. Tundra, their last series is going to be versus Secret, actually, so that could be pretty big for them, depending on how Secret's match goes. And, for TSM, they've got the top dogs in the group with BB Team yet to face off against them. So their chances looking a little bit more bleak here, especially if they are 2-0'd.
Yeah, they have to figure out how they're going to play as a unit, I think that it was really clear that the last game they had a lot of confusion, identity crisis. The Timber wasn't very sure what he's supposed to do that game, where he's supposed to play. And hopefully they have already sorted out their issues and try to pick something that can work well with the Lash. They remove the Lycan. I think Lycan is his best hero, actually, Kasane. So Tundra definitely respects that, removing it out. They banned the Brood out as well, or the Zoo heroes. And normally with Lash, I think you kind of want an aura offlaner, somebody to buy the auras to protect you.
Yeah, so a Lotus buyer as well.
Yeah, you're looking at like some tight Underlord hero, Daxia. Daxia would be nice. You have the vacuum into split up combo.
Techies. How often are we seeing techies these days? I'm curious.
Still
Obviously,
a good hero.
You think he's really fallen off the face of at least the first phase?
He's not first phase, but I think the hero is still good. He has a lot of value. Like the laning is not as imba as before, but he's still pretty good at the laning phase. And in the mid game, you can buy basically all the team items. If your team you have the offlaner that I don't want to buy the team items, useless, then Techies is perfect for that,
Yeah, and as we were saying, the Morphling is perfect for these aura items. It is a 17th pick Morphling here. Anything that stands out to you here, Winter, to punish the Morphling pick? Keep in mind both of your supports are already locked in. What are you thinking here?
Mana
Silence?
burn. There's always the illusion heroes, but you are playing against Lash and Darkseer, so maybe not.
Would you consider like an AM carry?
TA or Lina.
Alright.
AM carry is fine too, but the laning phase is weak. I think that's why a lot of teams don't really like to pick the hero,
Yeah.
even though it seems like it's a good hero, like the cause right now, Lash, Darkseer, Morphling. But his laning phase is like, I think, a huge problem,
Oh! Sorry, go ahead. Someone finally picked Anti-Mage. Who picked Anti-Mage? It was LGD, and they won with it.
10 seconds remaining.
Against who?
They won with it against Evil Geniuses. They paired it with a Snapfire, Tiny Enigma, and an ET. Previously, this hero contested in 23 games, banned 22 times, only picked once. So, kind of curious stat line for that hero. And, well, at least it worked out for Shiro. Into the final banning phase now for Tundra and TSM. Tundra, what are they lacking here? Bit of team fight, I would say. Their lockdown's pretty decent. I mean, this Techie Sven lane's gonna actually really hurt. But I think
They
they
need
still...
a frontline hero. Frontline hero. There's still Beastmaster. Beastmaster is there. There's Brewmaster. I kind of like Brew some games against, especially IO Lash. I think it's pretty underrated because you can toss the IO when he's relocating, or at least use it to break the tether, or you can just tornado the Lash and ignore him and kill the rest of the hero first. Like the problem with the hero is he's always very valuable in the team fights, but his early game is weak. His laning phase is no good. That's why you don't see a lot of the hero.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Taking a look, some of these counters to the Morphling. What have teams really tried that's not banned out yet? Plenty of bans already.
I mean, if you're talking about mid heroes that can counter Morphling, I think Lina's pretty decent.
Would you consider a Windrunner in this game? A Diffusal Carrier? Outruns the Lash?
It's decent, but I wouldn't say it's like super good.
Are we looking for a mid or an offlane? Because TSM, they did ban 2 offlane heroes.
Oh yeah, we're actually looking at offlane because they don't really put 33 on Razor.
Well, Primal's still in the pool, isn't he? That can be problematic because he just always has a waveform to stop your onslaught. But other than that, like, pretty decent damage in the laning phase, isn't it?
Is it a 33 hero? I'm not very sure.
That is a good question, right? Doesn't have any summons, so the answer is not immediately yes. Let me see what they want to go for. 33's been playing some Doom.
Doom, Beastmaster.
I mean, an Underlord, Beastmaster still available.
Maybe
right?
not Underlord. I think Underlord, the lane could be a little bit weaker. Yeah, on the weaker side. I think Doom can be quite okay. Doom can against the Morphling, against the Darkseer, you can Doom the Darkseer. But not so good against the relocate, the Lash.
Against the Lash IO, yeah. Especially because Lash is one of these heroes, like, I casted Bloodstone, I have my ulti toggled on, I'm going to fight, basically. That can be troublesome.
Yeah, whereas for TSM, they're just looking for their secondary support, initiating support. The Spirit Breakers, no Clockwork, no Spirit Breaker, actually, both are banned.
Yeah, banned out. No Bounty Hunter either.
There's still Rubik, right? Rubik's not banned.
Rubik is in the pool. Will they spring for that? No, actually, they're going to take the Primal Beast. That's a curious pick for them.
So that's the support? Primal is the position 4, I guess?
I have to assume.
Primal, Darkseer lane, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
the 2 run at you heroes.
Into a Sven Ench, I guess?
Oh, Ange is actually very good in that lane. You get to dispel the Ion Shell, you dispel the Surge, and you also can time it right to dispel the Onslaught if you get the timing right with the enchant.
That's right. And even so, the move speed slow is going to directly affect the DPS of Trample, effectively having it. So that's a pretty big deal in this lane as well. You have Warcry and, of course, the Stormbolt to disengage. I mean, Sven is definitely going to take a bit of a bruising here, but I think there's a lot that Aoi can do in this lane, especially now that we are seeing more and more level 1 Nature's Attendants on the heal. Might be able to sustain through it. That in mind, though, an offlaner for Tundra. 433 heroes, still... yeah, I mean, the usual suspects banned out. Will it be the Doom? Yep, okay. It'll be the Doom. Didn't really seem like there was a whole lot of other heroes that Tundra had been playing as of late in this tournament. And still definitely has its strength versus the Darkseer and can be very strong against the Morphling. But it is the support Primal Beast that TSM are going to be breaking out.
A little bit on the question mark here on the support Primal Beast in this lane. I feel like he's going to have a hard time trying to kill in this lane. Like, you need to be able to somehow ambush the Enchantress in a way where she can't really dispel your Onslaught. If you have Ion Shell on you, she's gonna dispel everything, the Ion Shell and the Onslaught. So in order for them to be able to get kills, you need to kind of maybe charge from a fog spot so you ensure that they don't see you, and then maybe you can use the vacuum from Darkseer to try to set everything up. So you need level 3, I think, at least to start to be able to pressure and kill the Ench. Because Primal is always the Ench killer, When you get on top of her with the trample, you can always kill her very easily. But at the same time, the Enchantress also has a value against the Primal this game, dispelling the Onslaught and obviously the Iron Shell in the lane.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this Doom is also going to play out into the Morphling lane with the techies as well. Like, are they going to be trying to focus on to boot Tomato out of the lane? What kind of build 33 is going to be going for? Like, probably the Midas, I would have to assume. But then if, like, Razor goes for Midas, you're going to have 2 Midases and a Sven on your team into this Io Lesh as well. I don't see the most obvious Vessel buyer either for Tundra, which, is going to be a needed consideration into this Lesh. You have other ways of slowing him, at least in disengaging in the fight, and the techies' minds here are going to be really useful when TSM do want to be in their basically mid-game timing where they want to just kind of run in, smoke, and sweep across the map. Techies' minds will be very useful there. I don't know. I'm not really sure about this. I mean, the way that TSM lost last game, I'm also kind of curious, and normally I don't really like to... I'm not the biggest fan of, like, diving into the mental states of teams, but, like, that was a tough loss for them to take, Brian Lever just got to play Dota, to be honest.
Yeah, hopefully this game he can play Dota with Iolash. Get some stacks for him, get an early burst on, and keep the ball going, For Tundra, I feel like they don't really have a lot of options to deal with the Lash. If the Lash actually gets a good start, there's a bunch of stack with the IO. Like you said, nobody can buy Vessel. And the Sven can only deal with the Lash when you get a lot of items, But early game, how are you supposed to deal with the Lash?
Tundra will walk into the Watcher, and they've been revealed. Yeah, that's something I'm also wondering. Maybe there's more to this Razor than we're giving it credit.
Yeah.
A couple of well-placed Dooms, also might be able to make the difference here. I don't expect Timato to be able to fight early on in this game, so it should be a somewhat decent start here for Tundra. Maybe even a 5 versus 4. Considering the heroes that you have at your disposal. Skitter on the Sven hero, definitely someone who can look to contribute to the fights a bit earlier, just on the strength of God's strength. Let's say a lot easier compared to a Morph before he hits his timings. We shall see. As at the Horn, TSM and Tundra's about to get settled for runes at 2 apiece. I don't expect any action here.
Yep, indeed, it will be 2 apiece. So the lanes are going to be Io Morphling against Doom Techies. I think this lane should be quite favorable for Doom Techies. Like, Morphling Io is not the strongest lane. Because the reason I say that is Morphling is very weak in the first 2 waves, right? The first 2 levels as well. So you generally want to have like a Spirit Breaker, Undying for that matter, to be the body for the first 2 minutes of the game, and then you get to your level 3, and then you start to be able to solo the lane much better. And IO morphing is definitely not something that I can foresee doing that. So I feel like Snake King's gonna have a fun time poking down the morphing at the start.
Yeah, indeed. I'm most curious at like what Snake King's gonna decide to build. Is it gonna be the old Guardian Greaves, a couple of auras that we always used to see? That seems fairly strong to me.
Pipe, Grimmer, those items are very good this game.
I also wonder, like, is no one really gonna go for the Vessel? Like, certainly they know what an IOLS does. I mean, it's never a surprise.
And Morphling.
And Morph, yeah. I mean, the item's very valuable here, isn't it? Considering all, not to mention, like, Ahri's one of the is the tankiest hero in the game by strength gain alone. Like, you know, I see a lot of reason for a Vessel this game, but not the best Vessel buyer.
It's not convenient for their heroes to buy. I mean, I guess you can only buy it on, say, like the supports, because if you really need the item and you don't want to sacrifice the build order for the other core heroes, you get it on the support.
I guess Aoi would probably have to tank it, right?
Yeah, but will he be able to get it at a decent enough timing for the item to be good?
That's a good point. Managed to find a good amount of farm last time around. This time, by the way, he did switch up the build as he's gone for the enchant and then now immediately the impetus, and he's doing some pretty good damage to this primal beast, making a lot of space for Skitter. Again, the big timing in this lane for TSM is on level 3 for the Darkseer on that second point in Ion Shell. So there's still time for this lane for TSM to turn this one around, but for now, Tundra able to secure the space here very effectively, so they can be happy with their start.
Yeah, interesting to see how Ahri plays it. You know, he has a trample and uproar. He's just constantly running up and just using the uproar to slow the Eng, so the Eng can't really pressure the Darkseer as much. It's very interesting, you know, the way he's approaching this lane.
I mean, it's so far proven to be quite effective. A little bit of a CS difference outbreaking now. 4 denies for Skitter, 8 CS for Kasane, so still able to get his hands on the creep waves and hit him with the karate punch. But these denies are going to eventually start stacking up. And the longer you delay that level 3 from Darkseer, the happier you're going to be. So Ahri, again, is really just on roar duty.
Roar duty.
Yeah. Go yell at them, Ahri. Go intimidate them. Otherwise, Aoi's just fine here. Healing Lotus does have that Windlace. He's really just roaring at them, to be honest.
I mean, look at Timado. You know, I hate to break it to you. He has only 6 last hits so far. I mean, this is what I was worried about when I saw this lane. Io and Morphing, you know, they're both really weak at the beginning of the laning phase. And it's starting to show right now. Doom is 19-8. Nekis has 1 and 2, so in total they have 10 denies so far at 3 minutes. That
pretty scary start.
A lot of denies.
Bryle's at least he's going toe to toe right now with 9 in the mid lane. So that is something for TSM. You know, a better start now for the mid laner. A couple stacks going his way. The side lanes, yeah, we're starting to really break even, or starting to break through here for the side of Tundra. Whitemon, I don't know if he'll be able to leave the lane that early on either. Yano is going to have a difficult time, to say the least, sustaining here into that Doom.
This is going to be a lot on the shoulders of Brow. You know, if the Morphling is going to have a bad time, he has to try to find a way to help him.
Something's going to have to get done here. Your supports, I mean, maybe Ahri's...
Whitemon.
Yep, Blast Off will connect. A couple of more right clicks. Whitemon sustaining through it for now, but 33 running him down with the Scorched Earth finds the kill. Timado looking for revenge now onto Snake King. Slowed, whoa, massively there by the Sticky Bomb, as he's going to be forced to morph into the Strength. 33, excellent pathing here. Not bothered whatsoever by those trees. Applying that Scorched Earth yet again. Does leave Timado worse for wear, but otherwise still able to see us underneath his tower.
Yeah, he has to wait for the Aya to come back. Oh no, Aya went to refill bottle. Oh my god. Okay.
It's fine. He's a Morphling.
Okay,
Look
he's
at
a
that.
Morphling. Okay,
yeah,
fine.
He's
Yeah,
a
I forgot he's a Morphling.
He is the balanced water boy. Doesn't need no IO. He's quite independent here, just on his own. But now that 33 has the Ice Armor, that is going to be the end of basically harassing with your auto attacks. Even before the Ring of Health here, 33 is going to be very comfortable tanking creeps and easily tanking through this Morphling.
And bot lane.
Ari, he's doing just fine for now. Does take that second point in the trample. This is a pretty nasty combo now that I think about it, right? Trample and Surge, unfortunately, into the Enchantress, right? So Ari should always have that ready to dispel.
Yeah, both the side lanes are going really well for Tundra. Skeeter is also having a good time. He has 33 last hits to 13 denies compared to the Dark Set 20 and 2. So he's definitely having a pretty good start mid lane. Wow.
Yeah, there they go. 9 has 2 points here in the static link, but is not going to be able to continue that link long enough to steal too much damage. With Ari rotating on through. Trample trying to keep up here, but 9 a bit too speedy. 3-man stun out from Snake King's blast off puts an end to that attempted kill onto 9. He will be just fine. And look, 33, you nerd. Oh, wait, whose creep is it? That's Aoi's, you nerd. Sends the Ogre Frost Mage mid as well to help out 9 even that much more.
You would not expect anything less from AUI 2000.
Aoi's out here. He's just murdering couriers. He just killed 2 in the secret shop. That had a Kasane's Vit booster. That was the Vanguard for Kasane. We'll see if that makes a difference.
I mean, he's having a hard time right now, like contesting the farm. He's always in danger of dying if he doesn't have a Vanguard. Yep. Like a stun from Sven with a couple of right clicks with the Ench. Okay, Wisdom Rune, so it should be 1 apiece.
Yeah, no one really able from Tundra to get too aggressive here early on. The Wisp is in the jungle trying to maintain the stacks, but there's a couple of sneaky wards here from Tundra that might allow them to contest. TP is going down bottom here. This one not scouted. We'll see what they can find as the Dark Seer vacuum is going to be able to connect onto 2. Bryle not caught there by that Stormhammer. Doesn't seem like Skitter was ready for that one and will fall to the Lightning Storm. Aoi trying his best to heal, but without the point in attendance. Ari able to run him down, pick up the kill. Even dropping a tip onto Bryle, stealing a stack in the process. This is exactly what TSM need.
Just what the doctor ordered for TSM. They have to try to use the Lash to rotate to the side lanes, try to tip the balance. I like it that he's not just focusing on his own farm, he's realizing that the side lanes are not going well, so trying to do what he can with the runes. He's not gonna get the next one, so 9 is he's gonna pick up the Invis rune, not the most useful rune for a Razor.
No, not really. Especially when they do have like pretty good Doom top lane did not catch Timado unaware. He did get off the strength gain, so nicely done there on himself. With the reaction time. Might still run into some trouble in the trees, but yeah, not with Whitemon TPing on over. He'll be just A-okay.
9
mid lane instead is where 9 is making a dive. Bryle gets off the stun, and it looks like they will just lack the damage with Aoi unable to give chase. Blood grenade thrown towards thrown towards Ari as Kasane joining from the bottom lane. 9 will go down. Kasane with the kill on that Ion Shell take, I believe. Now that he's got that Vanguard in tow, he is eager to fight. TSM this time, they're getting the better of Tundra. Look at that. Tomato feeling so good. Snaking, all he did was miss a blast off, and Tomato immediately drops him a tip. They're feeling way better here.
He's not exactly doing really well in terms of net worth, but sure, he feels like he can afford to give him a tip.
Yeah.
Like normally, I'm the guy that I would only tip if I know that I'm gonna win the game for sure.
See, there's no honor in that. There's no honor in that, Winter. What you tip as you pause right as the ancient's gonna go down, and then you drop a tip.
Not obviously not.
I mean, come on, you got to tip now. It's the only way that you get any street cred in Dota.
Why are you giving me shit for that? I'm just a guy who wants to play Dota peacefully, and when the game is certainly over, then I let the enemies know respectfully.
Respectfully by dropping them 50 Dota plus shards, huh? I see how it is. I don't think so, Winter. You got to drop the tip right from the get-go. Use your victory banner. Really just go full out. Bryle is going to be hit now with this static link. Again, only level 2. 9 with some fancy footwork here. Will be able to dodge out the split earth as now Snake King going on in. The heals, the reload, not in time. As Whitemon cannot save his ally. Used everything he had. There just wasn't enough in the tank, and Tomato actually rotated over for this as well. He TP'd. I mean, I guess he pushed the wave pretty far, so he's not like missing out on anything too huge, but
yeah,
he was eager to try and save his ally.
He has 4 points in wave form. So yeah, I think he's more keen to help with the skill book.
Okay.
And he's not really getting the best of farm on the lane, so maybe he just feels like whenever he sees an opportunity to kill, he just wants to move away. It's an excuse to move, the TP. And right now the Doom already has ultimate backup, so he's always under a lot of pressure when he's farming under the lane.
Yeah, that's a good point. Can sustain here a bit more effectively, and the Doom is now kind of struggling without any support to give the boot to Tomato, especially with that the casual cornucopia, giving a good amount of HP and mana regen here for Tomato. He can just afford to sustain constant adaptive strikes, even a couple of waveforms to continue farming his way through these camps. First item, Lincoln's as well, indicates to me that he does want to be present for Bryle's Bloodstone timing. Of course, that's already well on its way, as Whitemon is assisting the Leshrac now take down a triple stack of Ancients. But there are 2 heroes top lane now for the side of Tundra. This might just be a kill onto Ahri. They're going to commit the Doom onto him even. Tomato, we'll see if he wants to do anything about this. Might just look for the deny, and will have... No, does not have it. Pardon me. 33 gets the kill. Kasane will rotate on over. Has the mana now for the vacuum as the Techie's Mind's going off. Kasane worse off for wear, especially with 9 in the vicinity. Whitemon and Bryle from behind pick up the kill. Okay, this is exactly what TSM needed. Seems like, oh, will Wisp leave Bryle behind? Indeed he does, in order to give Bryle the most amount of impact early on. Ion Shell, Techie Mine, ooh, will save Snake King. He just gets out of there. Some decent healing. 9, still looking for fights, as is Skitter, but with Tomato in the vicinity, it does make it really difficult for Tundra to continue fighting this. Really good fight from TSM there.
Yeah, getting a couple of very, very key kills, especially the kill on 33 there. His Doom. Top of the network charge for some time, time to... about time they have to slow him down.
Oh yeah. And Tomato, I mean, he doesn't waste much time. He's straight through the Twin Gate down bottom, farming pretty nicely here with that waveform. He's pretty happy. He's making pretty decent progress on that Lincoln's. And Bryle, happiest of all, he doesn't take a death there. And guess what, Winter? 12 minutes in, Bloodstone is complete.
Next is going to be used for him, so he's going to be allowed to set up kills, and then the IO can play... I guess you can play with like, maybe the Darkseer or the Morphling, and then the Lash finds somebody you immediately relocate in.
That's true. Maybe even Ahri is able to kick things off now that he does have his level 6. Pulverize, a pretty good way of starting these fights, especially when you can, as you say, reload in and give plenty of support. For now, TSM seem... Well, I mean, they have the IO. You can reload into the fight. Ryle is in full farming mode. Tomato seems to be bing chilling for the most part as well. Perhaps one weakness that Tundra have, especially compared to last game, is that 33 on the Doom doesn't have the most direct tower pressure here. He can exert area control by just kind of standing there, and behind his cores, Skitter and 9 does make it difficult for TSM to engage. But he's no Enigma with Helm of the Dom, right? He's not really punching through these towers, and TSM, with the luxury of space, finding good farm.
Ahri managed to cancel the
He's in
onslaught.
trouble. Overeyes. Not much going to be done about that, as Bryle able to evade the plasma field, utilizing that move speed from the Wisp.
Yeah, and right now top lane, Tundra pressuring with the skeletons, Aoi.
Okay,
and
I mean that's...
has Doom.
Oh, and he will use it. Techie's Minds will go off one by one, but the TPs are incoming. Everyone coming in for this fight here, actually, as Bryle, he's TP'd in himself. Kasane will go down. What will it cost Tundra, however? Ahri leaping on in, has a Pulverize, doesn't really need it for the kill onto 9. That one goes the way of Bryle's easily. Bryle, Bloodstone active, giving chase here as Ahri letting loose now on the Pulverize. That unleashes Tomato as well into the Split Earth level 1. Will find a second kill here. A second core, second core drops. I doubted myself there for a second, but TSM looking completely different from game 1. I'm super happy that they came out of the gate swinging here, as we are not going to have the same kind of game that we just had here.
Yeah, everybody is much more clear about what they should be doing. You know, the primal is supposed to be moving around with the lash once Bloodstone's online. You have the Darkseer with the team items. Their roles in the game are very, very defined this game compared to the last game. You know, so everything seems to be looking much more fluid as a team for TSM and for Tundra. They have to try to stem the bleeding. You know, they can't afford to keep just giving away kills like this. They have to try to. I think you play for your BKB timings this game on the Sven, the tri-core BKB timing.
It has to be, right?
Maybe at least 2 on the Sven and the Razor, and Doom can get a BKB later.
I don't see any other way through it, you know. That won't be for a while because Nine's actually going to insist on finishing off the Hurricane Pike here, interestingly enough. We've seen this play before. We'll see how it plays out as Bryle still tanking through this one. Has no Bloodstone for 18 seconds, but continue to fight through it. Nine, plenty of damage stolen here, but Bryle topped up by Whitemon. Fight is violent though and breaking out. TSM beaten back to their side of the river as the Sven. He is in with the God Strength with the Blink Dagger. Ari sacrificing himself as he will hit him with the Pulverized. Skitter actually not going to be able to chase any further, and Bryle full HP and mana. Bloodstone at the ready. Haste Rune in its last couple of seconds might still be looking for any last scraps in this fight. TSM though, another really good fight out from them.
Space for Timado. He's been able to use it to farm a couple of ways, pressuring the mid tower. It's almost I think he already has his Lincolns, right? Yeah. He already has his Lincolns.
He should, yeah. Lincoln's flying his way. And I think for Tundra that the only way to fight into this is going to be one on the vessel timing, and I'm very glad to see Snaking actually purchasing one. Snaking who is likely to die here, although Ari kind of made a mistake there on the onslaught. Snaking breaking some ankles and will not go down this easily. In fact, they're looking to turn. Owie doing some damage. Once again, the maxed impetus, not enough for the kill onto Timado here, with Skitter counter-initiating with the blink on in. We'll be able to take down the Dino. But it has to be on the BKBs, right? Snaking now with a couple of earned charges, eager to use one to top himself back up, but nearly at the halfway towards the vessel. And again, no BKB in the quick buy yet for 9. No BKB yet for 33 either, with the only BKB coming soon being Skitters.
Without BKBs, it's going to be very, very difficult to fight into the Lash, the Darkseer Iron Shell. Even the Primal Beast, you know, he does a lot of magical damage. It's going to be very tricky, you know, trying to engage without BKB, especially if you're a Razor, you know. You want to run in, you want to be in the middle of the fight.
But
and
as
I think you're just gonna die, you know, without BKB.
Yeah, without BKB, without pipe to even back you up. There's no big auras here either. Once again, a fight breaking out here. Back wall onto 2 with Snaking jumping in as well. The reload does get Bryle up to safety with the Bloodstone active. Ari, he's going down, but Skitter stuck inside the wall. Bryle right back on top of his man. Skitter looking low, might go down, and indeed does. A 1-for-1 trade, heavily favoring the side of TSM as they go looking for more. 9 forced to run here with the big pull. He is able to get out, but TSM with a Sven kill, with an Ancient Stack potentially stolen, with maybe a punish onto a greedy 9. I think they have eyes on him. Bryle, okay, is going to run into the ravine. That leaves then Timado alone to try and get the skill on a 9. Timado, whose Lincoln Sphere is going to rent him from getting his own damage sap, has the kill onto 9. Nice moves there.
TSM is definitely riding on the momentum of the Lash right now. Bryle is doing a really, really good job closing down on the map, setting up kills for his team. Like Tundra, they have to find some time.
TSM, they're even going to be able to close on a Snaking here by the looks of things. Snay has a ward down, so he knows what's coming. I don't know if he can do much about it, though. Okay, he can do much about it. He's out of there. Reactive Taser's pretty darn good.
Yeah, move speed bonus, you know. About 20%.
Yeah, he is
22%.
speedy. He is speedy.
Yeah, they have to find a way to get to their BKBs, you know, because they are not getting any auras on the Doom, so they're gonna have to rely on the BKBs. And right now, the Darkseer is the one carrying the auras for their team, you know. So TSM definitely has a pretty big advantage when it comes to team fight. This net worth, you know, amount is not accurate, you know, because a lot of it is the Doom and the Midas and everything else. But when it comes to a straight up battle without BKBs, Tundra's lineup stands very little chance against the Darkseer Lash right now.
Yeah, I mean, especially Lesh just continues to hit power spike after power spike. It's like watching a boxer just land haymaker after haymaker. 9's the one to bottle up the DD rune, actually. Skitter's going to let him have it. Okay. I guess they feel like 9 is the more powerful hero.
I don't know, like he doesn't have BKB, you know. No matter what, he's gonna die very easily in the team fights. I think he steps foot, he tries to drain, he probably try to drain the Morphling, and one stun from either Primal or Lash, I feel like you're just gonna be full to 0 in 2 seconds.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult here. TSM, again, I mean, this is where the advantage of having the techies is, right? It's the smoke detector. And we'll be able to get perhaps Aoi out safely. Mine's going off. Aoi running for his life, bounding on the Bambi, but it's just not going to be fast enough here, frankly, Winter. That heal will do little to nothing as Brile claims life of Aoi.
Just a support kill, so space. Space for my Sven, says Aoi.
Yeah, Sven, who, by the way, has BKB completed, wants to get that Ogre Axe back for the Echo Saber to reassemble that. Oh, top lane. Was that a relocate? No. Yes, it was. Sorry. With Ahri picking off that kill with the ward. So both supports now down. Okay, Tundra looking to bounce back here. The Doom, they have managed to find Timado. He did get off the strength gain, but with the Sven beating into him, it might be a kill all the same. Whitemon just doesn't have tether for 3 more seconds. They're going to be forced to watch as Skitter runs down Timado with the kill. A big trade now in favor of Tundra. We'll see what more they can look to get. Skitter blinking forward. Stormhammer will be able to find Ahri. Kasane actually surged himself instead of the dinosaur. 9 with DD Rune active, chasing after more. Plasma Field in 2 more seconds, but Kasane is just going to be a bit too speedy there with the surge. Can't quite catch him.
Yeah, that's a good fight. He managed to kill the Morphling. But the Ledge is still really, really powerful right now. I think TSM, they have to try to still, you know, continuously leverage on this Ledge. And try to just follow him and set up kills with Relocate.
9 with a nice bottled rune here on this haste rune. Again, it's still not going to be on his BKB timing. Finally, that item is next. But 9, now having picked up the Hurricane, has at least an item to break the Linkens of Timado. That's something here. This counts for something.
Yeah, finally they're gonna try to play for the triple BKB timing. I think that's the best power spike that lineup is gonna get for Tundra. And TSM, before that happens, they're gonna still always have the advantage of the overwhelming magic damage. They have to try to realize that and, you know, get as much as possible out of this phase of the game. Like Ahri is smoked, he's smoked alone, he's trying to get the relocate.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to set up...
find Snaking.
Yeah, but it's a kill that should lead into the tower. As Snaking does take a while to go down. Tower will go down to boot. It's TSM again continuing to make moves. They're actually nearly at this Scotty timing as well here from Timado. I was about to be able to have enough for the second ultimate orb, and then it's just the point booster. This is good stuff from TSM. I mean, 33 is very quickly making his way towards the BKB. I think he actually stopped to finish the Octarine before the BKB, so his timing slightly reset there, but is on his way. And again, Devour Midas, it'll only be a couple of minutes. 9's Haste Rune has timed out. As TSM head towards the Roche pit. Also a Blink Dagger online for Ahri, so we can blink in and look for a couple of pulverizes, right, to kick off the fights.
Yeah, to set up to the relocate gang. It'll be very easy with the dagger. I like the dagger a lot, yeah, for the pyro. And whereas for Tundra, are they ready with their triple BKBs? Not yet.
Smoke on smoke timing here as well. Tundra Esports, BKBs popped by Skitter, but it's used defensively. Went to the TP way 9, not a chance. He runs directly into the enemy team, and they were ready for him.
I mean, the triple BKBs is only good when everybody has it. If only one hero has it, and no matter what you pop BKB, you won't be able to fight because the rest of them have to run.
Yep.
Not really sure why Tundra decides to be aggressive there, you know?
Yeah, I'm also a little bit baffled by that as well. I mean, 33 not even anywhere near that fight as he does try and finish up his BKB.
Yeah. They have to just chill and farm right now. Finish their 3 BKBs.
It'll be big, but until then, I mean, Brile is just absolutely a boss. As Ahri has almost gotten his hands here on a Snake King. Blink Dagger muted for 8 more seconds, and it seems like Snake King with the reactive taser is just too damn zippy. He's out and away. Okay, hold on. In the triangle, though, there might be some action. Kasane, they've gotten a little bit too deep. Oh, 33. They tried to force him into the river. I think it still would have been a kind of a hard catch there, to be honest, given how long Surge lasts. But at least TSM... Wait, hold on. TSM, Winter, they have a ward here. This should at least be a dead Snaking, as he now realizes he's in trouble. Reactive Taser on a cooldown here. Did do its job, though, as Timato was disarmed, unable to secure the kill. Okay. Scotty's coming for Timato. Pardon me. Scotty is coming for Timato, though.
Roshan, I think they should try to secure Rosh. Put the Aegis on Lash. And Roshan is definitely something that they have to be thinking about. But right now, Ari is looking for initiation. He's going to blink up. Got his onslaught off.
Yeah, that's the sheep stick. But Bryle setting up now on to 9. No BKB. Still 2,000 gold away. Skitter is in the vicinity looking for this quick pick onto Whitemon as he did reload in. Snaking as well. Will assist in that with the BKB active. Skitter immune to the back wall, but is going to be forced to TP out with the last couple seconds of the BKB, given Ari already used the pulverize. Nothing to cancel there. Aoi dies in the middle of the fight as well. It's Tundra. I think they're running out of fights here. Again, this 3K net worth lead, as you say, is very deceptive. They're nowhere near that much in control.
I mean, the team fights, the Sven basically has to see the IO, jump the IO first, take the IO out, and then the Doom can decide to Doom either the Darkseer or the Morphling. I think that's how the fights should start for Tundra. If the IO doesn't get focused down right away before anything happens, I feel like they're gonna eventually run out of damage. You know, the IO is just gonna out heal the damage and keep the Lash alive, and eventually you're just gonna lose your BKB charges and you're gonna lose the fight.
I want to give a nod towards Snaking's item build here, by the way. Kind of showing to me like what kind of a place he got put in this game, right? No mech on him. No Greaves, which you usually see on the techies. Did go for the Urn of Shadows at one point with a lot of gold. I thought he was going to commit into that vessel, but he decides that the right move to make here is going to be into the Pipe of Insight. You know, so I'm not sure if that Urn really paid off and what he was expecting it to be. But, you know, just to show, like, kind of the position he got put into. 33, he's a Doom, right? He wants to build these greedy items, this Octarine, Bots, Blink Dagger, right? Finally into BKB for him. What it's done to the supports is make their game a bit more difficult. Aoi, of course, he's just chilling. He's a carry. He's got his Hurricane Pike delivered and the power treads. Maxed impetus. You know, that's what you do.
Yep, and meanwhile, TSM finally has the Rosh, so they have the Aegis on Brawl. They should be looking to press forward to siege the high ground anytime soon.
Okay, the TP on out from Bryle as he gives chase with the shielder, and this time Snaking. There's no running from the threat of Bryle.
He's just trying to waste time. Like the techies and the Ench, you know, they have to try to force TSM to go back, deal with their annoying moves, you know, dragging their creep waves. We're gonna start to see that, I presume, you know, in the next couple of minutes.
So far away though from getting his BKB. Skitter, he sees the ward, needs to kill it, and with Echo Saber makes very quick work of it. However, Ari able to find the blink pulverized now onto Aoi. Aoi trying a little bit longer here, but Bryle blinking forward, and with the split earth is going to be able to assist Timato in the kill, who I think got him with the waveform. Morph's big too now. I feel like, sure, you're going to have this triple BKB timing pretty soon against Bryle, but what do you have against Morphling, Winter?
You have to Doom him. I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. All right. That might be enough. I mean, 33 has the BKB ready to go. 9, still 900 gold away. And I think with this Aegis, TSM intend to go high ground. Mid might be next, as that is a very precarious position for Skitter to be in. It has a safe path back. It does force a couple of TPs away from TSM. That's burning precious seconds off of this Aegis, though.
Yeah, but still, at what point, you know, like when you get the triple BKBs, the Morphling has a Skadi, so you can still slow him after the BKB is over. If you don't kill people during the BKB timing, you're still gonna get in trouble, you know. And on top of that, you don't have a hero that buys all the auras, except for the techies that's struggling to finish his. See what he's changing his mind. He's getting a glimmer now.
Wait, what? He's not finishing the pipe either. He has the pipe recipe.
The What the hell? I mean, I guess he's gonna finish the pipe and then get the glimmer. Okay, he's not changing.
Okay,
his mind right now.
okay. It was just the quick buy looking a little weird. That's fine. Really baited me there for a second. I was about to say that would be. I mean, the recipe is 1,400 gold by itself.
But
And
even
there
right
is.
now, even if you get the pipe, I feel like it doesn't really change much. You know, the cores already have BKB, so they don't really care about the pipe. So the pipe is just to protect the supports, you know, the techies and the edge.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah. I mean, it'll do something. I mean, if anything, right, Tundra have shown during last TI, right, it will kind of reduce the Bloodstone lifesteal, so there is some value there.
Yeah,
it's
that
not
is
gonna,
true.
It's not going to be like a game saver, you're right, but it does at least reduce the impact there. No Vessel, but Pipe is going to be doing a number here. Bryle with Aegis now for 2 minutes and taking down. Blink is forward onto 9, the 4-step away in time. 33, Blink, BKB, Doom, all at the ready. But he has no tier 2 tower providing vision anymore. And this Morphling, again, a serious issue now. I think he's holding on. Yeah, he's holding on to the Purge creep still. So he can potentially get a Doom onto the Morphling. Not out of the question here.
I mean, it's hard, you know. It's really hard for him to get on the Morphling at this stage.
It's true. But Winter, we're here. We've arrived. There's a pipe. There's 3 BKBs on the side of Tundra Esports. There's a Harpoon and a Crystallis on Skitter.
Time to go.
You have
Time
a
to
Lincoln's
go.
Break on the Doom, and of course the Doom itself is nearly actually at the Acceptor. Halfway there is Snaking. His mines are going to alert him to the presence of invaders, but he's caught by the Yule Scepter. Reactive Taser dispelled. He's going to come back into a world of pain with nothing to soak through those Edict charges. He is peeled off. Oh my goodness, Skitter. I thought he was TPing away. He took the Twin Gate. Not sure if Ari knows that Skitter has no TP.
I mean, he's out. He's fine.
Yeah, he's out.
He needs to just keep scaling. Right now, like, the name of the game is to try to get as much damage item as you can, and then when you are smoking, you have to try to put the ward in a position where you can defend that ward and take a fight from there. And ideally, you wait out the Aegis. It's about to time out in 20 seconds.
Yep.
If you want to take a fight, it's about time. They're gonna smoke right now.
Yep. BKB at the ready. Hold on. In trouble is Skitter, though. This is not a fight that Tundra really wanted to start. Not like this, anyway. Last couple seconds of Aegis now expiring here. 7 seconds remaining, but they did get the Doom onto the Morphling. He is still going to be able to make it out easily, though. The reload took him all the way back to the tier 2 tower. So it's just a reset here at the end of the day. TSM better off for wear, though. But of course, Tundra, with their proximity to the high ground, will be able to top themselves up easily. Skitter is underneath the ward. He might be a target. Has Blink Dagger in 3 seconds. I don't think anyone can quite catch him in that duration, although Ari might give him a go. Ari, who, by the way, has the Acceptor. Now the Onslaught's in. That's going to be the Scythe of Vice already out from Bryle. And in trouble is going to be Skitter. The stun on the Doom. Skitter has no BKB. Staking, doing what he can, but can't do enough. That's 2 dead on the side of Tundra without buyback. They might make it 3. That's 9. He's going to go down 2. 33 running from his life, but he's going to need to run all the way out from this game, as he's taken down, but has buyback. But TSM unleashed into the base. What is going on down here? Is that another kill, potentially? Owie. I mean, I guess it's just Owie, but Bryle is going to actually go back for the kill onto the Ench. In the meantime, though, Timato, he's going for the throne. He's trying to end the game. Owie's going to buy back. That's not going to change much. Tier 4 down. That's the last fortify that Tundra have. 20 seconds left until 9 is back into the game. We'll have BKB by the time he respawns. There's a buyback as well on 33. He also has BKB. Bryle, he's looking for the dieback immediately. Ari as well with the Pulverize has the kill. There's no buyback, though, for Skitter for 30 seconds. He's not even close to it. 33, he's going to buy back, makes the jump on in, but he's going to be in some trouble. Does get off that BKB. Snaking, all he can do is really watch. He does at least give the Pipe of Insight buff to his throne. Nine back alive here, has BKB charge ready to go, but 33's already expended his charge, and Timato making very quick work of him. Snaking will be able to stun up onto 3, but 9 getting kited out by Ari. Now the Scythe of Ice onto 33 is the GG. Well played, dropped out from Coach Owie. That's it. Tundra make that. TSM will draw against Tundra 1-1.
I mean, just don't see like how their cores are going to line up together, you know, in this game. They were lacking in so many departments in the early game. no team items until the Tekis finishes the pipe. I mean, the Razor doesn't seem like he has a very clear purpose in this game. Like all three cores seem to be like just farming, trying to get to their BKB timings, but they didn't really rush the BKBs. So I feel like if you want to make this kind of draft work, the cores have to be getting the BKBs as soon as possible. Because Nine got his BKB so late, he finished the Hurricane Pike, he got a Yasha, and then only he decides to go BKB.
Yeah.
I think while I was looking at the game, I was like always mentioning about like they can only fight with 3 BKBs, so they can only fight with 3 BKBs, but it seems like they weren't really planning to get the BKBs as soon as possible to fight. It was more about like how they can scale and farm, go to the late game. They feel like they have a very strong late game. That's how I feel now when I watch Tundra play this game. They were not even in a hurry to get to the triple BKB to fight.
No, they weren't. And even when they did finally get the triple BKB online, it still didn't seem like they really had a solution.
It's too late already.
For the morph.
Like when the morph is already so bad with the Lash, I think you need the BKB timings like around 20 minutes, and then you try to take a fight around that, and ideally before the morph has 3 items. Like maybe he has 1 item, he has the Lincolns, whatever. Because the morph didn't start the game.
This is a good Colonel's choice, though, isn't it? As that'll wrap up our series, right? A draw 1-1 for Tundra and TSM, which might condemn them both. We'll have to see tomorrow how the rest of the group stage plays out, and if whether any of those teams can force tiebreakers. Against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you wish you can actually buy back, right? You lose to the losers bracket, and then every team has a chance to trade.
It's
something for a buyback, and you get yourselves back into the winners bracket. You wish.
That'd be funny. Quite an expensive buyback here for the Riyadh Masters, considering that prize pool is $15 million. But we'll see what's in store for us tomorrow as we do begin to wrap up our day and look at some of the other highlights that we've had. Here's our stave of the day, also in this series. I think this is going to be a reload out. Keep your eye out for Bryle, I believe, in this one, as he does manage to evade Skitter with Ari. I thought putting his life on the line, a beautiful relocate out in the nick of time, and then Ari as well managing to escape. This is where TSM really started to flex the strength of this IO Lesh.
Yeah, IO Lash with a Darkseer that buys like all the auras, so the Lash just feels really, really powerful. They don't have any answers on the Tundra side in the early game against this Lash. I think the Razor was like kind of like it's a reasonable idea, but if you didn't rush BKB, then I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose of the pick against the Lash, because they picked it specifically for the IO and Lash. The draft opened with first pick IO, and then they pick Razor right away. But this is like how Crystallis managed to jump away.
This is why you are a master tier Monkey King. This is why you ban Monkey King against this guy. Look at he doesn't care about no Lucent Beams Eclipse. There's 5 heroes right now. The Benny Hill theme song is playing. Look at this guy. Can't be stopped. Jumping around. I assume he gets away towards the end of that play, but a fun game to watch there. Shopify Rebellion are unable to get their hands there on Crystallis. I think actually still playing on the main channel. They're taking on Team Liquid right now. We're done here on the D-Stream, and we'll see if we get to see everyone back tomorrow. If not, thank you guys so much for tuning in throughout the course of the play-ins and the group stage. I think we're pretty much clear to wrap up here, aren't we, Winter?
Any other... a little bit sad that Tundra has to lose that game in that fashion. I feel like they've been trying to figure out how to play without Saksa, and sometimes I feel like the games have been a lot more greedier. They've been trying to play this style where they are so focused on like the being efficient on the map, like who's supposed to be playing in what area and how much they can actually get from the map. And I feel like sometimes you just have to understand that that's not the most important thing, because the enemy is also doing the same thing. If you are farming efficiently on the map, the enemy can also be farming efficiently on the map. And what happens if the draft allows the enemy to do that and at the same time scale better or have a sharp timing to end the game, then you shouldn't be doing that. You should be trying to make a better timing with your lineup to actually break the momentum of the enemy team and not just farm, and just try to play the map. I think Tundra just failed to realize that, and they had no chance in that game.
They fall in game number 2, and that wraps us up for the day. yeah, I mean, lovely stuff out from TSM, able to draw, but again, might end up actually condemning both teams. We'll see what's in store for us as the group stage does wrap up with a half-day scheduled tomorrow, folks. Like I was saying earlier, that might be it for Winter and I. If you've enjoyed the coverage, you can find us on Twitter at SeekandStrikeDota, at WinterDota, for feedback and all other sorts of comments. Thanks again for joining us, guys. Tiebreakers, you might see us tomorrow, you might not. If you don't, please enjoy the rest of the tournament as we are getting ready for the playoffs to see who is going to take home the lion's share of that $15 million prize pool and be crowned a legend in the Riyadh Masters 2023 main event. On behalf of Winter, the Observers, the production, and myself, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. Be safe, and we'll catch you tomorrow when the Riyadh Masters wraps up its group stage for the 5th and final day. Until then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي تبغى راب خفيف أجيب تويستر أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب extra cheese على الكرانشي chicken في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر